Hello everyone and welcome back to the Quake Pro League. We are now heading into week 14 and we've got some incredible matches lined up for you for the entire course of the day. I am Lethal and of course none other than Dan, aka ZSX, looking as beautiful as always, looking more and more handsome as the weeks go by. So Dan, how you doing?
Thank you, Master Chief. No, good, man. I don't know where the time's gone. You said week 14. It really doesn't feel like it's been that long. We've still got a little ways to go in this league, but it's been an incredible season so far. And as you said, some more big matches coming up today. But yeah, no, I don't know where the time's gone, but we're ticking closer to QuakeCon, and that's always going to be a good thing.
Certainly, there's only a few weeks left, and I'm sure the leaderboard is going to be shaping up nicely as you head towards week 18, which will be the final week, which is, of course, as you mentioned, not too long ago. But let's have a little bit of a recap from last week's matches, because you dabbled in last week's matches, didn't you, Dan? And we cast that last week. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this first one between Sirius and Kilson.
Yes, it was pretty close throughout, but we spoke about it in the broadcast. Sirius has had a great season so far, but he's been moving into these matchups now where he's facing the best of the best, and it did begin to show through here, as particularly at maps 2 and 3, you could see particularly the experience from Kilson's point of view beginning to show through. And Kilson's actually had a difficult few weeks, and it was really good to see him get a clean sweep going on there. But Sirius has got another big matchup today, so he's definitely going to have to pick it up.
Yes, and we'll have to indeed. It's Saigib versus Dramas. Dramas did actually take that 3-0, but Saigib did keep a couple of maps close. The first map did go 12-8, but Dramas, it's more of a one-sided affair on Molten Falls. And we're going to the last one, which was here on Vale, 11-10. So very close between the two. And for Saigib, he really needed to kind of get any map win at this point, just to avoid a complete bottom end of that table. He's at the bottom end anyway, but of course, you know, anything will, or every little helps, so to speak, in terms of that seeding going into the first stage of groups at QuakeCon. But Razy versus Tox, pretty standard stuff here for Razy. Managed to defeat Tox 3-0.
Yeah, the first map was incredibly close, actually. This was one of the best performances we've seen from Tox in terms of strategy and stability, but again, it's just Razy. He wasn't been able to put it through. So unfortunate that it was a 3-0, but Razy again showing why he is so good. Then we obviously had Venga going up against Nosfer. Another clean sweep from Venga. He's going from strength to strength, but let's take nothing away from Nosfer. He put in an incredible performance, and we'll be seeing him first up today. And then we have this calamity in terms of Maxter versus Strong Sage. And similar to Sirius, Strong Sage has had an amazing start to his debut season, but in matchups like that, we definitely saw the chinks in the armor coming through, and Maxter put in an incredible performance. So it was clean sweeps across the board. I didn't even realize it on the day, but 3-0s all day, mate. And now we're just getting to that point of the season where the players at the top of the leaderboard are really refining their game, putting in the hours. And that's partly why we're seeing these results come through as well.
And this is why I always say as well, especially for any new players coming into the Quake Pro League or someone looking to try and get on the high end of that leaderboard, normally the first 6 weeks is critical, just due to the fact that, as you mentioned before, the players on the higher echelon or the top 6 don't normally, it's not that they get a feeling for it, but of course their practice regimen, they don't get fired up until about the halfway point in the season. But now we're getting towards the end, as you mentioned, they're going to be practicing heavy leading up to QuakeCon, only 2 months away, or 2 months today, in fact. As you can see, these are the world rankings so far in terms of maps. But in terms of series, though, Rafa is currently 11-1, and Venga is actually 10-1. So with Venga, if he has, of course, has that game in hand, it gets a 3-0 in one of his series, then he will have that 1 map or 2 map advantage over Rafa. So we'll have to see later on, because he will be facing against Avic, which is going to be a juicy one, Dan.
It's going to be a big one, but as you said, he could definitely now just take that top 1 spot, which would be a massive confidence boost. He's obviously had a not the best stage last season, but he's been building into it this season so far, and I think he's been picking up momentum, if you will. Every single week his matches do seem to be getting a little bit cleaner, but he's going up against Avec, who hasn't had his best stage, but he's still Avec. He always manages to pick up results against the absolute best, so that's going to be a slobber knocker.
It certainly will be indeed. We know for Avic, sometimes aim skill is incredible, sometimes it's not, but it's that dueling experience where it always gets him by in a lot of his matchups. But I think we should look at the schedule as well, because the schedule is looking pretty tight here, Dan. We've been blessed with the matches we've got upon us here today, and we've got 6 matches, which I'm sure is going to be some incredible stuff. Of course, we're going to start off with Chron versus Nosfer, Maxter versus Saigib, but you know, the last 3 matches, my God, like Wenger versus Avik, Sirius versus Razy. I'm interested to see how that one pans out because obviously two very, very aim-skilled players, but of course we have to see how the adaptation comes out between the two, and Kielsen versus Zen to finish off the day. Like, we couldn't ask for more, Dan.
No, those last three matchups are absolutely huge, and as you said, this is really the testing ground for Sirius at this point in time. We saw him a couple of weeks ago in one of the side cups get absolutely rolled by Razy. You can't afford to have that today. The other big match really is going to be that Sib versus Strong Sage, in my opinion. That is definitely winnable from Sib's point of view, and he's had an okay season, better than previous, but he's still setting down towards the relegation spots, and picking up a couple of much-needed points there today could be huge for him. At the same time, you know, Strong Sage can come out and he can walk at 3-0. That's just what he has in his locker. But he is a little bit more erratic. So that is, in my mind anyway, quite an important one to look out for.
Yeah, Sib has been scraping the odd map here and there off some of the top dogs. He's been a bit more of a diamond in the rough compared to what we've witnessed from him in previous seasons. But let's go into our first match. So, of course, we've got Kron versus Nosfer. Kron is currently bottom of the table, so to speak. I'm not too sure how he's going to try and get himself out of that deep, deep hole he's placed himself in so far. But he realises that, yeah, there's absolutely no way he can get into the top 8. Pretty much mathematically impossible. So it's just about trying to get the best seeding possible going into the first stage of those group stages on the Friday at Quake. But as you can see, these are the previous results. The only decent result he's had is that win against Zagreb 2-1, but it's been clean sweep across the board, sadly. But the problem is with Kron, he seems to do 10 times better, not really in an offline environment, but more when it matters, as the last Quake World Championships was a great example of that.
It's frustrating. I think that might be the worst record we've seen in QPL history. Like, he's better than that record, but it also shows the level that the QPL is at, that if you're not 100% dedicated and 100% committed and absolutely at the top of your game, that's what can happen, because he's better than those results show. But it's, I don't want to say unusual, but it just shows the level you have to be at to even pick up a map, let alone a series. He's got 3 maps all stage long. That is, just put it bluntly, that's horrific. I can't even imagine what he's feeling like. And I don't think there is a coming out of this hole right now. I think he's just gearing up for QuakeCon and trying to stay in the Pro League, basically. But yeah, it's not a feel-good moment for Ron.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the worst situations possible, but at the same time, they know how he performs when it matters, as I widely mentioned. And yeah, I know what you mean, though. It's very annoying to see players like that at the bottom of the table by a massive margin and then all suddenly smash it every scene at the Quake World Championships time and time again. Another player, Chain, a very good example of that as well. Just, you know, prioritising their practice during the last 4 to 6 weeks before a Quake World Championship occurs. So we'll have to see how those two do and see if they can replicate that later on. But again, let's go towards Nosfer's side, because he's currently 10th. He does have a couple matches left in hand, so it does mean he can definitely secure a top 8 spot. There's no doubt about that. But these need to be at least some 3-0 victories just to give himself a bit of extra insurance and security in order to try and grab that. But some big named wins, as you can see there. Avik with that 3-0, defeating Zeneku 2-1. His first half of the season has been very, very good. But of course, losing to Razy and Wenger 3-0, not obviously what he wanted, but I don't think people would be too surprised about that either.
No, he came out of the blocks absolutely swinging this season. I think he was sitting in top 4, top 5 for the first 4 or 5 weeks. But it has started slipping down the leaderboard into 10th, as you say. And it's been a story of so near yet so far. Even if we look back to last week when he's playing against Wenger, all of those maps were really pushed to the wire. And so I definitely feel he has stepped up his game. But there are still some elements missing for him to being somebody that could be considered an absolute top contender. And I think, as you can see throughout the results there, he's definitely got the capability to take maps off absolutely everyone in the QPL. But does he then have the full roundedness of his game to take that into series wins? And against those players who are in that 5th, 6th bracket, the Zenekus, the Dramas, the Aviks, yes, he does. But then when he's going up against the Rafas and the Razys and the Vengers, that's where he's coming up short, and it's to be expected. So I think he's in a really exciting position, maybe slightly disappointed to be 10th, but still, it's been a really good stage for Nosfer in my mind.
Yeah, it really has been. And Avik is coming in 8th place. We've got Sirius and Nosfer 9th and 10th. So Avik has played 12 matches. Sirius and Nosfer has played 10. So, of course, Avik's going to be keeping a very close eye on the scorelines and just to see how things will shape up in his own matchups. Of course, with his own matchup against Wenger, which is going to be a big ask in itself. But, yeah, let's have a look at the picks and bans anyway, Dan, to see exactly what we could be witnessing before our very eyes. And we're just going to look at the map bands first quickly. Deep Embrace and Crud to Keep banned. Very, very standard. Awoken and Blood Covenant selected. Again, wouldn't be too surprised about standard. Again, Nosfer, I assume, selecting Awoken. Huron selecting Blood Covenant. And then going on to Veil as well. The only thing that kind of sticks out to my mind is that second matchup. I understand from Huron's perspective with the scale ban due to Veil being that final map, to give us a bit of leeway in case Nosfer does select a scale. But it's the Visor versus Slash champion matchup I'm a bit worried for Huron. Of course, you know, with Slash, with the mobility and speed he can play it on such a large map, it's going to give Nosfer a heavy advantage, especially if he gets the lead early on.
Yeah, no, I agree with that one. I'm much more in favour of picking a champion with better mobility on a map like Blood Covenant. You know, Doom was still in the pool, for instance. He counterpicked to Slash with the Visor, and you know, if you're going to do that, you have to make it work. And given how well Nosfer's been playing, particularly when he plays Slash, I honestly don't see that happening either. So let's see what Huron's going to be doing with that. I mean, you know what you're going to get out of a Visor. Generally, you might favour picking that against a champion that perhaps doesn't use their abilities so much, but with a Slash, it's quite easy just to almost use it on cooldown. So those vials are still going to be contested. I think that really sticks out to me as a poor pick, but let's see how he got it. I think across the board, otherwise, the map 1 and map 3, yeah, fairly even. Can't really complain there. I quite like the Knicks, but again, if you don't get that momentum and a good start, you either have to go incredibly turtly and play extremely well in defensive and get a bit of luck, or you could just be destroyed by the Anarchy. So that, again, could be painful if he gets off to a bad start.
Yeah, some of his champions could be server dependent as well. Of course, with Nosfer being the only player currently residing in South America, he's the only player now in the Quake Pro League who's used to these high ping matches. So everyone he plays against, he'll be fine with it because he's used to it. Of course, he's not going to be completely fine. No one wants to play on a high ping, but because he's more adjusted to that kind of setting in comparison to everyone else, he'll have that slight advantage as well. But yeah, I do feel like it's just a second matchup. The third map, you know, I do like the Eisen pick, but Range has always been very, very good. It doesn't really matter which map or how you're playing it. Ranger is one of the best all-round champions overall. But yeah, going back to that second matchup as last, so to speak, yeah, I think I do agree with you with the Doom pick. That's obviously a good selection which could have been picked. But of course, yeah, you know, with the Anarchy already been picked, Athena banned as well, it's all been planned out for that Blood Covenant game. But Nosfer's, you know, been quite good. He's had some very close matchups against some of the top dogs on Blood Covenant in the past.
Yeah, and I expect that to continue today. He's definitely been playing Slash a lot, plays very well on it. I think that should be an easy win. Again, given the history of this stage so far, given how well Nosfer has been playing, I struggle to see how this doesn't be, unfortunately, another 3-0 against Kron. He might prove us wrong, but that's definitely going to be my prediction, mate.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I think, you know, from that, it probably looks like it will be a 3-0. I think the Blood Covenant's going to push that towards it even more. Maybe at some stage, maybe sometimes of the server or the ping, but Huron may be able to grasp a map. But the problem is with Huron, he's so far down the table at the moment that it's going to be extremely difficult in a tall order as well, because he's played 12 matches. Sib and Chain are currently 14th and 15th, but they've still got 1 or 2 matches left in hand. So he may have already solidified that position with 16th seed, but we discussed it earlier with like players like Chain as well as Huron, where they're just in the same boat in terms of when they go to the Quake World Championships, they just turn into an entirely different person. It's like split personality. They play like this in Quake Pro League, and then the Quake World Championships, they just turn into something completely bizarre, just turn that beast mode on. But I do agree that I think it probably will be a 3-0 for Nosfer here.
Yeah, it's weird how that happens. I think back in the day, it was way more of a meme, right? Where it was kind of that see you on land mentality where people used to turn up.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen as much nowadays, but maybe there is just that atmosphere that triggers something and allows them to focus a lot more. We'll have to see, but it's obviously never nice going into something like finals off the back of such a poor stage. You definitely can't be feeling any sort of confidence. So let's just put it this way, I would never advise that as a strategy.
No, I wouldn't advise it either. It's weird. It's like Shane and Kron go, that's fine, the 18 weeks don't matter. It's like, you know, just give me a few weeks just to prep up on that and get my ball game going, and then I should be all right. And it wouldn't surprise me because they've done it more than once. If they did it only once, then I wouldn't say a fluke, but just something a little bit different. But yeah, the fact they've done it multiple times.
Yeah, but Shane used to have some really good stages. I think, you know, there's other commitments that maybe undermine it. But either way, we're into map 1 here, where we will be watching Kron against Nosfer. Nosfer POV at the moment over on the Anarchy. Kron on the Nyx, already taken a rail, so has to be slightly more defensive, but has a rail of his own, so now can fight back.
Let's see how this pans out. Nosfer does have good positioning, good 82 down from that last try, but misses the railroad, but Kron's actually hit 2 off the back. Heavy's up, but he's now in position to try and do a little bit more if he can. Being very patient as Kron does take him down. Of course, Heavy already been collected and does have the timing for it as well.
Yeah, really good start. Lovely rails coming up. Obviously, the challenge with the Nyx playing on the defense with the rail is you have to connect. If you don't, someone like Anarchy can push you in. This time he is connecting. There is 2. He's got a little bit of time to buy out before the Mega as well. So lovely solid start by Kron. She left the Mega up, does connect, but Anarchy's still pushing and will go down for that second frag. So Kron keeping the momentum up. Another rail and a second. Can he hit the third? Yes, he can, Lethal.
This is a fabulous start from Kron. This is definitely not what we anticipated at all in the slightest. And just give everyone a heads up, because if you're like me and Headcase about ping, they're both playing on an A at the moment. And Nosfer managed to gain a little bit of control back, has picked up the light. Mega's up in 3, but Heavy is also up very shortly, so Nosfer's just going to stand his ground, does have his inject in his back pocket when required, and barely misses that previous rail. Rainy does a few rockets, a good bit of damage from that last one. Uses the inject, as Kron does get that first rail, uses the ghost. Goes straight up towards top mid, but almost, but hits that other rail, that's very risky, but you can see that risk didn't fully pay off there, Dan.
No, I was going to say that it's incredibly greedy to do that drop down once the Heavy had already been picked up. The only way out of that situation was to pop the Ghost Walk, which is obviously such a precious resource. Don't want to be doing that. Going up aggressively again, and it's going to work out this time. Nosfer not connecting with that final rail. He does miss out on the item. That's the one thing Kron has to be wary of at the moment, is the aggression is working, but he's not converting that into any sort of control. So just needs to reflect on his position, but does it matter when you hit this many rails, Lethal? 80% rail on 200 ping against an Anarchy.
He's obviously heard us take the mickey a little bit and just thought, right, I'll prove you guys wrong. This is a potential what he can do at the Quake World Championships. He gets rocket jumps up, beautiful mid-air rocket, and picks up the Heavy straight afterwards.
Okay. Lovely defensive rockets as well. He's going to get a conversion here as he reads the movement actually quicker than Nosfer as well. And this is why we talked about that frustration when we watched Kron in the intro, Lethal, because this is what he has. We know he's such an amazing player, just hasn't been able to convert that into any sort of results. And obviously, this is an amazing start, but this map is definitely not over. 8-2, 3.5 minutes in.
This is the best I've seen him play in quite a while, in convincing fashion as well. Nosfer finally takes him down top mid. And as we mentioned in the pre-show, every map win for Nosfer is going to be critical at this stage to try and grab himself a top 8 spot in terms of seeding. He's biding his time, but will be caught off guard by Kron. Looks to try and stay on. Uses the inject. Will he better kill him? No, he does not, as Kron now up 9-3 after just 4 minutes of play.
Absolutely lovely with the aggressive Ghost Walk there. Completely no clue from Nosfer's point of view. He's trying to fight fire with fire at the moment. He's coming off second best, so Nosfer has to reflect on his strategy so far. This could be a little bit of a turning point though, Lethal. He's got a frag and he's going to move that now into double major item pickup, and he can control the rail. So there is time to get a little bit of stability here from Nosfer's point of view, and that would be what I would C is the best course of action. Just trying to contain Kron, keeping him on the back foot, but Kron is having none of it, pushing in just with his rocket in hand at the moment, trying to contest for this Mega, but it's not going to come to anything at the moment. Neither player really connected with any sort of damage, but there we say that Tribot coming out right at the last.
Oh, some good damage coming out from Kron. Manages to take back still after the situation he placed himself in previously, looking to try and pursue on that recovery process, as it looks like Nosfer's going to try and put a stop to that, which he has done now. 10-5, we're just at the halfway point. And yeah, Dan, we were trying to ease ourselves into this week, but Kron is just getting loud and leery already this early on.
Yes, he's definitely blown the doors off of it so far. 5 minutes in, high-scoring game on Awoken, and Tron has come to play. Every single time this Ghost Walk's been off cooldown, he's been trying to use it to pick up the tempo and play aggressively. And I definitely like that. It's been catching Nosfer off guard. It's not the way it's normally played in the QPL.
Still, Nosfer hasn't got any rockets as of yet. Seems to be doing fine for now, but as I said, he has picked them up, just still circling around to see what to do against Kron. But of course, with that Ghost Walk in hand, it could be very difficult for Nosfer to try and tie this up. But seen him do it a few times in the past. Still just trailing around, lapping them out, see what he can find. He finds him, but Ghost Walk will probably be popped soon. Straight after that, but using the injet, some good shots coming out here from Kron just to keep himself alive.
Yeah, Nosfer's not being clinical whatsoever. He actually traps from there, but from with the defensive rockets did a huge amount of damage, as you said, forcing the inject out. And all the while, this is actually just buying time, because we are approaching that period of the game now. Whoa, okay, where the clock is becoming an enemy for Nosfer. And even when he's trying to string anything together, it's just not connecting. Little chuckle from the sigh coming out from Nosfer. And it's just not his game on Awoken so far.
No, it isn't, not at all. Mega ready to be picked up on standby. He'll be able to secure that, going top mid. It will be greeted by Nosfer once again, as Nosfer's pulled all the way back. Knows Heavy's out is going to go for it anyway, but he's available, needs to be so careful here. As he tries to look his jump up, but he doesn't actually make it. Still doing quite a fair amount of damage. Still hits the rail. Ghost walks away. One more should do it. Oh, he actually had to call it out as well. But for Kron's sake, he needs to win this map, because imagine how demoralised he's going to be if he misses out an opportunity to not only take this first map, but put him in a good position to try and win this, because he's only got a 3 frag deficit now to deal with.
Yeah, and the Ghost Walk is still down, and this is where it can come back to haunt you now. All of that aggression. Nosfer's making him pay, steals away the heavy, but at what cost? Eats his rail just to eliminate that stack. Big rockets coming out, but the last one, the converting one, doesn't connect. And it is Nosfer picking up that frag, keeping his momentum going. No major items up. And Nosfer needs to be a little bit careful here. It's getting close.
Shot, he finds him top mid again. What? The damage from him. I'll just run around with a shot at this point.
Basically, yeah. Like 2v2.
Unbelievable. Misses that last rail, though. He's going to be greeted by him, but has the Ghost Walk in hand. Good bait, good patience as well. He's looking to try and get away, but it's not going to happen. Nosfer takes him down, back to that 3 frag deficit. Still has time, considering the mobility he has, but the problem is he will have 1, potentially 2 Ghost Walks available.
You have to connect it, Nosfer, if you want a chance of winning. Hron steals it away, and with that, he might have stolen the chances of Nosfer's comeback away, because Hron gets a heavy spawn, takes away all major items. Yes, Nosfer's in the vicinity doing damage, but he's got no resources now for the next frag. 13-12. Ghost Walk will be up for the next engagement. Hron doesn't actually want to play plus back, he just wants to fight. He knows he can get a frag. He takes an absolutely clutch rail from Nosfer, but he's forced to retreat as well. He knows the timing of the heavy. This will be the last major item he'll be able to get before the buzzer goes. And Hron, he just wants to end it.
Mate, this is big. Oh, he finds him again, but he's only on 57 HP. Still back away, but he has the rockets for his defensive purposes and been recovered at the same time. But yeah, 15 seconds looks like it's not going to happen. Mega's up in 10. And at stage, looks like Juan is going to be taking this matchup 15 to 12. It was just a very explosive start. We thought we'd probably ease himself into it. If anything, Nosfer would be the one taking charge, dictating the pace of the matchup and then controlling the tempo, but completely opposite than what we anticipated. And well, our predictions are already out the window, so to speak. And Juan, though, 53% rail percentage against an Anarchy, not too shabby.
Yeah, I know. I've seen chat the last few weeks complaining there's no predictions. Well, I think it's a blessing now there's no predictions because it would be in shambles after that turnaround. And yeah, Ron picks up his 4th map of the QPL. You don't get to say that every day. And well deserved at that. It was a very fun game. As you said, it was largely down just to the aggression and the clinicalness coming out from Juan's point of view. Nosfer got off to a very shaky start, was not able to convert at all, was not able to resist any of these aggressive pushes coming out from Juan. He was caught off guard multiple times, and the deficit was just too large to recoup at that point. So, yeah, really well played by Juan. What can you say? He fully deserved that victory, and it was entirely unexpected.
Yeah, definitely unexpected. Even more if he takes this series as well. As you can see, 15 to 12 with that 53.5% rail accuracy against the Anarchy. I'm interested to see how Nosfer's going to try and claw his way back from this one. And what I really like from Juan, with what we've seen now compared to what we've seen previously, is his confidence in his decision-making, which also helps with his hesitation as well. He didn't hesitate at all with any decisions he made, which sped up the process and was able to secure a lot more frags than what he would have done normally. And you've got to remember, this was Nosfer's map pick, so now we're heading into Blood Covenant, but this is the map, which is going to be a little bit dicey. Of course, not the map itself, but just the champion picks. And Nosfer knows that he's going to have quite a decent advantage in terms of champion selection, but what is Juan's mindset going to be going into this? He's going to play slow and steady. How is he going to control the map? What's he going to do to avoid any kind of trade potential as well if he does get that early lead? It's going to be a lot to think about here for Juan.
Yeah, definitely. In my mind, you really can't afford to play too defensive when you're picking up a visor. You want to be on the front foot. You want to be trying to dictate the tempo. Obviously, using your ability to whittle down and maximize the damage output on your opponent, because you know a Slash, if she gets ahead of Steam, she gets some stack, she's going to be the one absolutely setting the tempo and just overbearing really in terms of pressure, and you want to make sure she doesn't get to that critical mass. So you want to be on the front foot as much as you can, obviously maintaining that high ground position and trying, if you can do it successfully, punishing any of those rail pickups as well. So as you said, a lot to think about, and you're always under pressure up against a Slash.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, Visor is very good on Blood Covenant in a lot of ways, but of course, when you're against someone like a Slash, an Anakin, and Athena, it just makes the task just that 10 times harder. And even though the piercing sight's actually very good, sometimes it's not going to work in your favor. Yes, it helps you prep for items. Yes, it helps you prep for, controlling a certain angle or parts of the map to give you that little bit of that comfort zone, so to speak. But even then, if you can't catch your opponent, then it's just a completely different ball game in itself. But let's see exactly what Kron's going to be able to do here. Nosfer knows that he'll have that mobility and speed advantage, but let's see if he puts it to good use here as we're going to Blood Covenant. Kron currently up 1-0 in this series, using that piercing sight straight away as we're going to be starting off from Kron's perspective. Good little rocket to start with as well.
Yes, indeed. Using it off the spawn. Nosfer does get that rail spawn, however, and we'll just manage the high ground and prevent any sort of aggression coming out from Ron's point of view.
Oh, that tri-bolt damage as well. Gets a little bit more. So anti-Vitali. Heavy's up in now. Oh, it gets caught with the rocket as well. Nosfer read him quite well. Probably heard the audio cues now, but when he dropped, he's probably still in that vicinity somewhere. Rightly so he was. Mega is still up, but won't be able to get it in time. So again, with Kron, hasn't got the weapons in his arsenal, but at least it steals the Mega away. Good rocket though. Look at to try and get the rail, but Nosfer's so weak.
Yeah, getting a little bit greedy himself there, dropping down into the damage of Kron. Too predictable. Kron uses that leverage now to get across and steal away the rail. Much needed weapon. It was obviously the enabling factor from the previous map. Already connecting with the first, but unable to do with the follow-up. but he will get himself over towards that heavy and gets out with it for now.
Yeah, both players, as you mentioned earlier, playing quite greedy and kind of overstepping the mark and just being in the position a little bit longer than anticipated. Another rail from Huron. Nosfer just backing away, just biding his time. Hits the first. He's just trying to keep him away from this Mega and hopefully have that gentleman's agreement, and let him go for that heavy, which seems to be the case. But even though Huron will not get the Mega, at least he could be in position just to be a little bit of a nuisance as he's found him just near that light. Find a couple of rockets just for safety concern, but luckily for Nosfer, Huron did actually miss that rail from the TP.
Yeah, Nosfer just putting on the pressure. This time Kron is not connecting anywhere near as many rails, only 2 out of 10 so far. And that is not good when you're playing a Vise, because that is what can happen. If you're not doing the damage against the slash, he will just close the gap, get in your face, and it's already too late at that point. So Kron trying to cut off the entry point, but in doing so actually outmaneuvers himself from the Mega. Oh, that is not a good frag.
Not so good creativity coming out there from Nosfer. I've seen a lot more of that compared to the previous matchup. He's trying to back away, but it's flying high from the LGs, left on 17 HP, but Kron is not exactly in a great spot himself in terms of stack. Heavy still up, Mega's in 5. Nosfer obviously more than welcome to contest this Mega away from Huron. Good damage coming out of that heavy machine gun. Looks like he'll be able to clean him up nicely, as he won't be in a position to get the heavy. Of course, Huron will get the spawn, but won't have the weapons in his arsenal to tackle this. But Nosfer knows this, of course, but is going to continue to back away due to his current stack.
Yeah, he's done a good job just to make sure he's consistently getting at least one of the major items. Could have spiraled out of control, but Kron is doing his best to steal them away. He's even got both major items back to back. He hasn't got the right weapons to make this challenge, though. Pushes in once again, just greedy. Very obvious what was going on there. And without a rail now lethal, this is where Kron's finding it very hard, because Nosfer can just play free reign around this map, and he's doing so unchallenged and unpunished.
You can see majority of the time just keeping that high ground to deny the rail, even if he doesn't have vision of it. Mega's been picked up, Heavy's up in 5. Looks like he's going to be picking up both items. 4 minutes in, it's currently 4-0. And this isn't looking too good for Kron at all in the slightest. We'll have to deal with the heavy machine gun for now in terms of having that range. Picks up the heavy. Does pick up the rail finally, though, so we'll give himself a tiny bit of leeway here, but needs to get a couple of chips in before progressing towards one of these items. He realises that he's in no man's land with, of course, Nosfer having the high ground. Mega's come up any second now, so he decided to leave it be. But does hit the first rail, but Nosfer does retaliate with one for himself. As we're approaching this halfway stage here, and we're going to have to try and find out what Kron can do here in order to get himself back in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised the momentum hasn't been stronger from Nosfer's point of view, but there is definitely more respect from Nosfer now after map 1. But you can feel it building now as he's able to get the split between the major items and put the perfect pressure on. Once again, Kron is in the vicinity to try and make something happen, but it was not to be. Good back-to-back rails there, finally connecting with something, and that will help a lot. If he can continue to do that, that's how he builds his way back into this game, Lethal.
Yeah, Nosfer, at this point in time, with 4.5 minutes left, since he has a decent scoreline, he can still continue to take a lot of risks, show that creativity as well. But as the scores get a little bit closer, if Kron does get a few frags, that's when Nosfer's going to switch to that reactionary passive role. And it's going to make life just that 10 times worse here. So we've got 4 minutes left as Kron's still trying to find a way in. I haven't really got too many ideas as of yet, but it does almost catch him there with that previous rocket. Almost a decent try, but just barely missed. But at least for Kron, they've got a rail for himself. Still railable, but seems like he's just going to keep his guard up. But Nosfer's going to be fine for now. Mega is currently up as Kron's going to be picking that up shortly. But yeah, you can see Nosfer at the moment just continue to waste a little bit of time here and there.
Yeah, he's not quite in the time-wasting zone, but he's just that vulnerable now where he's playing keep away, and he has the speed to do so. This is where Kron has to use his smarts to try and get on in and find an angle. Lovely rail right there. Completely nullifying the previous 30 seconds of play from Nosfer. And Kron is just going to rotate the items here, but as you said, it's just so difficult to trap this slash.
We've seen it time and time again as well. A lot of players, when they haven't got the mobility to hopefully just catch him off guard, play slow. Do not give too much away in terms of audio cues,
Nice
but
read.
he has to back away once again. But that's the only ways we see them trap a slash on the odd occasion. Of course, if there's more ideas, you could do that, but the problem is now he hasn't really got the time in order to play in that manner. Still directly above. Goes for the TP with the LG, but backs away once again. But I like that from Nosfer. It's like you mentioned before, it's still way too early. He's still playing the getaway game, but at the same time, he is wasting that time. At the same time, stacks were almost equal, but after picking up that Mega, Kron's can have a nice advantage and with the piercing sight.
Yeah, the balance is at the moment, he's trying to rotate the items and catch the slash, which you can't do both. You almost have to leave one of the items up as bait, play around those lights because they're not being punished at the moment. And you can see Nosfer here able to restack all too easily. Oh, he has been caught here. He got a little bit greedy going into that Mega Zone because he had the timing. But Kron's unable to punish it at this moment in time. Nosfer still sticking around. Big rocket to rail combo. Just going to will him down here and doesn't get the pick up lethal.
That's going to be curtains, really, I think, for this map. And two back-to-back rails left on 6 HP. Picks up the light as well. Heavy's going to be up shortly. And yeah, this is going to be a done deal here. 7-0. Could be 8 here.
Nice.
And it looks like it will be 8. So yeah, this is what we were scared of. I think all of us here, and I think, you know, the viewers at home probably anticipated that this is going to be a matchup which is going to be a tall order for Kron if he gave away that early lead to Nosfer, which he had done, and then it just didn't completely spiral, as you mentioned, but it just, you know, little by little, Nosfer just not really making too many mistakes and rectifying a few bits and pieces, and actually respecting Kron a lot more compared to that previous matchup here.
Yeah, it was definitely more balanced from Nosfer. A little bit sloppy in the opening stages, but ultimately it's just easier to execute with a slash on this map. Everything has to go right when you're playing a visor. You have to hit your shots, you have to time, you have to have the right positioning. Whereas with a slash, you just have more opportunities to manifest openings and then capitalize upon those openings. And we saw the basic challenge that Kron was facing in the mid game, where he needed to chase the game and he was doing these smart moves and he was hitting his shots, but he's still just a visor. And at that point, there was no way for him to catch Nosfer. So it's just really difficult, as you say, if you don't get that early lead and you're not able to control the map and the tempo, it becomes incredibly challenging. So I thought Kron put in a really good performance, all things considered. I didn't think it was the right pick.
Yeah, sadly, it is what it is. GG's from both players. So it was 9-1 in favour of Nosfer, and yeah, rightly so. Of course, with the slash, a wider variety of strategies, a lot easier to implement, and visor, you're not really going to do too much there. And with that early lead at the very beginning, it's going to be tough. And as you rightly mentioned as well, yeah, you have to hit pretty much everything and give up an item here and there, but maybe change your route in terms of how you're going to flank your opponent. It's very, very difficult. But that was the second map, so we are all tied up in this series, and we'll be going to Vale soon enough. And with a little bit more of a level pegging matchup in terms of champions as well, with the range of versus the item. But yeah, just going back to this, not really a huge amount to talk about. Nosfer just played that perfectly, keeping his distance, keeping his cool, keeping time of those items, and progressing as you see fit. Let him have it, and also at the same time, you know, playing that getaway game, wasting the time at the exact same moment, and it was just making it more and more difficult as time progressed in that second map.
Yeah, and it just felt like whenever Nosfer was in a position to get a frag, he was able to make it happen because he was a slash, whereas Kron had to put in all the hard yards and graft, and yet he couldn't manifest anything. And as strong as his control was in the mid game, it became a little bit predictable for Nosfer, and he's able to play around that rotation. So full credit to Nosfer. It was a very, very strong map. Again, I just reflect on the pick and say maybe if he picked something a bit more dynamic, he would have made his life easier. Still felt he played the visor well. It was just too much of a challenge.
Yeah, there we have it. It's 1-1 currently. Vale is going to be the next matchup. And this matchup is going to be interesting as well with the Ranger versus the Eisen. Would say for the favour of Juan, he's probably got a slight edge with the Ranger, of course, with the Orb and what you can do with it. But for the Eisen, though, it's going to be dependent on how early of a start Nos is going to have in terms of the control and the willingness in order to make that progression happen. But we'll have to see. Like, I'm very curious to see what exactly Nos is going to be doing with the Eisen as well, because we know how strong the Ranger can be. And that's why, of course, you saw Juan actually banning the Scale previously. He knew that Ranger still could be an option, obviously a good, wouldn't say obviously an incredible counter, but it's a decent enough counter to get away from Scale. But so is the Eisen as well at the exact same time. But it's not normally we see a Ranger versus Eisen matchup. Normally we see the Eisen versus the Galena. We've seen this Scale on the odd occasion now. We don't see it as often anymore because it normally gets banned by the time it is the third map. Vale's been the second or third map quite often nowadays. But, you know, I'd love to know your thoughts, Dan.
On what? On Visor? Oh my god, I can't speak. On Ranger versus Eisen.
Yes, please.
Yeah, it's more interesting. I like these, it's called the mirror matchups, particularly on the medium champions, just because it generally plays out for a slightly more methodical, traditional game. When you got these imbalances and immobility or stack, that's when it becomes more chaotic and a bit more imbalanced. So yeah, I really enjoy seeing medium versus medium. The abilities aren't game-breaking. I feel with the Ranger, you just have a bit more license to control the tempo, take these riskier plays, particularly if you can play around the full utility, whereas obviously Timmy has to be used in the complete right way, otherwise it becomes redundant.
Yeah, we've seen it quite a few times where they've made great use of Timmy, but in other times it's just been completely useless on the opposite end of the spectrum, so we'll see what Nosfer could do here. Tables up in next 5, an engagement already occurring. Not getting anything with the tri-bolt, but then again, Chron's not hitting that rail either, so they're just going to be backing away. But he's actually in position just to be a real nuisance towards this Mega, but a good rocket coming up, but Nos is only on 7 HP as he drops on the way down. As Chron now with a great stack, you can see he's charging, making that assumption that he's probably gone on the rotate towards rail to recover. But Nosford, great play there and great read as well, just making him assume that, just biding his time, playing patiently and just recovering with the health bubbles in the rocket proximity there.
Yeah, but flying stuff from front picks up now both major items. Nosfer's very much on the back foot. On with the read, unable to connect. A little bit too eager there, but he does know he has all of these resources to fall back on. He's got a big item split as well, so now it's Nosfer's challenge to try and play defensive around this next heavy, and he does exactly that, connected with the rail, the tri-bot spam. It's more than enough. Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, I think he was just assuming, but yeah, he's not going to hit that. Yeah, he did. He did. And the LG comes out as well straight after his Quanch trying to back away. 1 HP. And does manage to survive, luckily enough. It could have been a lot worse. Actually, it's going to get even worse now. Misses that rail, using York to go for the TP and goes for the Mega as well. Great stuff there from Quron, and nice idea from him as well. And after that steal, it's going to keep himself alive and well. Timmy's done a tad bit of damage there. Heavy's already been picked up those, as Quron just needs to try and back away if he can and just fall back on that recovery process once more.
Yeah, already both looking to fight. Lovely by Nosfer. Feel that already though, Quron is almost trying too hard to force these openings, and it's definitely, you've got to be more calculated on Vale, just because of the geometry, the way the map is laid out. You can punish your opponents playing defensively on this map, and that's what we've seen from Nosfer already. Just a little bit more proficiency and patience on his side, and that's why he's now taken this lead in spite of not having any early control.
Nosfer just buying his time for now. Great tri-bolt shot there, 105. Chron now is going to be in a spot of bother, especially if Nosfer's going to be on the aggro, but good LG coming out for Chron to keep himself in this match. That's still the heavy as well. That's going to be huge for him, but the problem is that 69 on that previous rocket is going to keep Quran at bay as Nosfer does pick up the light. And now looking to see if he can steal that one at the same time, which he does manage to, and it hits the rail. This is going to be a perfect chance for him to get this third frag.
Oh, no.
Will he be able to? Don't know if he hits the as if he...
Oh my
As if
lord.
he hit that gun back up the jump pad. Unbelievable.
2 HP, my friend. Ron. Don't know how he did that, but he made it happen. 2-2. To get trading items.
I'm not gonna lie, that completely threw me off. I thought, oh, okay, yeah, it'll be fine here.
I don't think Nosfer thought the same.
No, you're not wrong at all. It's 4 minutes in, still 2 apiece. It's the rail, but of course, Quran is railable. It's just going to be backing away and waiting to see if he's going to try and punish. Oh, this is perfect for him as well. I love this for Quran, just playing extremely patient, not needing to, of course, make any movement or any subtle sounds in order to create that deathbed for him. As we're nearly at the halfway point, Quran still looking to try and get it armored to his name, as Nosfer Stack's still looking pretty damn good, and it's going to start getting even scarier if he picks up that heavy as well.
Yeah, the rotation is now absolutely perfect from Nosfer's point of view. As I say, that Kron comes flying on through, steals away that heavy. So lovely timing from Kron, preventing that full stack of Nosfer. In doing so, he's done a huge amount of damage. But the return from Nosfer's there, and he's been healthy, picking up these lights. He knows when the Mega is, and he wants to contest it. He's got Timmy as well if he needs it, but he shouldn't do as 2 rails as Nosfer keeps his 70% rail threshold.
Oh, I got a nice bit of nail damage from that TP. Managed to get 90 total. Sadly misses that rail. Give him a slightly more comfortable lead. He's backing away once again. Mega's in 12, Heavy's in 18. Ikron's in position, or better position rather, but at the time Timmy's causing him a little bit of trouble here, as he actually went straight back through the TP. Oh, good orb as well, but good idea, but sadly wasn't able to suffice that, and it's going to pick up the Mega. Heavy's up as well any second now, but looks like Kron should be in position to get it, but he was just a little bit worried in case Nosfer was already on standby and that with that high ground.
All series long, Kron's done a great job of maintaining his presence on the items and at least normally getting a trade on the items in spite of being on the back foot. So I've got to credit him for that. And he's doing a good job as well of keeping up a huge amount of damage, going toe-to-toe with Nosfer. And that is what is keeping him in this game at 4-2. Nosfer extremely weak. Ron will be slightly late for the heavy, but Nosfer's just not in a position to contest. And now it's Ron with his orb in hand. No rocket ammo though! Oh, how unfortunate. Definitely would have been a rocket into orb follow-up there. So Nosfer lives to fight another day, and now can restack. So that's actually punishing for Kron. And he even gives up a frag lethal.
Oh, unbelievable. Some great rockets there coming out from Nosfer. He gets another 74 as he's passing by. Mega is up now. So we'll give himself a little bit of a helping hand. 3 minutes left. Still doable, mind you. As Kron now has stolen the heavy. Has that slight stack advantage, but of course with Nosfer railing as he is going through the stats, 66%. The steel boat comes up between the two, making that 6.
Yeah,
and now it's dire consequences.
Just got to be so wary going through that TP against an ice. And Timmy, it doesn't seem like he does an awful lot, but there we go. Kron keeps himself in it. 2 huge rails just before this next Mega and heavy. Kron making the plays.
With the orb as well, more than doable here. Again, Nosfer with the high ground, expecting Kron to go back through again, because he has done a couple of times, but Kron now is going to give it a miss. Or just delay it enough in order to be able to pass through without taking any damage. 2 minutes left, still a 3 frag deficit. Picked up the Mega. Heavy's come up any second now, and he's in prime position to try and grab this unless Nosfer takes any crazy risk. But a lot of damage coming out here as he's now going to try and get towards the rail. So he realises he's actually jumped on down, using the orb, will be able to grab it, and look at this, Dan. He's still got a great stat to continue the aggression with.
Well, you could see how wary Nosfer was. He wasn't willing to commit at all. I felt he should have been doing something over on that Mega, and not doing so. He opened up the door for Hron to go aggressive. Hron will now pick up this Mega. He saw Nosfer down below as well, so he's got the positioning, but with no orb up, can't do anything just yet. But there's no massive rush. With over a minute to go, it's plenty of time on Veil for 2 frags.
He hears and no, realises his exact position, got the information he requires in order to make this engagement, but doesn't want to take too much damage. Hits the first, doesn't hit the second though, but good rocket to rail combo coming out from Nosfer, and he's so weak, and it's gonna be a trade coming out from both, and Nosfer spawns with the rail, is gonna go straight away. Could pick up the rocket if he wanted to, but decided to try and at least catch Kron off, and in the end manages to continue. 45 seconds left though. Kron, look at the stack as well. Long as he's got the weapons in his arsenal at the same time, he can definitely make this a viable option. And he misses that first rail. Nosfer just backing far, far away here, Dan.
Yeah, he's still got the orb though, and he can chase. Nosfer does hear him. Kron just has to do something to close the gap. Oh, Nosfer doubles back. He actually outsmarts himself. Kron, not the cleanest, but it is just before the next round of items. He has time to get this Mega. Where does Nosfer spawn? He goes down to the rail. Kron's not in the right vicinity. He knows, he must know. Nosfer hiding out, but Kron takes the wrong turn. He hears him, but it's going to be too little too late. He's chasing with 1 second to go, Lethal. No!
Honestly, another half second, of course, with a direct hit, could have been an entirely different story. Look at the rail accuracy as well. 61 from Nosfer and 53 from Kron. Like, he was railing a lot better towards the end, but Nosfer was just entirely consistent the entire time. But we'll talk about Kron in terms of like his performance so far in the QPL and what to expect from him in the Quake World Championships. And we need to see more of this, like a lot more over the next coming weeks.
We've seen it in bursts, in maps here and there, some of which where he's pushed always the best players to the limit, but it hasn't been this consistent across the series pretty much all season long. I mean, this map was an absolute slugfest, I would say. I think Nosfer played to Kron's strengths to a certain degree, particularly trying to play in these aim-heavy fights, these rail fights. That's where Kron thrives. But there was so many moments where you saw how creative and how smart Kron can be. The amount of times he was catching Nosfer off guard, the way with which he was keeping himself in these games, in spite of Nosfer taking some quite heavy control. As you said, we just want to see more of that. Less sporadic, less inconsistency, and he wouldn't see himself down the bottom. But today is another day where he does unfortunately lose a series, but it's got to feel good to pick up a map against someone like Nosfer.
Absolutely, and Nosfer's going to be happy, as we mentioned before, is lingering around 10th, still trying to secure that top 8 spot, and this is the series layout here from what we witnessed. Kron had a fabulous start in that first map. Second map, sadly went in Nosfer's way, got that early lead and was able to really abuse and manufacture how Slash is going to be played with that movement, speed and agility, and then going to that final map. But very close affair in itself, and I'm happy with how Kron played on that first and third map. I think one thing we've seen from him compared to what we've seen in previous weeks is how proactive he's been in comparison to what he was previously. And, you know, we didn't see much of that before. He probably would second guess a couple of times, but, you know, a small amount of hesitation, a lot more confident in his decision making, and we saw a lot more proactiveness coming out from Kron overall.
Yeah, for sure. I'd even say I thought he played well on map 2, considering the pick differential.
Yeah.
I think it was a very good series. He could even won map 3, so really enjoyed that. Well played for both players, and yeah, hopefully we get to see more of that same player in future weeks.
I hope so. I'll be a bit, sad if we go back to normal in the following week. But yeah, we'll see how it goes here, because of course, you know, we've only got 8 weeks left, so you know, time is of the essence, Dan. But for that though, that is the first series out the day. That was between Kron and Nosfer, and we've got so many great games for you today. It's actually unreal. But the next one though is going to be Maxter versus Cygib. So guys, don't go anywhere. I'll be back just in about 5 minutes. And welcome back to the Quake Pro League. We've already got one series done and dusted. It was 2-1 between Nosfer and Hron. And now we've got a next matchup here, Dan, between Maxter and Saigib. And well, to see what Saigib can do here. We know he's been riding that struggle bus a little bit, same in Hron's position as well. Of course, picks and bans is going to be, surely it's going to show exactly what could entail later on. But we'll find out as Max is playing, I feel, a lot better in terms of his recent form.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think Saigib again has had a bit of a tough season so far, and you can see it there. He's been picking up maps here and there, but nowhere near enough series, beating out, say, Chain and Sib, who you generally would expect him to, but across the board, they even, for instance, losing to Hron. We saw how good Hron can be, but it's still a little bit of a surprise for a stalwart like Saigib to drop a series there, considering the season Hron has had. So it's been really, really tough, and he's just somebody that has all the right ingredients, but just doesn't play polished enough to beat the best of the best. And he's going up against an opponent today who, as you just said, has been going from absolute strength to strength this season, and in my books once again could be somebody to upset the very best players leading this Quake comp.
So he could do. Saigib has been scraping maps here and there, even against a couple of top players as well. And Max said this is going to be very important for him. Currently 6th on the leaderboard, playing 11 matches. And now he wants to continue making sure he can have that best seed possible, but obviously secure that top 8 spot so he can have a day off on a Friday going on to the Saturday. And as you can see, these are his previous results. And, you know, we did say before that, you know, early on it was a little bit of a struggle. Like, he had some good results against Hron, Chain and Tox, etc. Did have his moments in the struggling against Kilson, and even lost to Dramus at one stage as well, 2-1. That was a big win for Dramus there. But yeah, look at his recent form, as you mentioned before here, Dan, being Nosfer 2-1, and Sib actually managed to get a map off Maxter previously, but the 3-0s against Avik and Strong Sage was big for Maxter.
Yeah, a little bit erratic at the start of the season, dropping to Sirius, for instance, there, the 3-0 against Venga, nothing to sniff at, but still, you would expect him to potentially pick up a map. But yeah, he's been building his way into this series now, and he's been looking better and better. And catching up with him, watching his streams, watching him practice, he looks in scary form at the moment whenever I watched him play, and I just feel he's going to be continuing that momentum today. And there's definitely still areas of his game he knows himself he can improve upon, and that's definitely going to be obviously his focus, is pushing up the levels across the board in terms of his game now before the finals.
Yeah, in the last Quake World Championships, even though he placed third, it was one of those things where you could see the massive difference in skill. Well, I wouldn't say massive difference in skill, but in terms of like dueling experience and adaptation there, it was like his aim skill is always going to be there consistently across the board. We've seen it time and time again. That's not something he needs to really worry about at all. Yeah. But his adaptation has been absolutely key. There's been some other minor constructive pieces to the puzzle for Maxter, which he had to fix, like his ammo management and his weaponry at times. But he's kind of corrected that time and time again, and fixed his timings a little bit more as well as he's gone along the way. So I'm excited to see what he can do in a couple months' time. But not only that, see what he can do here, is we're going to see the picks and bans between these two, as Max wants to continue that trend and get his 5th win on the bounce. So we do have Multifalls and Veiled banned completely outright, and again, Saigib gets one of his better maps, or one of his best maps, so to speak, especially this season. He's been very, very strong on Corrupted Keep, and then we would go straight to Deep Embrace afterwards, and then Awoken as our final matchup. But Corrupted Keep, though, very, very standard as they come. The usual Strog versus Ranger matchup, and then Deep Embrace with the BJ versus the Doom, which is going to be interesting in itself. But Awoken is a little bit tricky to discuss as well. The Eisen versus the Visor.
Yeah, they're both opting to ban out the light champions here, just playing pretty more standard. Nobody's even willing to experiment with the heavies, so good to see, yeah, pretty equal across the board today. A bit more unusual in Awoken, as you say, but when you get down to the last map, it's more just becoming preference picks. So I feel it's fairly even across the board. Probably the most interesting pick for me there is that BJ on Deep Embrace, slightly more unorthodox, obviously lacking the clear mobility to dominate the map as somebody like a Doom does, but we've seen the strategy move away from needing that as a necessity. So yeah, a little bit interesting to see just how Maxter intends to use the dual wield on that particular map, but otherwise it's more or less as you would expect. We actually did see Visor creeping into the meta a little bit towards the beginning of the stage with regards to Visor on Awoken, but it's definitely dropped off a lot since then. And we've seen Ison more of a preferred pick here and there on Awoken, so not massively unusual, but still a little bit more different when potentially you could have been a scale bearer or thrown into the mix. So obviously we've seen a lot of clutch if people like to play that. It's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I would love to know in terms of your prediction how you feel like this is going to go. Normally I would say a max to 3-0, but I think I might be leaning more towards a 2-1. Corrupt to Keep, we know that Saigib can be very, very good on. We've seen it time and time again, and a lot of the maps he's been scraping by after top players have actually been on Corrupt to Keep as well. And the BJ pick, I want to see what Maxa can do with that. If it was something a little bit different, then in terms of champion picks, then I probably would have decided more to 3-0. But again, the Eisen versus the Visor matchup, it's a matchup we very rarely see on Awoken. We have seen the Eisen and Visor pop up on very rare occasions on Awoken, but because of it being map number 3 and all the light champions have been removed, of course, that's probably why they've gone for those picks overall.
I don't see anything in there that would suggest it not being a max to 3-0 for me. I feel that Saigib, as a player, just enjoys to play and enjoys to fight, and in many ways that will play into Max's strength, and I just feel that he'll struggle to keep up with the raw power that Max is going to bring, basically. Yeah,
we know Max, in terms of combat skills, loves a good punch-up, Dan.
Yes.
Loves it. And Saigib is probably well aware of that as well. And I was curious to see how things were going to go. We've seen Max to pull out some crazy picks. We've even seen use a slash a while back on Corrupt to Keep. But of course, he wants to keep things slow and steady and normal for this point. The Strog range has always been the go-to matchup. We don't really see the BJ pick as often as we used to anymore, or the Galena as often anymore. And it's pretty standard, so to speak. But let's see how things are going to turn out here. I kind of feel like if it was going to be a 2-1, this is Saigib's best map and best chance to do so. If not, then I do agree with that 3-0 prediction as well, as we're going to be kicking things off here from Maxter's perspective.
Yeah, it's an interesting point about somebody like a Slash. Maybe it's a little bit of respect there from Max's point of view as to the way in which he expects Saigib to play this. As we said, he wants to fight, and there's the rocket to open it as well, and picking a slightly tankier champion will enable that. Forced to pop the orb already as Max is keeping the aggression on in the opening 20 seconds of Corrupted Keep, but unable to finish off Saigib until now.
Finds him in that red room, but picks up the light as he picks up the Mega. Heavy is still up, mind you. And still hasn't been picked up. This is good delay coming out from Saigib. Max is going to be completely thrown off by that, even with a 5-second margin. So hopefully this will give Saigib a little bit of leeway later on to contest that Heavy later.
Yeah, but if you're doing that, you really do have to win the next fight around the Mega. Otherwise, that whole advantage slips away, and already he's worked himself out of position here. Good play by Max to keeping away. She gets a little bit punished there and gets out fairly unscathed, all things considered. He's even taken position for this Heavy as well, so I have to take back everything I just said, Lethal, as he managed to make it work to his advantage.
So I'll let you off there, Dan. It's all good as Max has taken a huge amount of damage, left on 49, but in a perfect position to recover and keeping his distance as well away from that LG if he can with that heavy machine gun. But we know how useful this heavy machine gun is on Corrupt to Keep. As Max is now having to back away once more and have to play the cat and mouse game once again. And of course, gets a little bit of damage, but not as much as he would like or intended. Of course, picking up that light previously, just gonna stand his ground and wait for Saigib to charge on round from that red room here. So Mega's up in 12. Good rocket damage count from Max. Great damage, but the direct, which Saigib has been known for the last couple of months. Especially on Corrupt to get another direct again. But Maxter finally takes him down, but took a huge amount of damage as the Mega has now been picked up by Maxter.
And a while Saigib appears once again as he just wants to fight, although he's not really in the position here. He's praying for a big shotgun blast, but it's not to be. And now Saigib is very much on the back foot. Maxter with the timing now with both major items. He's back into this in terms of control. Saigib has no items to work with. Playing the Ranger on this map means he's always got the get out of jail free card when the orb is up, which it is now. But obviously not really wanting to burn that. He just runs straight on through, hoping to not get spotted. But it's looking bad for Saigib now. He needs to find a way to punish these pickups.
Oh my God, that direct from that range as well. And this is going to be I love this for Max as well. It's a great chance for him to secure his frag, but at the same time, he doesn't want to take too much damage in the process. But even though Sagiv was cleaned up, good damage from him to counteract that push where he could have actually had a much bigger stack after that initial engagement, but still looking to pick up the Mega. Sagiv now to back away. We'll find him greeted by that Pika. It's just a matter of time here before he tries to clean up, but it looks like Sagiv does get away and leaves him for the time being picking up that heavy.
Big deciding factor at the moment is just the way in which Max is able to do a significant amount more entry damage and chip damage. So with Sagiv, it's been pretty much all or nothing when he takes his engagements, whereas Max is weakening his opponent up, softening him, so when there is a fight, it often falls in his favor, and that's why we're already seeing this 5-1 scoreline, because of the efficiency that we see from Max's POV. And unfortunately for Sagiv, he's also unable to find any way to do any sort of damage on these pickups, and that just means Maxter can play pretty much as free as he likes around the map and just take these raw engagements now.
Using that Pika just to keep him pinned down into the corner. Is out to circulate around once again, goes for the TP, finds it with the LG. So Mega's going to be, it's very unfortunate as he wasn't able to pick that up, but nevertheless, Maxter extends his lead now up by 6. Heavy will be picked up and now needs to try and claw back from this 5 frag deficit, and with the stack Maxter has right now, this is seriously not looking good as we're approaching the halfway stage.
No, but that's the 3rd time in a row that Max is pressuring that light armor, and Sagiv needs to be aware of these movements, aware of the timings better. So what he should be trying to do is delay the pickup of that heavy or delay the exit to try and do some damage so he can get these clean pickups. But at the moment, just by standing around that light area, he's giving the whole middle of the map away to Maxter. This is better, trying to pressure it, but the execution is not good.
That's not the best. Still continue to eat up these lights. Problem is, he's going to be making that 9.
Yikes.
Yeah, this is a
huge
yikes, especially with that direct as well. This isn't go from bad to worse here. Still hasn't picked up a heavy machine gun, mind you, yeah.
Yeah, and that's big. He's only done 150 damage with the heavy machine gun, which should be a critical weapon when you're out of control of this map. But he just looks a bit clueless at the moment. He's got no items. Max is sort of full control, dictating the tempo, and he's not being punished.
No, not at all. Just denying the weapons away from Sagiv, as well as eating up all these lights and having great item control so far, Dan. He's already got 17 items and Sagiv's only got 6.
Yeah. Yikes.
Don't know about miracles, Dan, but I don't think this is going to happen. I think this is just going to be quite one-sided here, sadly, for Sagiv. We know how good he is on cut to keep, but Max is just playing out of his mind. He's playing a near-perfect game in terms of just not giving Sagiv any room to kind of get back in this matchup with the, eating up the lights, pressuring on these items, and denying some of the weaponry on spawn. It's just making it really tough for him so far.
Yeah, he is. And this is absolutely suffocating for Sagiv at the moment, because he's pretty much just relying on moments of magic to do any sort of damage to Maxter, let alone even dream of getting a frag against Maxter. So this is what I'm talking about. He's not doing enough to manufacture the frags. For instance, that was just a little bit of an overextension from Maxter. He definitely needs to do more of this chip damage, more spam, and just play a little bit smarter, but it is a frag nonetheless, even if it is 14-2.
Oh, cleans him up with that LG almost, but he will do it in the end. But take a bit of damage in the meantime from that previous rocket, but Sagiv knows that it's all gas, no brake here if he wants to bring this back by 11 frags, but it's going to be very, very, very unlikely here as he's already taken way too much damage. Good. 70 from that previous rocket, gets greeted by the Pika and says goodnight to him whilst waiting for that Mega. 2.5 minutes left, and Max is now just going to continue on with this aggression circling around.
And the pattern repeats itself. Oh, okay.
Well, there's one way to get a frag, but he's on 2 HP here, Dan. So this is
Yeah, but he got
not
a
the best of
teabag
situations.
people. That's
Exactly.
what counts. He's the real victor here.
Oh dear, 2 minutes left, 12 frags, of course not going to happen, but he's going to try and miss as competitive as possible. Good rockets, and Maxter still comes out on top on that previous bout. And it's going to be greeted again with the LG, good LG, flying back towards the TP exit. And Maxter now just waiting for that next light, but Saigir now just trying to make a go of it. Get a bit cheeky, isn't he, young Max? They're a little bit cheeky there.
A little bit. Well, it's all good fun. 18-4. It's like if it needs to play a little bit less like a bulldog next time. Just gets out of spawn and holds the W key, irrespective of circumstance. This is what I meant. It's you can't do that against Maxter.
You naughty boy. Max is still putting him in that red room, picks up the light, but yeah, Heavy's going to be up. He's going to catch him off guard. Beautiful rocket, picks up the Heavy. Only 40 seconds left here, Dan. 20-4. Can make it 21 almost from what he saw there, but yeah, not a big fan of the Heavy machine gun, is he?
Yeah, well, I think shows the type of form that Max is in at least.
That is absolutely right. There's still only got 15 seconds left. It can be found in with that Pika. Gets the damage he needs. Going for that Heavy. I guess the direct straight afterwards and finishes him with that LG. But that's a sealed deal here. We pretty much knew that from the halfway point. 21-4. Oh, excuse me, make that 22. And Maxter flying on the Sova. A lot of flair coming out from him. A fantastic start in this series.
On Saigir's map pick, one of which you were praising his performances on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate, I'm going by stats here, mate. I'm just going by what I see. But Max has just thrown me under the bus in terms of that department, but I'll let him off. It's fine. But yeah, Jesus Christ, 22-4. And yeah, like I said, it was his map pick. So it makes you wonder what's going to happen in these next couple of maps as well. It's going to be very, very tricky here for Saigir. It was on EU, so next one will be on NA. But my goodness, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. We'll have to see what Saigir can pull out the bag from what we just witnessed as an absolute massacre.
Yeah, this is the problem with Saigir in some instances, is that he's a very momentum-based player, I feel. When he gets that control, and as you saw the offset at the start, when he gets that rotation going, he can be quite intimidating because he does hit a lot of very, very good shots. He has a huge damage output, and he can do the basics well. He'll time and rotate, but when he gets locked out of that map, as you saw there, he doesn't really have a plan B or a second gear. It's just no chill, run at your opponent until it works, and if it doesn't work, this is what happens. So this is why I was a little bit worried for this particular matchup against Maxter, because it's quite hard to play that strategy when someone hits harder than you and understands how to play around that. So really well played by Maxter. I don't think he was tested too much in this map. Definitely going to be a different story, though, with a plan B now in a rail. So the challenge for Saigir on Deep Embrace is, if he doesn't have the control, what are you going to do? And that's what we're going to see, a bit more smarts coming out from the Moroccan.
That's right, indeed. At least Saigir will have a little bit more mobility in hand, but yeah, my goodness, if it's anything from what we just witnessed on Corrupted Keep, and now we've got a rail in hand, which is going to make matters even worse for Saigir, considering Maxter, you know, in terms of his trend with the rail and how efficient he can be. Yeah, it's going to be a real tough ask here. And, you know, you're going back to that 3-0 prediction. I'll agree with you now. I was hoping Corrupted Keep will show...
Thanks, man.
it will show a bit of live, but no. It was maybe I was hoping for something a little bit more. But it's just weird because in terms of how Saigir performs on Corrupted Keep normally, he plays extremely well. It's how methodical he could be on that map as well. But Maxter didn't really give him any kind of chance in hell in order to actually make that happen. And it's for Maxter, it was just playing his A game.
Yeah, he did. And one of the things about Maxter, in my opinion, is that he's perhaps the best in the game currently at just constant pressure off spawn. When he gets up his opponent, he's incredible at punishing them and racking up those frags back to back, and that's where Saigib in particular is very vulnerable. He plays quite methodical off the spawn, and in many instances just wants to rush straight back in, and Maxter punished him. And this is another map where you can have that capability to string the pressure successively. So that's where, again, I'm a little bit worried for Saigib. It's just lacking the nuance to get out of those sticky situations.
He normally hits on average about 30 direct rockets last on cut to keep, so it's a little bit of a shot to the system. We didn't see as many.
Why are they fighting here?
I don't know. This is yeah. I'll be honest with you. I was going to say something else, and then I got a little bit shell shocked by what I was witnessing there. But of course, without that light, okay, Max has managed to pick that up. Mega is still available. He does pick up the heavy, nonetheless. I give kind of that gentleman's agreement and go for the mega. But now he's got the rail of his own. Hits the first, doesn't hit the second, but he's done enough to keep Saigib away. But Max doesn't want that and wants to charge on in, get close and personal, and start cleaning on up. And he has done with that first frag.
Yep, all brute force again. Max to punishing that pickup once again, as we said he could. And he's just going to walk on in with 2 weapons instead of 1 and force the Doom away. We hear the Berserk come out to get across to that Mega. Question is, can he get out free? Gets a rail, but not much else at this moment in time. And there you go, clean as you like from Maxter.
Again, not the patience from Maxter. Could have obviously pushed on in with the rockets, but just wants to make the assumption and a good read for Saigib to rotate rounds towards that murder hole there. Good rail coming up from Saigib. Second will be crucial. Picks up the heavy, so even if he does get taken down, at least he's burnt that. But it looks like he's able to recover. Hits another rail, going to the percentages. It's 71 for Maxter, but 42 for Saigib. He has, of course, fired twice as much, but he needs to hit a lot more in order to come back in this match, yeah.
Yeah, but this is the positive now in that he wasn't in control, but with the rail in hand, he can play slightly more passive, not feel obliged to just rush his opponent. As we saw in the previous map, he wasn't particularly keen on using any long-range hit scan. He just wanted to fight, whereas at least with the rail, he can now soften Maxter up before making those maneuvers. This is where it becomes a little bit more dangerous. Not necessarily scary, but at least dangerous. And he's got a big split between the major. Okay, he's just gone full man mode and wants to fight. He doesn't even care that Maxter's got 2 LGs. He's just going to run at him. Continue to hold W and continue to hold W, and then it works.
Yeah, surprise attack nonetheless. Manages to get away with it. Heavy is up, but Rocket jumps up towards it. Good heavy machine gun damage coming up from Maxter.
That was the reverse of a surprise attack. He just popped berserk and ran at Maxter. But this time it works. He's now managed to nearly tie it up.
So yeah, I meant to Saigib just charge on in like that and still like going forth. As soon as I had the dual wield, he was like, yeah, right.
I'll just do it anyway.
yeah. I'll chill for a bit now and just assess the situation as Maxter still holding his ground. 2 seconds left until his heavy appears before his very eyes. Manages to grab that, and this could be a good time for him to get this full frag if he does some damage with those rockets, but sadly he could not earlier on. Just holding that angle with the rail, goes in with the rockets. Good directs. Saigib does decent amount of damage as well. But it looks like it's going to be all tied up here, as it's now 3 apiece between the 2.
And this is where we talked about where his strength lies now. It's playing that rotation, keeping the items on lockdown, and then just bullying his opponent with just raw damage output. And now it's the pressure's definitely on Maxter to try and find a way to slow this tempo, because as we've seen so far, Saigib does not know how to slow the tempo. So Maxter has to find a way to assert himself on the map.
Certainly does, and also keeping the rail out of his hands as well. 62 from that last tri-bolt. Mega is up, but look at the damage Saigib has managed to do. He's only on 2 HP. Maxter on his tail here with that LG. Doesn't get up, and if he did, may have still been taken down, but at least would have burnt heavy. So now Maxter's got all the goodies.
Yeah, that was a big moment not to burn the heavy, as you say. You're pretty much always going to go down, but allowing Maxter to get in on that major item means he can reassert his foothold onto this map. He's got the Mega now. Saigib has absolutely nothing to do except try and hold this territory. His next objective is to win this heavy. And he can't do that. He does hit a rail though. And a second, in fact.
Even a third now, yeah. At least he's was keeping the stacks level pegging, but Saigib now, even though he had 2 good rails, just trying to hold on to map control just a little bit, but of course with the stack he can't continue on from that position. Mega's been picked up, Heavy's in 8. Max has got there nice and early. Just trying to witness or find out what Saigib is going to be up to. It seems like Saigib's having absolutely none of it, not even really going to make any kind of attempt to contest it, but with his stack he can't really do that anyway, but at least he picks up that light back to his default. But Maxter now just biding his time here. He knows once it gets that first rail, maybe even a second on top, then he can go forth and just using that dual just to be a little bit of a threat here and just throw Saigib off in terms of those audio cues. But good LG damage coming up from Saigib there from above.
Yeah, but just like how cautious Maxter is being, even after the pickups of these items, because this is the period of time where, when you're in control, you're generally the most vulnerable. You pick up a major item, you feel like everything's going your way, you can take on the world, but that's when your opponent wants to punish you, and Maxter is managing those situations perfectly.
Great rail there from Maxter. Needs to be very careful here. Mega is up, but again, just get 2 over ZS for that Mega. Switching over. Hasn't got any rail ammo left, but does have the heavy machine gun. He's still got to play the distance game. Tickled over the tri-bolt, but gives him the info he needs. That Saigib's going to head straight for that heavy. As Mega's up in the next 20 seconds. As Max is still trying to get another rail from that angle. Saigib, good read from there, but misses the rail. And directly underneath him, he's going to try and fry it or throw down a few rockets here. Just get a bit of damage before he goes, but literally whips out the dual wield, and the rail comes out from Saigib. And he does pick up that Mega to tie things up once again.
Yeah, Saigib's doing a much better job this time of managing Maxter. And it's all been down to that rail once again. Got a huge amount more damage than Maxter in terms of rail. 1,300 damage from Saigib, only 720 from Maxter. We don't often see that, him being out-railed. And it's been the factor that's really got him back into this series.
Yeah, a little bit strange in itself. But saying that, though, Max has hit a very important rail. Still gets the heavy, mind you. Hits a second. It's backed away now, and that Mega will be up in 10 seconds directly underneath him. And Saigib is actually going to circulate around. Rather than raining down an airstrike. Hasn't got any rail, sadly, but does have that tri-bolt to try and tickle him a tad. But it's going to use that Berserk to secure that Mega for extra insurance. Heavy's up in 5 as well, and Saigib's now in prime position to try and take this lead.
Yeah, Max is very weak, very weak. He's doing enough of a job of trying to delay Saigib, and he's not taking any damage at the moment, but it does feel inevitable that Saigib's going to find an in, and he's got the stack just to bully his way in, and that's exactly what he's trying to do here. He's not been able to connect with anything, though. And that has just evened up those stacks already, so really well played by Maxter on the defense there. He's not confident enough to take the Mega, but he just wants to punish it. 2 rails, he knows how weak Saigib is now, and that's won himself a heavy, so incredible defensive play from Maxter.
Yeah, big plays, and we've only got a minute 10 left remaining. Saigib's got top mid control. It's going to be greedy, but he actually misses the rail and hits him with a few... Well, only one good rocket for is going to make that second, but sadly hit the wall. Now we've only got a minute left. Both players almost on equal stacks. Max to a tiny bit of an advantage. Comes up with the LG, pushes him back towards the murder hole, using the Berserk to get away. Does manage to, and that Heavy's going to be up, but Max is already above him here. This is going to be crucial for Maxter to take this second map.
Yeah, huge. Both items now back-to-back. He's done lots of damage as well. You can see how weak Saigib is. He walked through that murder hole. Actually experiencing the name in real time, and now it has to be a frag for Max. It doesn't connect. He lets Saigib get away, but for how long? He's still so incredibly weak. 39 HP, gets a bubble, but he's still railable, and there's nothing up on the map at the moment. At least nothing that is achievable for Saigib. He's just gonna have to pray he doesn't get hit.
Beautiful.
And Maxter finds the angle with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing he can do now. Great back-to-back rail from Maxter just to solidify that map 2 win. And yeah, it was, for Maxter in that position, he was fine. The light was already picked up top mid. He knew that there was going to be absolutely no armor anywhere on the map unless he has to go all the way from heavy side down to the bottom near the murder hole, only light left remaining. And he had plenty of time, of course, that meant to go for that mega and then see what he goes for the heavy afterwards. But yeah, that was ridiculous stuff. But you were right though, Saigib had a better hit percentage in terms of the rail at one point, but Max just switched it on towards the end and looked a lot better in comparison. Obviously the turning point being with Saigib having that huge stack advantage and having great defense and reactionary play coming up from Max as he was going for that mega afterwards.
Yeah, that around the 8-minute mark is definitely where the biggest turning point was. He couldn't lock down his opponent. Maxter did a great job to skirt away from any potential damage, and then when Saigib did find the smallest of openings, he actually got punished for it. So remarkable play by Maxter on the defense, but it's just a completely different Saigib this map than what we saw last map. Far more calculated, slowed the tempo down. Obviously the rail was a massive factor in that, but even that irrespective, just the way he played around the items just was far more calculated, was what was particularly impressive, and was really unfortunate actually not to walk away with a victory, or at least take that into overtime. So full credit to Maxter to be able to maintain his presence of mind. But as we say with these players that haven't had the best seasons, they have these moments of glory. It's just how do they have then that next layer of consistency where they can take that and turn it into more and more maps.
Yeah, it's just breaking through that brick wall, the skill ceiling, isn't it, to then be able to carry on with that level of consistency there. 7-5 for Maxter, actually doing much better on each other's maps, which is actually quite funny in itself. It's gone from a one-sided matchup to a very close affair, and now we're going to go to Awoken in a champion matchup, which we're not normally used to. We have seen these champions picked one side or the other, but not really together that often on Awoken with the Eisen versus the Visor. And I remember you made a very valid point, you know, on Veil between Kron and Nosfer earlier with the fact that, yeah, if you're going to use the Eisen, you need to really use the turret till its full effect, or at least make some use of it, because it's going to be completely useless to a certain degree. But the problem is, I kind of feel like it's a little bit more difficult on Awoken to actually make use of the turret.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, there's always ways you can use it. You can use it, you know, cheesy on the jump pad by the Mega. You can use it up on top mid to block any spam on the entryway. If you're just using it in fight alone, just trucking it in the doorway and then running in, that's a really simple use just to block the damage, right? And so there isn't, you know, these OP positions that you would see on somewhere like a Veil where you put it and it's going to do a lot of damage consistently, but you have to be smarter with it. And that's the key. If you're going to pick Eisen, you just got to know how to use it. But generally, you'd see it more in the Mega room. There's just more angles for it, and it can block a lot more damage in that space, or in and around defending the Mega. But yeah, you definitely have to use it smarter. But the same goes for Visor, right? If you use the ability and you don't get anything off of it, then I mean, you're just a nothing at that point. You just run around the map with your stack. So you have to be smart with both of these champions and both these abilities, which is why you don't see them an awful lot on Awoken.
That is true, yeah. You know, like you said with the mega jump pad for the turret, and obviously leaving the turret on the LG spawn as well for when they come up, it's going to make things a lot more easier for them. And you're right though, like sometimes with the Eisen, they can make Timmy very useful. It can be completely obsolete. We never really get much of a middle ground here, but we'll see what he can do with that. So it's going to be Visor versus the Eisen matchup here going into Awoken, as Max is now coming up 2-0 in this series. And we're already having a little bit of a scuffle already on the nail. Straight away comes out with the gauntlet kill from the get-go, as Maxter already up 1-0 around the 9-second mark.
That was the most stereotypical Saigib death I've ever seen in my life. Just off spawn, go for a brawl, and it doesn't work out. We already talked about the abilities. Max is using it actually as more of an informational tool. So he's chucked it up on that rail gun, not necessarily to defend it, but just to let him know when his opponent has a rail. So pretty interesting use of it.
It's actually repositioned at this stage, but Saigib finds it, but Maxter knows exact location and his whereabouts, and just find a few nails just to confirm that. But still, so I gives like maybe give it 20 more seconds. Hopefully, you won't know. But oh my god.
I'll allow it.
I thought he would say something like that, but yeah, it was a very interesting start. We had a massive punch up around Nail, and now things have taken a complete opposite end of the spectrum. Here's Max just in that choke point, throws a turret back around and is just taking out every single turret efficiently here. Mega's up in the next 5 seconds, Dan.
Yeah, he was obviously trying as best he could to prevent the rail pickup. Definitely appreciating the importance of that weapon, not only on the map, but just in Saigib's hands. We saw it all of last map. And already we're just seeing this far more slow-paced play from Maxter now, playing the angles. He doesn't want to get into any brute force duels with Saigib, because that's what Saigib wants.
Certainly does in this LG battle, still very back and forth. Both players, especially Jumps Rails, hasn't got any rocket ammo left, sadly, but at least he's got the turret and he hits the rail. He's going to go for the 2 for 2, but God, just in the nick of time, he hits the rail, but the problem is he's picked up the Mega. Saigib's going to be fine. And Heavy's up in 5, and he's going to try and make sure to get in position for it before Maxter even attempts to trade. But of course, with the LG spawn, it's going to be way, way too far away. And this is looking a lot better from Saigib compared to that craziness at the very beginning.
Oh dear. A little bit greedy from Saigib's point of view there, trying to cut off Maxter, just definitely not quick enough. Turret goes into the corner in case Saigib wants to push. Preparations in advance. Saigib just drops that a bit. Oh, what?
Oh my god, I thought he might go off the map. I couldn't see exactly where his position, but yeah, very dicey. 146 from those last 2 rockets. Still whipping out the rockets. Let's see if we can clean up with the LG, but great finisher with that last rocket as well. 3 minutes have passed as Maxter now getting into the groove of things a little bit here. Picks up the Mega, Heavy's up in 12, both in position for it. It's just a matter of who is going to get it, but of course with Maxter with the stack advantage and with that turret. Oh, good LG coming out from Saigib though here, Dan.
Yeah, a bit surprised Maxter did drop so freely there, but nevertheless, he picks up a frag, picks up an item, and with such a big split between the major items as they meet. No, there's no ammo for Maxter. He tried to swap to the rocket, but it's just not to be. Oof. All right. Chaos ensues.
It's not my day today. Actually, no, it's not my series today. I was talking about how great Saigib was on Corrupted Keep, and memory that happened. And then I mentioned about one of the minor things that Max has fixed is his ammo management. He goes for the TP, no rockets, no LG. But yeah, it's just one of those things. But still, though, Saigib does get away. Mega's not for another 15 though, so he's going to continue that recovery process towards LG. But Maxter knows. Hits the rail, only left with 8 HP. Backing away once again, and Max is still on the hunt here, Dan. Just a matter of time, really, until he gets to clean the van up. 18 HP, finally finishes him up with that previous rail. 4.5 minute mark, hits that first rail on spawn with a 3 frag lead.
Yeah, now he's in trouble here. Maxter comes flying on in, he knows how weak his opponent is. Somehow Maxter's just not finishing him off. It's actually cost him nearly 100 stack to try and just get a frag, which he should have got incredibly easily on. Oh no.
Nice peekaboo. Nice peekaboo there with the shotty. It's Maxter now. We've got the turret down in case he does pass through. But he's going to be perfectly fine. Next item is going to be that Heavy in 15 seconds. Maxter got the majority of the goodies. All the goodies now, but he's got that tri-bolt. In terms of rail percentages, 66 for both players, but Maxter's hit a lot more. Good rocket looking to go for the other. Gets away, but tickles him a little bit more with that 35, as Maxter's got to be a little bit careful here. The turret does do a fair amount, and then oh my god, what a combo with the tri-bolt straight afterwards, so just to complement that further.
A little bit of a tag team action there, and it just shows you how important the turret can be. even though it's not particularly doing anything, you know, just the basic information allows him to line up those tri-bolt, and that's enough. And very quickly, a competitive game is being moved into a fairly comfortable lead for Maxter with just 4.5 minutes to go. 7-2 is quite sizable on Awoken. And all things considered, we haven't seen an awful lot of use coming out from the visor relative to the turret. So Psycho needs to start making more things happen here.
He has picked up that Mega. I was waiting for him to go for that choke point. Not going to happen. And Heavy's up in 12. Still possible for Sagi, but the problem is Max is just... his aim skill is just really showing off now in this third map. He's bouncing back up to try and catch him off guard. Hits him with another rail. Backs away again. And there we go.
Wow.
Another peek through there. Sagi now been taken out of the area twice. No more rockets left, though. So you have to chill with that rail and the LG. It's backing away again.
Yeah, Max is beginning to feel his groove right now. He's been able to find a way in which to restrain the chaos that Saigib wants to bring, and it's just absolutely punishing him. And a big part of it, once again, is just down to that item control. In the previous map, Saigib was able to find more effectiveness to get on these major items, but on this map, he's just not been able to. It's been a little bit more aimless. And in response to that, Max has been able to use that space far more efficiently. And the rail has been on point for Max to this game.
Yeah, bang on the money, 66% rails after 21 shots. Maxter, prime position to make this a 3-0 series scoreline. Saigib has rocket jumped over, but Max is still with top mid and that choke point covered. Still quite underneath, but Saigib is going to take that risk to go for the Mega, but the LG, my goodness, and then the rail straight afterwards.
Yeah.
174, now he's looking to try and see if he can recover around that LG spot. And I think Maxter may have thought that he was going to rotate over the tri-bolt and go back around, but instead Saigib's actually looked to run a little bit longer. Use that turret just to keep in there a bit longer as well. And we've got Heavy up now, and Mega will be up in 5. So Maxter, we're going to see if he's just going to wait and see where he goes first and prioritise the kill beforehand as he hits that first rail. And I still like this for Max. They're playing very unorthodox here, but it's going to cost him potentially.
Yeah, he thought he could punish Saigib. A bit greedy there, but on the flip side, Saigib should never have allowed Maxter to get a Mega, let alone a free Mega in the previous rotation. Just not optimal play whatsoever, and now he's been punished for it. 9-3. We're obviously just seeing this game out now as the scoreline is huge, and Saigib really isn't in a position to forge a comeback at this point. All he can do is try and run at his opponent and just continue to pray he connects with absolutely everything. But from what we've seen so far, Maxter is just playing very clinical.
Yeah, he absolutely is. He's dissecting this map down to a T. Pretty much mathematically impossible now, and all Saigib can do is just keep this as competitive as possible in terms of scorelines. Goes 2 for 2. Not going to go for the third. Just going to be backing away. Mega's up for 15. 50 seconds left. Does have Timmy back and ready. He's going to actually put it straight for the TP. Misses the first rocket. Gets a little bit of damage with the second, but he is railable. And speaking of rails, he just hits one for himself as he has backed away, but could be a matter of time to see if I could catch him. Oh, no, he's not able to, but at this point here, Dan, damage has already been done.
Yeah, Maxter playing way too good to even think of allowing a comeback from Saigib's point of view. A much, much more clinical map relative to map 2. But a really fun series for both these players. Again, we've got to give lots of credit to Saigib, particularly for map 2, but ultimately Maxter had too much power for Saigib today.
Well, he kept it a little bit more competitive, and yeah, Saigib saying it was really easy, so good. I'm glad you thought it was easy, mate. Really made it quite spicy for the first and last frag anyway. Maxter, though, 70% rail. That's the track record we're accustomed to so to speak. He wasn't looking too good on Leap Embrace in terms of rail accuracy until the very end, to the last couple of minutes. But yeah, Max's rail accuracy seems to be on par compared to what we witnessed previously. But Saigiv did keep it a lot more competitive in the second and third map. The first map was just crazy. Even with Maxter not really using that heavy machine gun that much in that first map, he just... You know, the man enjoys being up close and personal anyway, so I don't think it's going to affect him too much. We know everyone has their own style.
Yeah, map one was just the absolute wrong play style from Saigiv. He didn't show any nuance on how to fight back into that game. He just wanted to go toe-to-toe, and it wasn't working. He had no items to do that, so it was not the right strategy at all. Map two, far more calculated, far more reserved, was able to assert himself into the map, get good control, and he was hitting a lot. Just really unfortunate not to push that to overtime. Some mistakes in the mid game, and then Maxter showing his just experience in defensive prowess towards the end. Whereas this map, I felt Maxter was able to play to his strengths and play around the angles a lot more. On map two, he wasn't able to get into that groove, into that comfort zone. He was forced onto the back foot, and it was more Saigiv setting the tempos, which was really stressing Maxter's aim. Whereas in this map, when he's getting comfortable, he was able just to abuse those angles, and that's why you see him hitting that 70%. He had better positioning, he had the full item control. He was the one dictating the movement and just reading his opponent, and it was actually really smart use of Timia quite a lot of times as well relative to the piercing side. So really well played by Maxter. It was only a 9-4, but that really didn't feel like Saigiv had much of a hope in that map.
And that's why with the odd few items here and there, Saigiv didn't even bother contesting it, because he knew that with Maxter having such a comfortable positioning and angle that he's going to hit absolutely everything. And it's very hard to really, you know, like I said before, like brute force some of those situations. You can't really do that. We saw him one time bottom rail try and circulate into heavy machine gun into the TP to maybe not throw him off, but just try and at least get a better position or better hold and try and get a weapon in his arsenal. But even then, Maxter was just all over him. But this is what happens when you give someone a lot more room to breathe with full map control. You know, they are going to pull the 70%, like we've seen Sirius do it time and time again. But also at the same time with Sirius, when you make him feel extremely uncomfortable, it still plays very well, but obviously the percentages aren't going to be nowhere near as high. But well done, Dan. Congratulations. 3-0. You predicted it correctly. I was wrong, so I messed up entirely. But that was the second series all done and dusted. Still got 4 more left to go. We've got Sib versus Strong Sage, and then we've got 3 absolute bangers as well straight afterwards. Finger, Navik, Sirius Razy, Kilson versus Zen. So do not go anywhere, guys. We've got Sib and Strong Sage coming up next. So we'll see you in a few minutes. 2 matches down, 4 to go. He's heading into our 3rd series of the day. It's going to be between Sib and Strong Sage, and it's going to be quite an interesting matchup, this, I'm sure. As we know, we've seen Sib claw a few maps here and there from some of the top dogs. So kind of a little bit similar to what we've seen from Sidegib as well. And for Strong Sage, he's trying to correct that path of destruction. And he's had been in very good form at the very beginning against some of those top players. And now this is his chance to try and get some clean sweeps or at least some series win to boot in order to put himself a little bit further up the leaderboard, Dan.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we spoke about it a lot all season long now. I think Strong Sage has been mightily impressive, very much still a diamond in the rough with a lot to improve in his game. But when he feels himself, when he gets into that momentum, he's a very scary player because he plays a little bit unorthodox. He likes to be aggressive. He has these more funky picks as well up his sleeve. So it really does put a lot of players off. And I think honestly, he's quite frustrating to play against because of that. And that's why we've seen him pick up these shock results throughout. And even though there's a lot of losses on that board, there's still a lot of maps that he's picked up along the way against the very best players in the league. So absolute credit to him and the way in which he plays, absolutely no fear as well. And it's been great to see, but he's still sitting in the lower bottom of the leaderboard. So this is a bit of a decider to see who can find themselves in a healthier position.
And you can see, look at all those maps he took away. He even defeated Razy 2-1. And I kind of feel like now he's got, I think at least the majority or most of the top players out of the way now. So a little bit more smooth sailing, so to speak, towards the end of the Quake Pro League now to really help him buff up a little bit further onto that leaderboard. Because it was rough. Like you saw the first 6 or 7 games there, Zeneku, Razy, Wenger, Rafa, etc. It's very, very tough ask. But Sib has been, even though he's a little bit further down the leaderboard, he's actually 15th currently and he's only played 10 matches. There's room for him to try and get up to the 14th or 13th seed kind of margin. So if he keeps clawing his maps here and there, as he has done previously, as you can see as well, against Wenger, against Dramas, he had a fantastic start at the beginning, Dan, but when it went Pete Tong as we go further down the list. But you can see the maps he's been clawing back from Maxter and Wenger, as well as Zeneku, notably.
Yeah, once again, a lot of losses, but the deciding factor here is that he has a lot of maps he's been picking up as well, which is why he's not bottom. And in spite of that, I do think it's in terms of play style, I think the best we've seen from Sib. I think he feels more confident and comfortable in the league, and because of that, it does come through in the way in which he plays. And I think it's obviously no secret that I have been quite frustrated in previous seasons watching Sib because the way in which he had played just showed an absolute lack of confidence and zero chance of him winning at all. But he's shown here through those results that if he comes out and plays his game, he can take maps off at the very best. Absolutely took maps off people like Kilson. So we just need to see more of that Sib, and he'll find himself in a healthier position. And it all comes down to that self-belief, I believe.
Yeah, I do agree with that as well. With Sib right now, I do agree with you that the fact that it's probably the best he's been performing so far. It's been a thorn on the backside of some of his players, and at least 3 or 4 of the top players he's taken at least 1 map off. So it's given him, like I said, a little bit of confidence, but it also shows us that he may have a bit of potential to take a series at the Quake World Championships or cause an upset, and these are the kind of signs we're looking for here especially. But let's take a look at the picks and bans to see what to expect, because I was very interested to see what Strong Sage brings to the table, because even though he does bring out these quite not meta picks but quite random picks which favors him or which he prefers, also it's great just due to the fact that he's got a wide varied champion pool, which is absolutely crucial in this matchup. And already coming out with a Scale versus the Anarchy and Molten Falls. We've got the Death Knight coming out against the BJ on Corrupted Keep. And somehow, after getting to the 3rd map, I don't remember last time I saw a clutch on map number 3.
Man, Strong Sage does not give a shit. He just
He
picks whatever he wants, whenever he wants it. I don't even know what to say at this draft. I'm completely honest. This is bananas. Yeah, I mean, Scale Bearer Molten. Well, I can't even think about the last time we saw that champion on Molten in particular. Scalebearer is always a bit of a specialized pick. I know DJ Wheat's probably looking on thinking he's lost that map. Well, I'm going to say he hasn't lost that map because he knows how to play it very, very well. And then the interesting thing for me across the board here is how Sib has counterpicked that, right? Because in map 1 and map 3, Sib had the last pick, the second pick. And he decided to pick an Anarchy, and he decided to pick an Athena. Obviously, the complete counter opposite of what that champion has to offer. And so Sib is banking on his ability to outplay Strong Sage. He's banking on his ability to control the items and outposition his opponent. And obviously, if you fail to do that, you will get steamrolled. There is no other way to say it. And so they're obviously the two maps I'm looking at thinking, where are these going to go? Map 2 is a little bit more stable. Obviously, we don't see a lot of Death Knight, but you know what Death Knight can bring, right? It's going to explode your opponent or zone them. So there's only real two options there. So yeah, map 1 and 3 obviously is what we're all looking at and thinking, all right. And Sib obviously knew he had the last pick, and if he wasn't going to ban Clutch on map 1, it was going to get through. So he allowed it to get through, and he would have known that Strong Sage was going to pick it. So let's see what he's got planned.
Yeah, and then of course, Strong Sage not the biggest fan in terms of the larger maps in the map pool, banning Blood Covenant and then banning Ruin straight afterwards. And Sib probably knew that with the Clutch still available, you know, well, we've seen him use the Clutch on Veil and Awoken in the past, and it's been extremely difficult to deal with. And some people may say they're a little bit more comfortable on Awoken dealing with the Clutch rather than the Veil. The Veil can be really a tough road against a lot of these Clutch players, and you can see with Crux of Key, the reason why we've got that BJ versus Death Knight matchup is because Struggles bans on from Sib from the get-go, and Strong Sage bans Ranger, most probably assuming that Sib is going to go for the BJ pick straight afterwards, so he planned the Death Knight accordingly. But for Sib though, he has actually banned the Doom on that last fight, because we know both these players can play Clutch. I would say that Strong Sage is the better Clutch player, even though he's probably not as experienced as Sib. But then again, saying that, we've seen a lot of Clutch in the Pro League coming out from Strong Sage overall.
Nope, that's what I mean. He obviously wants to play against it. He would have known that Strong Sage was going to pick it. And so when you have that level of confidence, you got to deliver. So let's see.
Yes, you have to deliver indeed. We know that Sib has done quite well against some of his top players here. Maybe not the series victory, but this could be a time for it. But Strong Sage knows that he's gone through most of the top players already in this league. And that's on the other side. The league now is trying to try and get these victories if he can. But Sib isn't going to be any easy feats, I'm sure. As we'll be starting off from his perspective. Let's see exactly what he can muster against Strong Sage.
Yeah, let's see. Obviously, the challenge is trying to whittle down your opponent before they rush you on a map like Molten. It's quite hard to do that, in fact. There's pathing and routes where you can get out and get around the map. So you can close the gap without taking much damage. But it's still quite hard to trap your opponent because of the geometry and because of these choke points as well. Oh, Sib drops on a little bit early. That's a big mistake already from Sib. Mistiming there. And he's now completely out of position, under control. So what is Sib going to do?
Yeah, good question. Mega's up in the next couple of seconds. Heavy's up in 12. Not really met any damage with the machine gun, but at least that way hit him with that last rail. Does recover a little bit, but he's not really in position to contest. And you can see Strong Sage already planning a trap coming out with the LG, as he's not going to go for that. As he's picked up the heavy, he's got height control now. He's now got position on the Mega, hits the rail, and then it's going to chase straight after him and hits on the rail again. Yeah. Back to back. So Mega's up in the next second here, Dan.
Yep. And the big issue for Sib at the moment is that he is being outrailed, or at least matching toe-for-toe for Strong Sage when he has absolutely no items to work with. As Strong Sage has the whole map, he can just barrel through this Anarchy. There's nothing he can do, and it all comes back down, wow, to that first mistiming. Once again, he's on point, but at what cost? He's already popped the inject, and this is going from bad to worse from Sib.
It really is, and Strong Sage knew that you can't really give Sib that lead. Ball rushing straight in towards the rail and cleans up for that full frag. He could make it a fifth here. Still has to start to contend with as well. And he hasn't got the inject either, so he can't continue the bout as long as he would like. But even with that inject, I don't think it's going to really make too much more of a difference already. So now 5-0, and we haven't even breached the 3-minute mark yet.
No. And Sib is not finding a way at the moment to do any sort of damage to Strong Sage, particularly no unreturned damage to Strong Sage. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what that plan was when your opponent had just picked up 3 items. Almost reeks of desperation when 3 minutes in, Sib is just trying to make things happen and it's not working.
Certainly isn't. Hit with another rail is going to make that 6 momentarily. And this is crazy. I didn't expect this kind of scoreline so early between these two champion matchups, but Strong Sage is just hitting absolutely everything at the moment.
I was about to say, a big part of this dominance, okay, a big part of this dominance is down to the fact that Strong Sage is connecting with so many clutch shots. Yes, if he had missed any of these, Sib might have a small opening to do something, but at the same time, Sib isn't doing enough either. Oh dear. It is 70% rail from Strong Sage against an Anarchy. A lot of these have been flick rails. That is nuts.
Yeah, it's getting rough. 75% accuracy from Sib, but like you said, 70% against the Anarchy. Taking it 72 now, just making matters worse. 9 to -1.
All right, Sib gets an item and a frag, so he's back up to 0, but already 9 to 0.
Yeah, unbelievable. And even with the shots he's hitting, it's the important shots. It's not just dead shots where he's going to back away and recover from. It's important shots just to secure these frags. It's that first one. Is Sib now going to rotate back around to see if he can do a little bit more? As he's going to try and catch up. And I think at this point, even at the halfway stage, he needs to. He doesn't really have much of a choice in the matter if he wants to try and tie this back up. But I like this as well from him. Pick up the light thing, going straight towards the heavy afterwards. He does have the mobility, mind you, but of course you've got to be careful with the scale starting to stack and potential trade which could come out from Strong Sage, which of course he's going to go for at some point.
And the challenge for Sib as well is that Strong Sage can take obviously a lot more risk. He has the 8 frag buffer when he has a much bigger stack as well if he can get up to it, so he can actually take these risks, push through these choke points and do this type of maneuver, because even if he doesn't get the frag, if he makes Sib weak, look at the stack, look at the spawn. He can now just run at his opponent. This is why it becomes so challenging for a light champion, because your opponent just has a lot more margin for error.
Oh, a little bit unfortunate there. Sib was hoping to grab that light before Strong Sage could, so he can trade out from that previous engagement, but didn't get there in time. Heavy's up in 5. The bull rush is going to be following suit as well. 4 minutes left in play. Sib has got a lot of work cut out for him here with that 8 frag deficit, and with Strong Sage and this huge stack advantage as well. It will be just a matter of time here as he catches him as he's going down the jump back, make a jump pad, cleans him up with the LG, and took almost barely any damage.
Yeah, absolutely none whatsoever. And does feel like Sib is at our ideas now. And it's got to credit Strong Sage as well. Just played remarkably. And I look at this again and think, you've got to be really confident in yourself to pick Anarchy against the Scalebearer. Because if you don't execute, if you get behind, if your opponent hits more than you, your life becomes an absolute misery. And we're seeing that again today with all of these clutch rails coming out from Strong Sage side. And another one! 12 to 2, 66% rail. Wow, Strong Sage has come to play.
He really has done. Not really given Sib a chance to even play the chip game as well, just keeping his distance, just been charging at him constantly. Up that rail jump pad, 2 minutes 45 left, already 13 to 2 here. Dan is going to catch him as well. Even if he pops the inject, but it's going to be a bit of a waste because there's absolutely nothing he could do, just in his face.
DJ Wheat, are you watching? I want to see you eat some humble pie right now.
He probably saw the score at 5-1 and then went to get a brew.
Yeah. Serves him right. This is one of the matches I feel really bad and want to throw in the towel for Sybil. This is actually really painful.
It really is indeed. There's nothing he can do now. Pretty much mathematically impossible just to get a few frags to give him a tiniest bit of confidence boost going into map number 2. But even then, though, Strong Sage hasn't switched off at all in the slightest. It's continuing as though it is still a close affair. Mega is up. Heavy is up in the next couple of seconds. Still got that ball rush ready and set to be used. But still, though, can't really see a way in for this. Not in terms of this matchup, but in terms of getting a few more frags to his name.
No. And Strong Sage has just gone into full turtle mode. Now he's at the point where he doesn't really care. He's in a position where if Sib wants to frag him, he has to go to him. And if he goes to him, he fights on Strong Sage's terms. So, yeah, not much to be done. There you go.
Almost a still ahead to him. It does get away, but it's not going to be for long. I'm sure it's going to be short-lived if he does try and continue for that mega contestation. But Sib's already picked that up, finds him, still on the hunt, but just playing about with him in terms of the audio cues at the moment, and still has that heavy intact. And speaking of items, 9 items for Sib and 22 for Strong Sage with a 65% accuracy with that rail to the 57 of Sib.
Yeah, this has been brutal, and this is what we expected. Yes, Scalebearer can look like a meme sometimes, but it is an incredibly good champion when used in the right circumstances, and this is one of those matchups where it was executed well, and a lot of things obviously went Strong Sage's way, but you can also see how scary it can look when those things do work. And at the same time, you know, Sib definitely didn't play well, but Strong Sage played phenomenally.
Oh, again, just making it even worse. 15-2, even with the scale as well. That was great stuff there from Strong Sage. A commanding performance from the very get-go. And you can see in terms of damage as well, 820 more damage compared to Sib. And as I mentioned before, you know, Sib needed to play that chip game, the range game, to really give himself any kind of effort or effect in order to go for some of these items to secure some of these frags. But when you got someone so aggressive with the scale and how efficient he was with the scale on top of that, it really was a tall order. Really was indeed.
Yeah, but you got, look at these fights. He's just trying to take macho fights when you've just got to be prepared to play the slowest of slow games. Just play around audio cues, play incredibly silent, and play it for a 1-0 victory after 10 minutes if you're going, or even a 2-1 if you're behind. Like, you just can't afford to leave yourself in these vulnerable positions or try to match in a man fight, because he was getting outgunned. He had no stack, and unfortunately Sib did not find a way to even look like he could slow the tempo of that game. Nor did he really look like he had a strategy to do that. So, yeah, it was an interesting pick to go for the Anarchy, and it definitely didn't work out. And I just want to, obviously got off to a bad start, but I would love to see a different take on the way in which you should approach that, because Strong Sage was hitting everything, and it made Sib's life a misery.
Yeah, and misery is definitely an understatement from what we witnessed there. It was absolute madness. Incredible stuff there coming up for Strong Sage anyway, but we'll go into map number 2 and see if it's going to be a closer affair. It's going to be the BJ versus the Death Knight. Of course, BJ was more metal and cut to keep once upon a time. It's still used, you know, now and again, depending on if the range in the Strog or Galena has not been selected, but BJ's always been the next best option, or if not still one of the best option in this game. It just depends on the matchup you need to contend with. But of course, when we saw their Strong Sage banning the Ranger, he knew it's going to be forced onto the BJ for Sib, and has decided to go with the Death Knight. So curious to see what he can do here in this little scuffle.
Yeah, we don't see it that often anymore, but is it still a decent enough pick. Weaker than it once was, but still decent. And it's just one of those more specialized picks. And we've seen Strong Sage, we talked about in the intro, he likes these quirky picks. He likes to play what he's comfortable with. And it really does offset some players, because when you're so used to playing against a particular play style, a particular champion set, when somebody comes in and just disrupts that, it throws you off your game and can frustrate you if you're getting caught off guard, or if they're making maneuvers that you just don't understand. It can be quite frustrating. It was almost like when we saw Razy come on the scene. You know, he was setting up these traps and taking these really weird positions, and some players just couldn't cope with that. So there is some reminiscence of that. It's just Strong Sage does it on steroids.
Yeah, that's probably... You couldn't really work out a better analogy than that, in all fairness. It's like when Razy brought out the slash on Deep Embrace, or we've seen the slash come out on Corrupt to keep from Max to just absolute madness. But already a fight breaking out between the two very early on. As Strong Sage did have a machine gun, but Sid comes out with a shoddy from the rocket side and going straight into that red room, assuming he's going to spawn it, but has found him on the bottom, but needs to leave him be for now, as both items are almost in sync. Been caught off guard just a little bit, but has the LG in hand, so he can keep him at bay just a little bit more. But the problem is, this Strong Sage still been extremely aggressive, jumping on down, hoping to get that flame strike and the rockets to boot. And yeah, Dan, he comes out on top. Unbelievable. Coming up with the LG anyway straight afterwards and makes it a second already.
My God, he just booped and deleted. That fire went into his soul. Oh my God.
It really did. It really did indeed. That's absolute madness.
But apart from the culmination of that, what was really impressive about that was the amount of damage Strong Sage was able to do prior to that. The chip damage, the heavy machine gun damage. He must have done nearly 100 damage before he got to that point. And so he's showing this level of culture way before his years.
Still keeping a high ground, but now it's going to be dropping on down. Good damage there from Strong Sage. He's going to play it safe and pick up those two bubbles in the armor. Knows exactly where he is in terms of position. Going to be diving on down. Used to flame strike. Does get him, mind you. And it's going to be a tough situation because he has to go for the TP to get those bubbles on Tribal, and it's just not going to happen.
Oh, Jesus. And already we're seeing the same. Sib is trying to go toe-to-toe with Strong Sage and just hasn't got the mechanical skill to keep up with him. It's as simple as that. Strong Sage has just already done 50% more damage than Sib. 1,500 damage to 900. Insane already differential when they've been going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, Strong Sage has been playing lights out so far, just waiting for it to go back for the TP again, but is in position to use a heavy machine gun. Good rocket to keep him at bay, trying to clean up with the LG, but also using those rockets to bait him into that entrance. But Sib, good patience from him, managed to get that second frag. And now again, both items not in sync, but not enough to contest both either, using the dual of that heavy machine gun. But you see there, Strong Sage just keeping it cool, biding this time. Absolutely no point playing to his advantage here, but he has the advantage in terms of LG. But then again, Strong Sage still played remarkably from that position. We know how difficult it is from that angle and the verticality with the LG.
Yeah, Strong Sage, his scan is just unreal when it's on point. Now his aim, and particularly his rockets, I find are erratic. You see there, he missed 2 rockets on the entry and 1 in fight. That's always been his weakness when I've watched him, is when players can close the gap and get into these rocket duels with Strong Sage, he is quite erratic. And that, for me, is where Sib can find some joy. But as we're seeing, in and around the map, Strong Sage chip damage. Again, he's already got 60, 70 damage before Sib has fired a shot. That's where Sib is struggling.
Yeah, electric damage has definitely been a problem. You're absolutely right. Flame Strike comes out, though, but Strong Sage does get taken down. And he's looking for that trade as well, but it's too late. Lights back up. He knows it's going to recover from BJ's passive as well. Good rocket. Picks up the light again. He's got room to pick up this heavy. And you can see where Strong Sage played quite silently, so to speak, for a couple of seconds, just to double check and to see which item he was going to go for, because obviously both items are still quite close together in terms of timing. Trying to get a couple of rockets off, but doesn't really get too much damage there.
No, and Sib is managing now to keep a track of his opponent and just go toe-to-toe in terms of that efficiency and damage. And as a consequence, we are seeing the damages begin to converge. So Sib is adjusting to the aggression from Strong Sage. He's been forced onto the back foot now.
Strong Sage just lapping the map at the stage. Trying to bait up these cues as well. We know Sibs is top mid, just guarding both entrances. Not pursuing any as of yet. But I like this from Strong Sage as well. He's not making a direct route as of yet, and so he knows and can assess the full situation of where Sib is positioned, which is great stuff. But now he knows that it's free, Heavy's been picked up, he can now go for that Mega and try and bring this back.
Exactly. And now we get into a bit more of a traditional duel. Sib's finding more joy. As I say that, he just drops into Strong Sage. So not the best decision.
We've seen better decisions, I'm sure, compared to what we witnessed in the first couple of minutes of this matchup. Just up past the halfway point. Mega's still up. The fire will be extinguished thanks to that Mega, and cleans him up with the LG there. And it's all tied up here, Dan, so it was looking quite one-sided to begin with, but Sib has found his footing, is able to stabilise this matchup, control the tempo a little bit more than he did, and able to use the information he requires in order to deal with whatever needs to be done in terms of the routes and position he needs to make. And it's just trying to back away with that heavy machine gun. And Strong Sage looking to try and clean this up. But with the light, it's going to be even more difficult. Good stuff here from Sib, now taking the lead and picking up that Mega as well.
Yeah, and Strong Sage seems to have forgotten about the items a little bit now. So I say that he does pick up the heavy, but he's fighting in situations he might not need to, and that's working in Sib's favor. He's trying again to take this fight, make something happen, but giving up a frag. This time it is very dirty, and he gets Sib extremely low, so he can continue to push, which he know he will do. Second rocket doesn't connect, but Strong Sage not willing to take the jump pad to finish it off. Instead, retreats and gets full control. So this time, he makes it work.
And Strong Sage just picking up those hourglasses to get the next flame strike ready. It should be ready in the next couple of seconds, and just trying to delay it in time. He uses that rocket, but in the end didn't even need to use that flame strike. He's still got it in his back pocket, and with the stack he has still, he can continue to push those advantages. With the Mega coming up in the next few seconds, and just debating how to prioritise the kill next. Goes with that flame strike, but Sib comes out on top in that little scuffle.
Almost overzealous from Strong Sage, just striding around the map. This is where he plays. It's just ultimate confidence and wanting to fight. Sib this time manipulates that to his advantage.
Oh, for mid-air as well. Wait for the drop down again, but not going to happen. Strong Sage will clean that up. Now only trailing by one frag behind. Catches him with the LG coming out of that red room. Picks up the Mega. Heavy's up in 5, so he's plenty of time to pick up both his items. But Sib's also in position to try and contest this if he can. Actually chops down with the dual wood. Good stuff from Sib, but the last rocket is just not going to do itself justice for Sib, as Strong Sage now has tied things up and is actually still trying to do a little bit more here. A little bit of a surprise as Strong Sage still dishing out a bit of damage from those rockets, but he's got the advantage massively in terms of height and angles, as well as the sprinkles of damage here and he had with those rockets, and still coming out with that LG, still coming out as well, making sure to try and clean this up to make it 10. Has got the heavy machine gun, but does a little bit more to him, and now able to pick up this heavy.
Yeah, that went from aggression to reckless very quickly. Twice Sib pushed in when he had no right weapon or position to do so. Fortunately, he only gave up one frag of the two, but he needs to check himself because Strong Sage will ultimately wreck him.
I think the light is still available down the right side, but Strong Sage is just baiting it out, going back for the Mega, and Sib has cottoned onto that. Still got a minute and a half left in play. Still room for Sib to make something happen. Stack advantages, of course, heavily in favour, but the 54 is not going to help. He can continue his path. Dual comes out for Sib, but again, deleted, exactly. And he's going to go for it again, but good rocket though, mind you. But yeah, this is a fight Sib should not be taking. Backed away, and now he's trapped into a rock and a hard place. A minute left, 3 frag lead now for Strong Sage.
Yeah, and ever since Sib got into that level of control and Strong Sage took a little bit of a back seat, He did reserve himself. Once he got full control, that level of aggression's come back again, that efficiency came back again. And when he gets on the front foot, he just becomes a different player. And what was a tight game in terms of score and damage, once again, is incredibly one-sided.
You're right, 890 damage more from Strong Sage coming out at this moment in time. 22 items versus the 14 of Sib. But yeah, this is all done then. Now this is going to be a 2-0 series currently, and Sib's just, just confirming that at the moment with the cheeky little red room jump. But yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate. Like, Sib did play that well at the start. It was, yeah, questionable with some of the decisions with the aggression as well, but was able to stabilise, but then let things spiral out of control once again. So GG's again, and Strong Sage will take the second map 12-7.
Yeah, a lot closer. Very fun map, but we just saw that Sib is unable to cope with the aggression at Strong Stage when he gets in control, and it was a bit worrying to see how much more efficient, as I was talking about, that Strong Stage was, particularly in the mid-range, just catching Sib off guard a number of times. And Sib wasn't able to force those close-range engagements. And then there was, you know, a minute or so of madness from Sib where he just got pulled into the Strong Stage chaos ball and decided to continue to rush him without weapons off the spawn, and Strong Sage made him pay for that. So the only way to beat Strong Sage is to outplay him on the map, outplay him on the items, and force these fights, because then that's where Strong Sage looks reckless. But when he gets in control, he's a completely different player, and he's very scary.
He really is. That's one. There's a bit of a difference between the top 4 players and Strong Sage. They know how remarkable his combat skills are, and just in general, it's just, you know, nothing short of spectacular. But that's where, you know, the dueling experience and the veteran finesse and the capacity to do so is actually going to be extremely difficult. And the adaptation, of course, just to add to that, just a few little things. It's not always about aim. Doesn't matter how good your aim is. We've seen people get toppled massively by making them feel extremely uncomfortable. But Strong Sage knows he's got a bit of way to go yet to head into that direction, but he is heading in the right direction, so to speak, as it's still very early on into his career. But Sib, though, he did keep that a close affair compared to that first map, compared to the 15-12 we witnessed from Strong Sage on Molten Falls. And now we're heading into Awoken, and you made a very valid point as well. Both of these players do tend to whip out the old clutch now and again, and we'll have to see how Sib is going to have to contend with that this time round, now that he's on the opposite foot.
Yeah, we saw in map 1 that Sib didn't seem to play effectively well on a light champion against a heavy champion, and now he's going up against potentially an even tougher opponent in the clutch. We've seen Strong Sage pull out some amazing maps on this clutch, on Awoken in particular. We've also seen him lose on it, so it is beatable, but you have to play smart, correct decisions. You got to hit your shots, because if you don't and Strong Sage starts connecting, that's when you're in a lot of trouble. And, you know, Sib did not ban the clutch. He knows it's going to be picked. So, as I said in the intro, you got to deliver, and we'll see.
This will be good practice from both these players as well. The fact that Strong Sage is going to play against someone who knows how to deal with clutch and is a clutch player himself, where Sib is going to try and work out what to do if someone does pick for clutch as well, respectively. Because before, we may have only had 1 or 2 players in the Pro League now who uses the clutch quite effectively. But now we've got just under half a dozen. Of course, we've got Raze, you've got Strong Sage, we've got Sib, we've got Chain on the odd occasion as well. So we've got a few here and there who've been widening their champion pool. And of course, if you've got some of the players who maybe don't choose one champion in particular for the entire season, or a couple, then it just means that they're a lot more predictable and know what to expect in terms of going for that pick and ban phase. So this is going to be interesting in itself. But it's going to a third map, currently 2-0 in the series between Sib and Strong Sage. Strong Sage is the one currently up by 2. We're going to see if he can make this a clean sweep with his old faithful clutch, and we can be kicking off from his perspective.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know if this was a bit of an ego pick from Sib to try and prove he could outplay it, but he clearly wanted to play it, so... And already he's not off to a good start.
Yeah, not the best. We've seen better, of course. Those missed rails are going to be a bit more helpful, but I think, like with Strong Sage, when you've got someone with his kind of aim skill with a clutch, it's just so hard to contend with. Like, you'd imagine, like, maybe if someone like Sirius had the clutch as well, that'd be ridiculous. But Sib, it's coming back though, mind you, is actually tied things up and picked up the heavy and got that first initial rail. So crucial. Of course, the shield won't be available for Strong Sage for another 10 seconds, which means this window Sib needs to try and take advantage of as soon as physically possible, which he has done, mind you.
He has, and he's in position for both major items. Strong Sage is in a lot of trouble right now. I mean, yeah, there's no way you can contest for anything on the map right now, so he has to forfeit the map completely and get away. He still needs a rail. Without a rail, he cannot do anything. He can just spam and hope that Sid runs into it. Yes, he's got his life, and he's slowing the tempo, but he needs to get to the other side of the map. That's where Sib is camping.
Still hanging about that tribal area still. Just kind of assess the situation and decide what to or how to go from there. Heavy's up in 10. Decent rocket, so that's at least a little bit of leeway for Strong Sage to come back in this matchup. Has got a high ground, but Sib decided to go straight on in. But again, another good defensive rocket coming out from Strong Sage.
So he's done a great job to stabilize and run the clock down. So that's exactly what you need to do. I mean, Clutch might seem fun, aggressive, high-flying, but a lot of the game is this. It's playing slow and sneaky to get around the map without receiving any damage or minimizing your damage. Oh, we expected that to come through, and Sib runs into the bait, in fact. They both get out without too much damage. We'll say Sib gets the better of that engagement because he's in position for the heavy, and he burns the shield.
And I love that as well. Even though it's 15 seconds till the next shield to come back, Sib actually ate out the hourglass from the heavy machine gun, so make sure he doesn't get it any sooner, as he now is going to try and rotate all the way around. We'll catch him, mind you, but
Nice.
still in a difficult place, but he does pick up the mega, hits with the rail, but it's just barely able to stay alive on 27 HP, and still has to shield, hits the first rail, and look at this, Sib was still going for that frag and going for that trade and manages to succeed.
Yeah, but Strong Sage wants to push. He knows that Sib is so weak, and he has the shield as well. So it will be a frag. Question is, how much damage does he take? Oh, he even tried to multitask and get the rail at the same time. That was cheeky. Doesn't get away with it, but lovely double back from Strong Sage to steal away that mega. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Oh, great LG coming up from both players. Yeah, it was a little bit of a shame there, but has caught him, has got a oh, he's trying to use him with that rocket. It's only on 17 HP. Still don't. I think only about a fourth on that range, and it's got the rail in hand once again. Just looking to continue that recovery. We've got a fair bit to go until he does fully recover, Dan.
The crazy thing is, Strong Sage hasn't got any major items, and he's winning this game. Like, it's absurd that he's able to do this.
Realized. Yeah, only 4 items to the 11 of Sib, and you damn well know that when there's that turnaround for the item control, that's where things can spiral. As he comes up with the shield, he's actually got him in a choke point as well here, Dan. This is going to be looking good. Trying to fish up with that rail. It's only up to 2 HP. He's going to take the risk, but Sib was more than prepared for it. I was expecting it a little bit as well. As now 4 minutes in, Sib is only trailing by 1 frag behind as both players go for the mega. But sadly, Strong Sage is going to topple him in that engagement.
The one thing I have noticed about Strong Sage on Clutch is that he tends to rush his rail a little bit more. I think because he's so concerned about moving as quickly as possible to minimize the amount of damage he's receiving, he does then seem to drop in his rail percentages and misses shots you would expect him to, and that can come back to haunt him.
Yeah, it's like he's trying to maximise the situation, but the problem is, as you mentioned, if he's sacrificing that hit percentage with the rail, then technically it's not really maximise it as well. It's just too much of a gamble. Strong Sage does take down Sib there. It's going to be in his face straight afterwards, but the shoddy is good, but not good enough, making it 3 in terms of the frag lead.
There's no scarier sight than that fridge flying at you. You just cannot get away. Here it comes again. Oh, this time he makes it work with a super shotgun, though.
Yeah, gives himself a bit of a helping hand there, but yeah, when you've got some fat billboard coming at you with like the aim skill of God knows what, then yeah, it's just it's just something you don't really want to think about in all fairness, but stacks are almost equal. Shield is up though. And you could see Sib there trying to bait that shield out and then back away, but Strong Sage isn't actually falling for that at all.
Strong Sage is such a good transformer name as well. I could see that.
Oh dear me.
This time he's out of position. Actually uses the mining droid, gets away with the flick rail as well. Oh, that's got a sting for Sib. He had him dead to rights.
Yeah, I'm surprised Strong Sage actually took that risk as well, but a very scary gamble, and very luckily for him that did pay off. But he's going to try and go for heavy, doesn't even burn it, Dan.
It's like Jurassic Park with robots.
Yeah. Not seen Jurassic Park in a long time. Strong Sage now a 5 frag lead, Dan. 5. So it'd be 6 at this stage, but I love how Strong Sage now is just being extra cautious about how and when to use that shield and not to give Sib any kind of windows of opportunity to come back in this matchup.
And look at this now. This is the first time all game Strong Sage has started picking up some major items, and it's just become incredibly scary for Sib right now. He can just eat all of the damage, absorb all of the resources. He then didn't even burn the shield. I mean, what do you do? Before, he was living off light armors and health. Now he's got major items, so you can absorb the damage, and you can then take away all the resources from Sib. I mean, yikes. And he's now connecting with the shots as well.
Yeah, it's what I mentioned earlier. I was extremely scared to see what was going to happen and if things are going to spiral out of control once Strong Sage finally gets that full item control, which he has done, and look at the score difference. Now, that was a fantastic peak shot there. 15 to 6.
Well, this has really separated the men from the boys today. And a big part of it was just that draft again. Like, you know what Strong Sage is going to do. I spoke about it in previous weeks. I think he relies heavily on getting the champions he wants to play because he just disrupts the game when he plays almost cheesy like this. But he makes it work. And Sib gave him the champions he's comfortable with, and you can see the result.
And you really don't know what to ban either, because it seems to be different every single time. He doesn't really keep his matchups the same as what we normally witness, do we? And like, could you imagine like in a best of 5 of obviously the Quake World Championships, if it was a best of 5 all rounds, then yeah, it's going to be even more difficult to muster the, an educated guess into what he could be selecting. Yeah, sure, there's a couple maps which seem to be quite obvious, but as we go more into the league, you'd think that we'd be able to have an estimated guess into what we could expect, but time and time again just brings out these wacky champion picks, which heavily benefits him.
Yeah, but there's only so many of those picks on the board. As soon as you move into best of 5 territory, it really does become more of who... Oh, no. Oh, that's going to be an XD. It does become more of who is the better player, whereas, Strong Sage's selections definitely favour this best of 3 format. But he's got all of the capabilities to transform that into a more methodical, standard playstyle. We just haven't seen him need to do that enough. And when he gets these picks, you can just see how proficient he is.
He really could indeed. 20 seconds left, of course. This finished up a few minutes ago. 17 to 6, trying to make it 18, and he does make it 18. Yeah, my goodness, absolutely crazy matchup. But this is what I like about it as well, with these new players coming up with, I wouldn't say a new meta, but they just go with prefer their own picks rather than, playing the standard meta, which we normally witness, because we can imagine what we would have witnessed, probably like a Doom or something else instead. But of course, with that being banned, it's a little bit more different. But you can see there as well, 21 items for Strong Sage, it was 16 items for Sib. And the damage was actually very close. It was actually 43 damage difference between the two, but again, Strong Sage's clutch continued to be very, very scary stuff.
I mean, you'd expect the damage to be quite heavily favoured in the corner of Sib, actually. So the fact it's even is again, indicative of why we saw such a dominating performance from Strong Sage. And it can still get better. As I mentioned, there are still elements of his game that he does rush on the clutch in favor of movement. If he could find that balance even better and hit more of the shots as he does on other champions, he becomes even scarier. But it's his decision-making, his movement, the speed, it's very scary. But we've also seen him lose on it. So it's definitely not immortal. But we saw again today, if you give Strong Sage the picks he wants and he gets to set the tempo, he is incredibly scary. If you drag him into more of a methodical, classical duel, and particularly if you could force close combat fights, rocket fights, he's very, very vulnerable still. So a lot for him to develop and learn. Whereas Sib, again today, I go back to the drawing board and say I question the picks, and he didn't show me any reason on any one of the maps why he decided to pick that, beyond wanting to practice against a Strong Sage in those circumstances. Yeah, didn't look like they had a chance otherwise.
Yeah, but fabulous stuff though from Strong Sage. At least he gets that 3-0 victory, which he's been desiring for quite a while. It's going to put him a spot or two above where he currently is. I know he's 12th with 10 matches, so he's got 1 or 2 matches left in hand compared to the rest of the pack, so it's going to help him breach towards that top 10 spot potentially. It depends exactly how things will escalate throughout the course of today, because we know that Nosra played earlier, so he should be at least 11th no matter what, considering the circumstances here. But, well, commiserations to Sib anyway. He had a good second map, but of course first and third were just quite one-sided from what we've seen there. Even with Sib, with the knowledge of the clutch and how to deal with it, it was a pretty tough road for him.
Yeah, it would have been painful loss. But as I said, maybe it was a learning experience. We set out to try and experiment with how to counter that. But either way, he definitely, hopefully, would have learned a lot from today.
Well, I hope so for his sake, crikey, because it's not like there's only 1 or 2 clutch players, as I mentioned. It's like 4, maybe even 5. I feel like I might be missing one, but it might just be me doing the usual and forgetting stuff. But we've got 3 more matches left to go. We're just at the halfway stage here. The next matchup will be between Wenger and Avec. Another spicy matchup for you guys at home. So, guys, don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few minutes. 3 down, 3 to go. We're at the halfway point, and we've got 3 spectacular matches coming up for you. But the first one, to be fair, all 3 of these could be featured matches considering the high level of skill from these players overall. Is going to be the likes of Wenger and Avik. And Dan, I'm not going to lie, pretty excited about this one.
Yeah, surprised this isn't the featured, as you said. This is the banger, really, and this is the decider for Wenger to get top 1. He's in pole position now, technically, to take the lead, take top position, and to run it into QuakeCon. And he's been looking better and better week on week. Many people's favourites going into QuakeCon to reclaim that title. So this is going to be really exciting. But he's obviously going up against more than a seasoned veteran in Avik.
Yeah, to give you guys a bit of context as well in terms of the leaderboard, Wenger has got 1 match in hand compared to Rafa, but of course, once he's played today, both Rafa and Wenger will play the exact same matches. If Wenger wins 2-1, they'll be both joint first in terms of positioning, and that's including obviously the maps and all that bits and pieces. But if he wins this 3-0, he'll be in first place only by 1 map. And look at that, though. Look at the scorelines there. All the 3-0s and 2-1s. And funny enough, the man at the moment who he actually is competing against for that first place spot is against Rafa. So I assume if it does become that head-to-head kind of situation, even though if he wins this 2-1 and they become joint first, then I assume Rafa will technically be first seed. Obviously, don't quote me on that, but I assume that's probably how that's going to work. But yeah, if he wins this 3-0 against Avik, then it means that he will be able to solidify that top spot going into the next few weeks.
Yeah, and even that loss against Rafa was as close as they come. Apart from that, only dropping 2 other maps all season long, to Sib, ironically, and then to Dramus, who was off to a bad start in the stage up until then as well. So it's been a very clean season for Wenger. And as I said, I feel that even though he had a lot of 3-0s in the first couple of weeks, his play just has become a lot more polished and clinical over the previous weeks, as one would expect, as he's putting in more and more time leading up to QuakeCon. So it puts him in a perfect position now to see out this season, and he's still got more to come, 100%. This is definitely a huge challenge for him, because Avik has the experience and play style that can really counter what Wenger has to offer.
Yeah, for Wenger, he just wants first seed, and it will give him a huge confidence boost going into the Quake World Championships. He's pretty much guaranteed top pay almost. But for Avik, though, he's actually sitting on that 8th place spot. And with a couple of players already with a game in hand, this is a big win for him as well. Because, of course, with the top 8, they'll go skip into Saturday. And if you're 9th to 16th, you're playing those group stages on the first day at the Quake World Championship. So Avik wants to try and at least squeeze in and to secure that top 8 spot. But Wenger is another player he has to go through, and you can see the victories. He's had the nice clean sweeps against Chain Steelers and Huron. He's had that win against Strong Sage as well, but he lost to the usual suspects. So again, Kilson and Nosfer 3-0. Was a little bit surprised at the beginning of the season, but Avik has been getting a little bit better as time has gone on. And Avik is one of those players where a huge amount of experience across the board, great adaptation, and even when his aim skill doesn't back it up, he does perform extremely well. But when he is feeling on form in terms of his gun skill, it's extremely difficult to contend with, and we'll have to see if we can witness that here today. But both these players know each other very, very well, I'm sure, and it's going to be a lot of mind games going into this series.
Yeah, just Avik being plagued by inconsistency, basically. Still, when he pulls it all together, absolutely incredible, and will beat anybody on any given day. But it's just in that period of his career we're seeing it less and less from Avik, partly maybe because he hasn't had the same level of time to dedicate to the game as he once did. But either way, when he's on his day, nobody wants to play Avik, because he is super aggressive, as you say, in terms of mechanics. Perhaps the best there is when he feels himself as a rounded player, but there are still too many days where there is that inconsistency there, and with his aggressive play style, that can turn into a loss very quickly when the game gets out of hand.
Yeah, it's a shame, because we know how much potential Avik is and how good he is overall. But let's have a look at the picks and bans to see exactly how this could potentially unfold and go through what we could be witnessing here. As you know, we've already gone through the Strong Sage matchup with all the, as you said, very funky, unorthodox picks, but I'm sure we're going to see something a little bit more standard from these two. As Veilhand's Deep Embrace has been banned, it's been quite standard. We're going to have Corrupt to keep to start things off, and we'll be going on to Ruins. And Avik's been very good on Ruins. To be fair, he's always been very good on Ruins, just due to his aggressive nature and quite unorthodox plays, and people don't expect a few of the things we don't normally witness. But in terms of champion picks, though, they have become back to the standard normality which we're normally used to. Strong and range for Corrupt to keep. The old-fashioned Nyx versus Bias are coming up on Ruins due to the Anarchy and the Slash being banned outright in those first two maps. And finally, Athena banned, and we've got that BJ versus Galena pick. And the BJ pick's an interesting one for me with Wenger, but I think it will suit him due to his aim skill overall as well.
Yeah, and this is what we're normally seeing now in these top of the bracket games, really, is that they're banning out these light champions. They want to take that off the board because these players, when they get those light champions and get ahead of steam, it's almost impossible in some instances to beat them. And so they're trying to remove that from the equation, whereas the heavy champions, whilst they have that upward curve, as we've seen in the past, they have so many drawbacks as well. So it does end up with a lot of medium champions on the board. Really, the main one there is obviously the Nyx versus the Visor. Whilst a classical matchup, that can be a really interesting matchup on Ruins, and so I do expect Wenger to play a little bit passive there and Avec to take a bit of a lead in terms of tempo. Otherwise, it is a bit more unusual to see the BJ on a map like Ruins. We've got the Galena there, which we don't see an awful lot on. I'm sorry, on Ruins, on Molten. We've got the Galena, which we don't see a lot on Molten, but we have seen Avec pick it in the past on that map, and he's a player that has his specialized picks, and so he'll have a certain strategy there. We often see, obviously, the overstack playing around the heavy. It's quite easy to be ultra defensive in that setup. So we'll see what comes. Whereas the BJ, it's more or less just what's left and what he feels comfortable in playing. So nothing too mad to write home about there, but Ruins is the big one for me.
It really is, yeah. I feel like the last couple of maps, maybe some low fragging games, considering it's just mainly, we haven't got any chance of any mobility at all. As you can see, Anarchy, Slash, and Athena completely banned out, right? No clutch. Neither of these players play clutch anyway. And going into this second map, I think it's going to be quite dicey with the piercing sight coming in for Avec and the aggression and speed which he normally shows, especially when he catches them on spawn. It's extremely difficult to contend with. I'll never forget a couple of years ago with that comeback he had against Killstone on Ruins. It's even to this day, it's barcoded into my brain in terms of what he could do on this map. But the first map, though, will be a good indicator to see who likes to control what tempo and how they're going to go about their business in terms of the strategy they've got planned against each other. And at least it's to normality to a certain degree. We pretty much know what to expect, so we haven't got any crazy champion lineups coming forward. But in terms of predictions, Dan, because this could be quite a tough one, I am going to favour Wenger this one 2-1 or 3-0, but I don't know what the scoreline is going to be like. But as you mentioned before, when Avec is having a great day and he's feeling himself and feel like he's on form in every respectable area, then anything could happen.
Yeah, I completely side with that. To put my money somewhere, I'm going to say Wenger 3-0. I don't think it'll be an easy 3-0 by any stretch of the imagination. And as you said, I could definitely see it being a 2-1. I would be very surprised if Avec does turn Wenger over. Not because Avec can't, but just because on form, I would not see that happening, basically. But I'm going to have to say 3-0. I just think Wenger is picking up a lot of momentum recently. Haven't seen enough from Avec in terms of practice or the league recently to say how that could go a different way.
Yeah, with my prediction, I kind of feel like it's going to be a 2-1 just due to the 60-40s kind of method in terms of like what we witnessed in terms of the champion picks and what we've seen from the maps overall. I kind of feel like Avec can take Ruins, and I would love to say Avec could win this or take this 3-0, but his track record this season doesn't really show signs of that in terms of the stats. He could completely change up and actually completely prove us both wrong, but it's like we said before, it's those rare moments of greatness we see from Avec can be able to do that. But it's, as I mentioned before, and Corrupt to keep, this will be a pinnacle time for us to kind of dissect and try to witness and see if Avec has got the potential to topple Wenger in this matchup.
Well, good luck to him. It's going to be hard. Again, there's nothing in the pixel bands in the draft that would suggest why it should be that way. I'm just looking at form, looking at the players as they have come to us. So it's going to be good no matter what, Lethal.
It's going to be fabulous, isn't it, mate? It's going to be absolutely lovely. And
yes,
I'm
Cockney,
sure, and this
mate.
is one of many as well. We've still got the feature matches yet, and people are probably tuning in thinking this is one of them, but actually this is not. This is the fourth series of the day between Wenger and Avec. And let's have a look to see exactly what mischief they could be up to, starting off from Avic's POV.
Well, we talked about his aggression. He's already showing that, just going balls to the wall off the start. No frag coming out, but couldn't have gone any more aggressive if he tried.
You really couldn't at all. Both players just trying to tickle each other with this heavy machine gun, but even though Wenger had a slight lead in terms of the damage count, Avik managed to perform a little bit better in terms of aim skill with that heavy machine gun there. Again, just biding his time, just assessing the situation and work around the information he has, which hasn't got much. He just realised that Wenger was there. Picks up the light, tries to finish up with a tri-bolt, but orbs up just for extra insurance to pick up those bubbles, and tries to get a bit more done with that heavy machine gun. Hits him once, not obviously going to be a huge amount, but you can see here, Avik, even though he hasn't got the stack advantage, he's just biding his time and hopefully get a good defensive rocket in the meantime.
Yeah, and the aggression's already paying off, forcing Wenger onto the back foot already. Great chip damage from range with the heavy machine gun. Wenger responding in kind with the tri-bolt, and Avik finding it a little bit difficult now following that tri-bolt to contest this Mega. The only plus side for him at this moment in time that Wenger isn't looking to push aggressive. He's just looking to consolidate his stack advantage, get into that full rotation before making the next maneuver. But Avik's done a smart job there just to delay a little bit and pick up that heavy.
Still got the orb in his back pocket, but I like this from Avik. He knows that he wants to play to his strengths and his advantages in terms of positioning, not towards Wenger's. And of course, with his combat skills to boot, it's going to be even more difficult at this time. Just playing this patiently here. Got the information he needs. Gets a little bit of damage done, but Wenger's done a bit more here as he's trying to finish him off with that tri-bolt. Going for the Mega as he was going for it at the same time, and kills him with the orb straight afterwards, as looks like Avik's patience finally pays off. And look at the stack he has. Now he just needs to try and deny these weapons and also try and topple him whilst he's got the opportunity. 57, or sorry, 67, I literally misread that. It's going to be a great start for him and already taking out the peak and making matters worse for Wenger.
Yeah, he hesitated for just a second and Avik capitalized upon that mistake. Wenger did all of the hard work to actually force Avik out of position, manipulated that perfectly to take away the Mega. Avik blew the door off right there. This time it's Avik, who's a little bit late to the item, takes a huge rocket for his troubles as well. Forced onto the back foot, extremely low. Luckily, Avik, Wenger hasn't got a heavy machine gun, but he's got the speed just to press the advantage through the doorway.
Yeah, good push there from Wenger. On that arc, you know how difficult it can be to try and take out your opponent there, especially with those rockets. So Wenger just sticking with the LG. Good frag there from Wenger. Now up 2-1, rushing with the shorty, but will he be able to take it out? 1 HP. The tiniest speck of armor there, Dan, now making it 3.
Yeah, classical Avik really throwing his body at the wall, trying to blow it open. Even if he doesn't get the frag, look at Wenger now. He's just hesitating. He knows that Avik's in around. This is just the way Avik loves to play. Oh no! Did he get bounced into that?
Oh, that's rough to see. 4 minutes in, currently 4-1 in favour of Wenger. Does have that peeker. Tries to get a little bit overzealous with that last rocket. Doesn't get anything with the peeker though, so now he has to try and back away and once again assess the situation. Gets a bit of LG damage. Mega's up in 5. He could just circle around for this heavy. It looks like he was planning to do until he realised that Avik was going to do the same thing. But now Avik's prioritising the kill. Picks up the Mega, which means Avik's got plenty of room to go for this heavy.
But I really enjoy the way in which Wenger's playing. He's effectively absorbing the pressure from Avik. He's playing aggressive enough to bait Avik in, but he's playing in positions where he has resources and escape routes, and generally coming off better in these exchanges. And Avik's having to go all in to get a frag. So whilst he's got that frag, Wenger is now able to capitalize upon that, get the return frag, and also now get both major items most likely.
Avik gets the spawners, but he's got the shotty though with that heavy, but it's not going to be enough as Wenger cleans him up. Now just at halfway point on this first map of the series. Gets a nice 60 from that last tri-bolt. Trying to deny him just a little bit from those rockets, but isn't to be. But gets another decent amount of tri-bolt damage. 59 from that last shot. And now just waiting for him to buy his time to see if he's going to pop through or not. But does have that Pika. Very, very dicey, that move, but it may have paid off considering he's got the height advantage. He managed to get the peak and all that damage with the rockets here, Dan. That was ridiculous how he's been able to value his life still. This should be illegal for him to be able to stay alive as long as he had done. That was crucial and could be the turning point here in this matchup.
That is ridiculous. He just did 250 damage and basically took none. And Avic's going to die again. This is absolutely insane how Venga is staying alive.
Oh my God.
How?
Oh my God. Has he got away with that as well? Oh, just a little bit too early there, but my goodness, yeah. Unbelievable stuff, man. Finally. Avid does take him down. Almost able to take a second here. Use that machine gun to try and finish him off, but Mega's going to have any second now. I heard him go through the TP, but he's not going to meddle around at all in the slightest. And I like how he's been valuing his stacks so much, just trying to make use of everything he's got before going for that Mega, and is making Venga second guess how he should go about the situation. Goes in with the orb, which at the shotgun. Venga takes himself out, but he would have been cleaned up anyway. But sadly for Avic, Venga isn't spawning in that red room, will be circling around towards those rockets.
Lethal, Venga's done 1,000 more damage than Avic.
That's actually unreal.
He's basically done 40% more damage than Avic, when Avic's been the one running at him. That is just absolutely insane, Quake.
Yeah, just not really getting too much return damage in. Avic just backing away again. A little more done with the heavy machine gun. Still not out of it yet. Still got 2.5 minutes left. But we need to see a bit more item control coming out from Avic. But Venga's just been so proactive around the map, and just making it such a difficult task, and not even being able to try to take out the shotgun. It's going to be a shoddy battle, but Venga's going to topple him in that last bout.
Venga sticks around in these positions where he's just in range where Avic feels that he can and should push, but also Venga's defensive enough where he can protect himself and just goad Avic into these fights. And at the minute, it's working perfectly. But only 2 minutes to go. With only 2 minutes to go, it's a struggle to see how Avic forges a comeback.
Oh, the rockets are coming out from Venga. They're looking good. He's on 2 HP, and it seems like Venga's going to play it safe and just whip out the heavy machine gun for himself. Only on 40 HPs. You can see Venga there just for a couple of seconds hoping that he would push that tri-bolt angle to get the damage done in order to potentially trade for the following frag, but wasn't to beat. Minute 20 left, 4 frag deficit. Almost mathematically impossible, but Avic's going to have to be on full-on over-aggression here with the stack he currently has.
Yeah, there's got to be no chill now from Avic if he wants to even have a hope of a comeback. But Avic's again Venga's in the prime position, so they say, to punish Avic for that aggression. Just got annihilated. Somehow Venga's done 1,200 damage with a shotgun.
You think it's Rafa playing at this point, wouldn't you? But 7 HP. But it's all good. He's got those couple of health bubbles. He's got the Mega, and Venga knows not to, over-escalate things because he's in a great spot. He doesn't want to throw it away. He's not going to throw it away anyway with his 4 frag leave in such a short amount of time, but just being extra cautious here as he's going to try and get away once again. Avic does take him down, but it was a very good match. You can see Avic probably adapted a little bit too late towards the game, but that one play that Venga made earlier from LG to be able to switch across over to the heavy and get that much damage from the high ground was absolutely a turning point in this matchup here. So 10 seconds left. Just going to finish things up. A little shorty battle just for the giggles. And there we have it. It's going to be 9-7 in favour of Make That 10. And yeah, good first map to see, but it'll be Venga who will now be currently in the lead in this series.
Yeah, Avic had nearly well, they did 3 times as many items as Wenger, just could not punish him. And, you know, the strategy didn't change from Avec. It's the way he wants to play, which is full throttle aggression. But Wenger was positioning in such a way where Avec was always running into damage head first before he could even touch his opponent. It was incredibly smart play from Wenger. Really well positioned, a huge amount of respect as well to not change that. He didn't want to actually try and challenge for that control. He understood how to counter Avec, and unfortunately for Avec, he couldn't find the recipe to break that. It was still a very close game, all things considered, but that is how you play defensive on this map without items.
Yeah, Avic's always been very good with his item control and how to prepare for them early on as well. He's always been known to be one of those players to be a little bit of a bully and a bit of a nuisance for these items, but it seems to be that, as you rightly mentioned, Wenger able to play the counter-attack in terms of being able to stay alive, value your life, and get the best out of the worst situation at every possible angle, which he had done. And yeah, we did see a lot of shoddy action, and it speaks for itself. And that was actually the second most damage from Wenger's utility there. I remember the rocket 1651, but it was the most damage for Avic as well in terms of the rockets. But he had a fair amount of that damage as well. But absolutely ridiculous stuff from both players. But it was a little bit short-lived at the beginning, but he did manage to adapt a little bit towards the end. But by then, it was towards the end of the matchup. Wenger knew he won that outright, and we'll have to see how things will go. Because remember, this was Wenger's map pick to start with. We are going to head to Ruins now. For Avic's map pick, he's obviously been very, very solid on Ruins in the past, and we'll see if he can continue that trend here and now with his visor against Wenger's Nix, Dan.
Yeah, we know the way Avic likes to play, and it's something he's always done for every iteration of Quake, except it's less effective in Quake Champions, the way in which he just wants to be as aggressive and throw his body at the walls. So it's still something he makes work, but it's definitely not always optimal. And we've seen him being punished for that, even in this map where he gave away a few frags trying to make it happen. And he can't afford to do that against the Knicks, though. So that's my point, really, is that just want to see a little bit more calculation from Avic. And obviously the rail's going to be another huge factor that gets thrown into play as well.
Yeah, this match, I don't know how it's going to go into what we saw in that first map. I assume that these next 2 maps were going to be low fragging games. Maybe not as low as what we saw, actually, not as much as the one on Corrupted Keep, but it's all about the hourglasses for these 2 champions, of course, with the Knicks versus the visor. But the problem is, it's a matter of how and when they use it. You know, does Avic want to save the piercing sight for when he uses that ghost walk to chase, or does he want to use it for early information? Does, of course, Wenger want to use any kind of aggressive ghost walks to maybe approach the heavy, or maybe trying to contest the mega in some way? It's a lot of things to take into account here, and obviously with the majority of the hourglasses being around a heavy jump pad and courtyard, we could be seeing potentially a little bit predictable play in terms of how they're going to circulate and how they're going to reroute around to try and catch each other off guard. But then again, they may do the complete opposite and expect that and do something more unorthodox. So this is what I mean by there's going to be a lot of mind games going into this. It'll be interesting to see how they both start things off. I assume it's going to be slow and steady until they kind of stabilize and adapt to each other's playstyle. But of course, without the mobility or anything like that, it's not going to be too one-sided from what we normally witness on Ruins.
No, and often it always comes down to that contestation at the T by Mega. You want to get that point. We'll also see if anyone wants to throw into the mix, delaying any of the major items off the spawn as well. We do see that occasionally to try and get that early control or early advantage on pressuring one of the pickups. Normally, you'd expect, as you say, trading of those 2 major items. You both are on opposite sides of the map. The geometry is such that you can do that and keep the items consistent. So let's see.
Right, no mucking around here, Dan. Let's see exactly what Wenger's up to here, picking up that rail and the heavy straight off the bat. No piercing sight used on spawn, and Wenger's just, of course, I'm using that ghost walk so early on. Now, again, both of them playing very slow and steady. Avic playing a little bit slower, just listen out for those audio cues, but Wenger baiting him at this stage. He hasn't got any rockets. Just looking to see what exactly Avic's going to be up to as he does back away. It's a matter of what items these players are going to go for straight afterwards. Looking to see if he's going to backtrack around, which he has not. Does hit him with that first rail, which is going to be quite important, which is going to force Avic to go for one of his lights eventually, and this is where Wenger could set up a trap.
Yeah, the items are on the same time as we expected, so it's just a bit of biding time and rotating to see if you can catch up on guard, make sure you get all of the weaponry you want to take the fights. And Venga's, again, trying to goad Avik into a fight here. You can see him jumping around, gets that first shot, and he's actually going to now try and contest for this Mega. But Piercing Sight is popped, so Avik will know what's up and rotate the other direction to pick up the Heavy instead.
Venga consistently getting his chip damage, hitting 3 out of 4 shots so far. But LG comes out, good ghost walk, important ghost walk, considering he would have taken so much damage from that potential LG battle. But you can see that, that important rail did miss. But Venga has backed away, just approaching this 2-minute stage. If both players looking towards the Heavy, Venga's just trying to do a bit of damage before approaching that Mega, but doesn't get anything done. But he's got the information he requires to now decide what to do next.
Yeah, he was willing to take that risk because he knew Avik didn't have a rail, so he could plus back and get out of there without taking fatal damage. Avik does have that rail now, so it changes the terms of the fights. But Venga's also going to have his way to delay that Mega. I'm not entirely sure if Avik heard the pickup either. So this could be pretty definitive as Avik's not in now position to punish this pickup. And it's going to be very early on this Mega. So he's got to try and prevent the entryway, but the Ghost Walk is used. Avik understands what's going on, but it's going to be too late. He gets bounced. Oh, not quite off the platform, does pick it up, but now he can take the fight, in fact, because the Ghost Walk was popped earlier. He's still so healthy. And what was, in my mind, the right move from Venga actually gets punished.
Yeah, great trap. It just wasn't to be. 1 HP. But this is fine, though. He hasn't got the weapons in his arsenal, so Avik's got a little bit of room to breathe, to pick up those 2 health bubbles underneath the hourglasses, and now going forth to at least go for this Mega, as he's just standing his ground on the high ground for now. Piercing Sight's in the next 5 seconds, but Ghost Walk is ready. Venga already in position to contest that Mega, but has backed away. But good rail coming out there from Venga's Avik. Keeping tabs on the man here as he does rotate back around and away, but goes through the TP unexpectedly as Avik does manage to hit some of his rocket shots in the rail, but Venga comes back with a rail of his own and ties things up.
Oh, lovely exchange of rails right there as well. They will now just settle back into that rhythm of trading major items. Neither one willing to take a risk and do that offset again. Given the way in which the game's been playing out, they'd much rather have the security of these major items until there is at least some uncontested trades.
Venga now just playing it very slow and steady. Of course, stack nowhere near the size of Avik's right now, so Heavy's going to be very important, but I like the cheeky rail just to keep him a little bit weaker in terms of chip. But will be greeted by Avik, but Avik realizes he's in no man's land here. Does back away once again. The item's still almost in sync. So it's just gone past that 4-minute 20 mark. Now Venga's just teetering around the courtyard to see what he can find here. Still nothing too much as of yet, but the good thing is that Avik, even though he's not giving away too much information, he's making Venga overthink the information he's trying to grab from Avik as well.
Yeah, but whilst the Ghost walks up, Venga's willing to play, not risky, but he's willing to take these more aggressive maneuvers. And without the Piercing Sight, you can see how Avik is forced into this more defensive posture as well. He's now down in by the heavy area, or at least in the stairwell. Venga knows roughly where he is. And Avik wants to fight, in fact.
Good discipline coming out from Venga, and good rocket fake as well. Getting
huge.
the 190, so important. And these tiny little plays is what really makes the difference here. Surely this almost could have been the second frag, but again, I like this from Venga, just keeping his positioning, but he won't be positioned there any longer. He's just trying to back away as soon as physically possible, picking up this light from the courtyard.
Incredible play from both players. The aggressive maneuver, the fake rocket jump, clinical from Venga, but that defensive aim from Avik preventing the frags. We're still stuck at 1-1, but the items are beginning to separate, and Venga now with this movement, with the stack, he is the one in ascendancy.
to try and catch him on that heavy jump pad, which he has done. Beautiful stuff here from Wenger. This could be a time for him to try and secure the second frag. But again, a good defensive rail from Avic, but it's not going to be enough. And he still has the Ghost Walk in hand if he gets in a sticky situation. But of course, with weapons in Wenger's arsenal in comparison, I don't think Avic's going to be too worried about that now. He's got the LG. Wenger's going to be a lot more worried than he was previously. Using that Ghost Walk isn't going to approach him here. And now Avic's got the heavy and that slight stack advantage.
He had to make that aggressive maneuver. The game would have spiraled out of control if he didn't. It luckily worked out. Wenger probably should have just instantly popped that Ghost Walk and then taken position on the heavy, but it is what it is, and Avic's fighting his way back into this game. You know there's no Ghost Walk up. He wants to punish this, but he also is wary without his piercing sight, and there it is.
In such crucial rails here to keep himself in this matchup. 71% for Wenger, 42% for Avic, and he's just hitting another, making that 45% left on 10 HP. As Avic's doing a good job keeping him low, but he's just finding the right moment in order to trap in a hard rock and hard place.
On the flip side, it's actually Wenger who's hit probably the more clutch rails, because if he had missed any of those without his Ghost Walk up, Avic would have had the confidence to close the gap. But every single time there's a pickup or Avic feels like he has an in, Wenger always manages to hit a rail, which will just offset that. There's another amazing one. That's an opening for Wenger, and it's just before the pickup for Avic. Massive breakthrough in this game.
Oh, it certainly was, and he knows the tendencies of what Avic does on spawn, just sitting there for a few seconds, but just find a couple of rockets just to confirm that he won't be there. 2 minutes 10 left on the clock. Avic's still got time. And does have that piercing sight to give him a little bit more leeway later on. But the problem is Wenger's the one with the stack. He's the one making this work. He's going to try and hit that first rail. Sadly, he does not. Very patient with the shot, but still doesn't hit. Doesn't hit the second one either. And Avic's actually rotated back around underneath.
Yeah, but now he has to try and chase Wenger down. He doesn't even have a rail, in fact, so it's really... There is absolutely no chance in hell he can do anything without a rail. Lovely drop down, but it's too little too late for Avic at this point.
He has picked up the Mega. Heavy's up in 15. In terms of item control, 18 for Wenger and 14 for Avic here. As Wenger hits another crucial rail to create that window. But isn't going to go for it. He decides to prioritise the heavy, which is perfectly understandable. Might as well continue to stack those advantages.
And you can see it. Wenger is actually on the chase here. He's got the timing. He's going to be a second too late. Oh, he steals it from under his feet.
Oh, unbelievable. And I love this as well. It's the second time in a row, Wenger, when he tries to pursue the Mega, he'll just fake a rail or fake a rocket to pretend that he's just going to create that cellmate situation or angle, and just doesn't. He just pushes in straight afterwards and try and throw him off a little bit. But Heavy's up. 30 seconds left. 3 frags. Not going to happen, sadly. But it looks like Wenger will be making this series 2-0 here, Darren.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone juked as hard as when Wenger stole that Mega. That was...
Yeah.
Avic had no idea what was going on. What a performance from Wenger, because Avic stepped it up this game. He played so much more calculated like we wanted him to. He was hitting his shots, keeping his pressure on. And yet Wenger once again showed us why he's in potentially championship shape.
Yeah, he certainly is. His form is looking really, really good at the moment, and he just seems to be playing very calm, very not passive, but he's been very patient for a lot of his frags and has secured them almost cleanly. And some of the traps he delivers is just, again, spectacular. As I was just looking at the damage count as well, 1,627 damage between the two. Wenger with that advantage. 21 items for Wenger and 15 for Avic. So Wenger had a lot better item control that time round, but it's pretty standard. Normally the item control's a lot more even on Ruins anyway, no matter what the matchup is.
No, there was a few movements in the game to try and separate the items and take more control, but they both were playing so well that it ended up being that traditional stalemate you see where they both trade items, and so it was coming down to just basically positioning and decision making, and Wenger had that edge. He was definitely more clutch in the key moments, just playing the Nyx in general gives them that little bit of an upper hand when your opponent can't put on enough pressure to keep you away from the major items. And here was that lovely steal as well at the end, just to really seal the deal.
Yeah, crazy stuff there from Wenger. Now you can see there's 63% rail for the 43% for Avec, but plays Juzo, he was against that Nyx and didn't really make it too easy for Wenger here. But yeah, there we go. So it's currently 2-0, which means that no matter what happens in this matchup, Wenger should be tied for first with Rafa. If he wins this next map, then he'll be in the lead with in terms of map advantage. Both of them will be 11-1. But yeah, but in terms of the map score, Rafa's currently 31-5 right now at this point. Wenger's 31-4, so of course he'll be going 32-4 after this if he takes Molten Falls. But it's gonna be a tricky one to kind of predict here. We've got the BJ pick versus the Galena. We've seen the BJ picked a couple of times now. We've seen it used by Sirius a couple of times in the past, the Molten Falls, when it's actually made available. And the Galena, I think, is a pretty good pick in itself, just to force Wenger to go around on his toes and to actually not force him to take the same routes every time and push him out of his comfort zone overall here. So we'll have to see what Avec can do, because he has been playing well for the first two maps. I just think it's more the creative plays and traps that Wenger's actually performed, which has given him the edge in this matchup.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And Wenger's just been better on the defense, really, playing without the items. And this is a map where you can also play into that strength as well. It can be incredibly passive, incredibly slow. You generally see the Galena camp around that heavy area, try and build that overstack. And as we've seen in the past, it can be quite difficult to break through and challenge your opponent if they decide to play that very defensive play style. So it'd be interesting to see what actually Avec adopts here. And again, the BGA, it can be used either way. It can be used aggressively or defensively. It's just you have that dual as a get out of jail free card if they do want to press you. I mean, it's a nice little boost, but it's not game breaking either.
No, it's not, no, but it's obviously a fantastic way not just to clean up frags, but to contest some of those items as well, especially if you've got the any kind of advantage in terms of stack. But we'll have to see, though. Like, we've seen a lot of people pull it off. It's nice to see, you know, another champion be able to not establish herself in the meta, but when it gets to, like, the third map, we know that the champion pool starts running out slowly as we go towards that third and final map. But BJ's obviously and can be the next best option if you don't get what you desire in terms of those picks and bans. But we're going to start things off with Wenger to see if he can make this a clean sweep or if Avec can claw back this third and final map.
Yeah, Avec gets the mega side, which is not necessarily what you want as a Galena. And Wenger just slowing the pace down, defending this rail. And we've even seen games in the past where the person who gets the rail spawn can just prevent their opponent from getting the rail for minutes on end. Not to be this time. Wenger does allow Avec to sneak on in, and in doing so, he's actually gone all the way in to challenge for this heavy armor. He takes it without even receiving too much damage, and then Wenger will have to back off, but will now have to be wary. Avic's going to be in the area to hit that rail, and does connect. So this is the start Avec fan wants.
You could say that Wenger was actually focused on that left-hand side. He's probably used to Avic's tendencies at times in terms of his position and contesting for that mega Molten Falls, but went for the right side of the archway this time round. Finds it, but misses that crucial rail, and Avic's rail's looking a lot better compared to Wenger's in this map at the very get-go, and Wenger looking just to try and buy this time. I was hoping to wait for the mega just in time, but is it going to be able to? And Avec does take him down and get that first initial frag to give it a leeway, and he does have that overstack ready, or did previously, but now that turn has been cleaned up.
Yeah, Avec is on form, found his feet in this map so far. Wenger a little bit sloppy to start with, allowing Avec in on that rail all too easily. And then in that last exchange, mistiming the mega as well as missing 3 health bubbles. So not the best start for Wenger.
Avec just taking the element of caution of what Wenger could have plans here. She drops down with the tri-bolt here. Quite risky, but it does get a bit of damage done and gets away. Hits the first rail, hits the dual wall. Oh, he actually dropped down as well. That was that's so unfortunate. But as well as recovering and pick up the light, gets the mega as well. And it can get himself in a good position for this heavy shortly. It will be up in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, the tribal drop down was interesting, and then he just got forced off the edge with that dual wield. So we're tied up. Lovely double back from Avik. They're pushing him through the doorway. Venga sticking around, but he's taken lots of damage. We already have a big split between the major items here, Lethal. Oh, Avik lets the heavy go.
Yeah, I think he maybe thought that he didn't have a stack to contest it, but they're both on a very, very similar stack at the time. I think a tiny bit of armor between the two, but following on that mega jump pad is going to make it even worse. Venga now up 2-1, approaching his 3-minute mark, and you can see Avik just spawned on the LG stairs. We'll have to back away from that. He may have a small chance to contest it, but of course with the stack Venga has at the moment, there's no way he can, plus the dual on top just to make matters worse.
I could only assume that was a mistiming from Avik on the heavy. There was absolutely no reason for him. No! Yeah, I've seen no reason for him to not pick that up, and now he has to fight all the way back. He's got 2 totems up. One now, one's been taken away, so nowhere near that overstack.
Oh, okay, so he does get first rail, but Venga retaliates with one of his own. Heavy's up in 12, Mega's up just 4 or 5 seconds behind, but misses that jump. He was hoping to get a kind of height advantage over for this heavy. Would have been so beneficial for him, but he's going to have to let this go. He can still pick up the light and the mega coming up shortly. Does have that dual wield still, as Avik does take that. Give him a little bit of a beating with that chip damage. But look at this, though. Just Avik just having such good reads and just holding these angles and getting all this damage, which is going to help him a lot for this next heavy. That's if he does approach it.
Yeah, Avik hitting 80% rail, and as you say, it's been largely based on these reads and the angles he's picking up. Oh no, Venga's in a lot of trouble here. He tries to get away. Avik luckily misses a rail, and they can exchange items, because once again, we're in that position where a lot of respect is coming out, and they're both quite happy to trade and build their own stacks. Avik as well has now got himself this overstack. He's got himself that heavy area, and he's got himself the read on Venga, picks up that second frag to tie it up as well.
Yeah, it's going to get difficult now. I'm sure Venga's got a good read on where these totems are, but because he hasn't been rotating around the rail area, he knows that there's only one possibility, but the back-to-back rails coming up from Avik is looking sublime at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely lovely from Avik. Really playing well at the moment. He's lost his overstack, though, and Venga's taking down a couple of totems, so that is a bit of a boon for Venga. Nevertheless, the stack is there for Avik, and he's got the reads on Venga so far.
Yeah, Avik just biding his time at the moment, and so he should, because then he's got the lead, and he's got the positional advantage for this heavy, but he's going to do the best he can. Oh, and 131 from those last couple of rockets, and the additional damage with that LG is going to put Venga on the back foot, and the rail straight afterwards. This is screaming for him to either make this push or go for the mega, but he's probably made the assumption that Venga would have just gone for the mega as soon as he got railed from that last shot. So I do completely understand that. Hits the first rail, looking to go for the second, doesn't hit the second, but looking to put that cheeky third, but misses the fourth as well, and that's going to cost him so much unreturned damage. And Venga get himself back in this matchup, and my God, that was so close. But that 27 damage would have given him the read, but the rail comes out from Venga, and what a way to come back in this matchup.
A little bit sloppy from both players, if I'm honest. Firstly, Venga, with the mistiming on the heavy armor, double backs after it's already gone, costs him nearly a frag. And then Avik, as you say, just not connecting whatsoever. He's also been caught here, but he has lovely dodge plus back there, doing huge amounts of damage with the LG if he gets the frag somehow. How does he do that?
Crikey, 3.5 minutes left, still only 1 frag down now. Heavy is up, and he's not too far from his overstack, as long as he keeps these totems up. And that totem in the mega has been there for the majority of his game. I'm surprised that's actually checked that angle as of yet, but hits the first rail, gets caught with his trousers down with the LG, but the rail coming out from Avik to keep himself in this. Hits another one, and Venga needs to back away from those LG stairs.
He does. It's been a death trap for him so far. Avik's just been playing around these choke points like an absolute mastermind.
Oh!
Pull.
Yeah. He's done some clay shooting in this time, I know. Oh, he actually rocket jumps up, but Avik's going to try and clean up with the shotgun. The rocket's not hitting.
How does that not
back away
connect?
again? No idea at this point.
And now, yeah, Wenger is forced into these reckless decisions, and Avik is able to punish him time and time again. I'm still not sure how Wenger survived that heavy super shotgun exchange, but he does come out, and it's still only a 2-frag game. So luckily for Wenger, let's just say his overzealous decisions have not come back to haunt him from those exchanges. However, this might, as Avik is once again ready for that push, and he is just abusing his choke points. Every single time he's defending them, and Wenger is having to push into damage.
And he has done. He's coming up with a rocket straight away, so that's going to give Wenger some breathing room. I don't know how he even got away with that, but both of them just catch each other off guard quite a lot, but he just managed to back away before Avik could take another pop shot. But Heavy is up though. Mega's up in 10. Wenger does do what he can to try and get it's actually got quite a fair amount of damage down, but the problem is he can't overstep the mark too much. Remember, he's only on 100 HP, but he's done so much damage, it's going to be very beneficial for him in the long term, considering he's now pick up the light, he can get the mega shot afterwards, and has the timing on this Heavy, and you can see he's on the hunt now, Dan.
Well, he has to be. This is a map where you can't afford to play passive. It's too easy for your opponent to plus back and play defensive and slow the clock. The only way to counter him is to do this, is to play fast, to play aggressive, get in their face. Avik there with Del back once again. This is where Wenger struggled, but this time, no way!
As if that happened as well, left on 20 HP. A minute left remaining, and Avik still hasn't recovered from that last bout, but it does have... Oh, he hit him up with a heavy machine gun. He did have the totem in his back pocket, but I don't think he expected Wenger just to charge on in for the TP like that. Still, though, got a minute left, and look at the stack. He's coming in with a shotgun here, Dan. He's going to try and clean him up. Yes, he has done. Tied things up. 45 seconds left. This is looking much better from Wenger, and after the last 2 frags he's managed to pick up, barely took any damage, so you can continue these engagements aggressively.
Complete misread by Avik. He wanted to defend the exit once again to try and punish Wenger, but this time I'm not sure if he misheard him or something, but he was not ready. And now Wenger can clean him up to take the lead with 30 seconds to go. How has he done this?
It's just crazy from both of them, really. Oh, decent rocket from the last shot, but yeah, that's just not going to happen. Mazza hits him with the rail. He's going to secure this 3-0 victory. But what a great matchup. But a very strange third map with both of them just catch each other with their trousers down more times than I can think in just in one map. And fair play to Avik, though. 63% rail accuracy there and just over 2,200 damage in that final map. I really did feel like the way he was railing and the crucial shots he was making, it was going to go in Avik's favour. 12 items for Avik, though, and 20 for Wenger.
I mean, that map in its nutshell shows you why Avik is still so feared as a player, because when he's clutch, he just, not only does he hit everything, but it's his combat skill. Like, the amount of times where Wenger, one of the best players in the world mechanically, tried to hit Avik in these choke points and just couldn't do any damage, and Avik just melted Wenger. It was nuts, but that ending was insane. Why did Wenger push up a jump pad into Avik and get the... I don't know how he got that frag. That was the turning point. Avik knew he had Wenger dead to rights down by that mega, and for some reason Wenger thought it was a smart idea to push up a jump pad, and it turned out it was a smart idea.
Yeah, I thought because the audio cues...
Yeah.
Sorry, would have just given it away. I thought when I witnessed that initial bout, I was like, okay, maybe there's an audio cue I missed, or maybe he didn't have enough time to react, but he must have had a good couple of seconds to react to that. But also at the same time, it's just that kind of surprise attack factor. Even if you are somewhat ready for it, the position he was in, he could have come from 4 different angles, and maybe he had his back turned at the time, not assuming it was going to come from Mega. I have to probably watch that back, actually, because it's something I'm quite curious about, because that was actually probably one of the very few engagements would have cost him that last map. But both players played extremely well, a close affair on all 3 maps overall. Yeah. A nice way to finish things off in map number 3. But I think because Rafa's not playing today, of course, don't quote me, that should mean that Wenger is on the top of the leaderboard by 1 or 2 maps here. So I think probably by 1 or 2 overall. So yeah, Wenger's looking pretty clean cut so far. Just needs to try and continue on to the final week, which is week 18, where we can see and witness if he guarantees his first seeded spot.
I think he's also played pretty much everyone in that top 5 bracket now. So he's sitting at number 1. He's got it in his control, and it's fully deserved. I felt this was an incredible series from Wenger. Normally we see him being the player to set the tempo and go aggressive and be on the highlight reel, but today he showed good restraint and respect for Avik and adjusted his game plan. And it's not a new side to his game, but it's a side he hasn't often had to show at this stage, where he had to play very defensive, a lot more passive. But he has that perfect balance, particularly we saw it on map 1, of where he knows how far he can push without taking damage, yet maintaining that pressure. It's probably the hardest thing to do in Quake, and it's why he is so scary as a player. And Avik once again showed us, whilst he's a little bit rusty, he still took every map to the #1 seed to the wire. So full credit to Avik.
Yeah, it certainly will do. And Wenger, like, even though he changed the style of play just a little bit depending on the opponent he's playing against, his creativity is always there, and it's what really makes him topple some of his top dogs here. But it's unreal to see stuff like that from Wenger. And the funny thing is, that was only the 4th match of the day. We've still got our 2 featured matchups here between Sirius and Razy, the heavy aim gods. We'll have to see exactly how that's going to pan out. And then the final match of the evening will be Kielsen versus Zeneku. And we can't forget, you know, Daddy Wheat is going to be joining me and Dan very shortly. So guys, stay tuned for that. We'll be back in just a few minutes. back right at you. Myself and Dan going to bring you the featured matches, but of course, myself and Dan can't do it on our Larrys. It is going to be Wheat joining us here for our last 2 games of the night, and we've got 2 absolute bangers here. And Wheat, like I said before, it's been quite a while since I've seen you. How you been?
It has. I've been great.
I'm sure it's been a spectacle.
I've been great. But you know, before I answer that question, I just want to let everyone know that especially Dan, especially as ESX, like I want a really serious 2 featured matches here. Okay, I none of like what happened last week, Dan. Okay, that can't happen. So just enjoy the Quake, but be serious about it. No laughing or giggling or anything like that. There's no, just needed to throw that out there. That being said, it's great to be back. Lethal, it's great to see you. Dan, it's great to see you. I'm excited for these 2 matches that we got here.
Yeah, so am I. You're looking fabulous as always, Wheat. And now we're going to go into our next matchup between Sirius and Razy, 2 of the AIM gods in this Pro League circuit. I think a lot of people would say that, of course, as Razy's adaptation and dueling experience, he could benefit a little bit more going into this. But I'm very curious to see how Sirius is going to perform. We know it didn't look too good for Sirius against Maxter last week, so we can see what differences and if he's able to rectify some of those errors which he anticipated against Maxter last week.
Yeah, and it's going to be rough for him. The last time I saw him play Razy, he got steamrolled. It wasn't in the QPL, obviously, but he got absolutely steamrolled. And so he's in a really challenging part of his short QPL career, because as we spoke about time and time again, he's had an amazing run so far, but now he's playing the big boys. And this is where his mental game, his strategy gets really tested, because these players can hit just as hard as him, but know how to work around that and exploit his vulnerabilities. So it's going to be a bit of a testing ground for Sirius going up against Razy today. But you can't deny he's had a stellar run in the QPL, considering where he came from, right? If we think back to his matches prior to the QPL, he was just one of these online kids. He likes to rage a lot. He knew how to play Quake, but he could hit bots, and now he's a fully cultured, fledged member of this QPL.
You know, there's actually something interesting about this lineup that we're seeing here, is that Sirius actually has, some tough opponents here at the end of the season. But I'd almost argue that is better going into the finals overall, right? I mean, you called out, right, the last matchup between himself and Razy. But I think getting this level of Titan going into it, I would imagine that for someone like Sirius, right, get it kind of out of the way, go to the lane with everything that he's got, and just go for it. Test the waters here, right? I expect Razy to really bring it. But that could play into Sirius's favor. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll have to see, because Razy, as we know, one of the most highly consistent players in the Quake Pro League for quite a few years now, and still looking for that QuakeCon title, which he's become so close to on numerous times. But what I'm interested from Razy's perspective in this matchup is how he's going to deal with Sirius. We know there's a lot of players who do it in certain ways to make it feel really uncomfortable, not given the angles he so desperately desires to bring up these his high accuracies overall. But yeah, look at the scoreboard. You can see he lost to Kilson right at the very beginning of the season. But of course, we know what the first 4 weeks are like. Everyone's trying to get themselves back into it after a bit of a break. And then we continued on with those clean sweeps. And the upset from Strong Sage taking down Razy was a big one. And of course, he did lose to Rafa only a few weeks ago to then get back on the 3-0 train against Toxiz. So, Dan, I'm very excited to see what Razy can do to either topple Sirius or what Sirius can do to try and contend this juggernaut.
Exactly, yeah. I'm interested to see if Razy does how he adjusts to Sirius as well. But I mean, those results speak for themselves. He's lost to people you would expect him to, but they've always been close. I think the Strong Sage loss in there is an anomaly, not so much that it's disrespect for Strong Sage, but you would expect Razy to beat him. But apart from that, he's lost to Kilson and Rafa, so you can't really slight him too much. This is definitely a different challenge altogether. I think no matter who you are, you have to respect what Sirius brings. But then there's still a lot of vulnerability in his play, as we saw against Kilson last week, where Kilson respected the aim of Sirius, but absolutely capitalized upon his lack of positioning and timing in some of these instances. And so I expect Razy to do the same.
Yeah, I mean, I guess kind of find it fascinating that you'd say Razy adjusting to Sirius, because I think it happens to be the opposite in this particular case. But that's because I feel like where Razy is and how we've seen in the last few weeks looks pretty good. So I would kind of go the other way in that I'm more confident that Razy's going to bring his game, and Sirius has to basically go, I need to hit my shots, I need to play smart, and I need to, watch my aggression. But, right?
I agree. I think the reason I say that is because the more experienced player knows how to adjust better. And so they're the ones that then can mold themselves in a more effective way. Whereas Sirius, with less experience, might not know how to adjust in the right way and just tries to play how he's comfortable. That's what I generally see against these kind of aim-heavy players. They'll want to use their strengths a lot more. And so it will be then the same way we saw Kilson. He was just playing really positional, not being as aggressive as he was. And then as soon as Sirius was out of position, he was capitalizing on that. So
then, do you think that Sirius has a chance to take this game?
I think he has a chance to take a map. I don't think he has a chance. He has a chance, but I don't think he has a big chance to take the set, no.
He's certainly quite a few times already taken a map here and there, but he could do the same today. We'll have to see. We'll have to look at the picks and bans, though. It'll give us a bit of an indicator of exactly what to expect. Sorry, I was just a little bit... I was a little bit shocked to begin with. Awoken has been banned. Veil's been banned as well. And we've got Blood Covenant, Molten Falls, and then Ruins. This is... I don't know what you think. I'll start with you, Dan, but I think these map picks are quite bizarre. I don't know what you think, but this kind of shouts that Razy is forcing himself to play out of his comfort zone and just trying to play the maps and maybe some of the champions is not very good at, and then trying to see what he can do if he puts himself in this kind of situation. Because Awoken banned straight away, that screams at instantly.
Yeah, it's also Sirius's most picked map, so it's not... Again, maybe that's a sign of respect, saying I don't want to play Sirius on his best map.
Yeah.
But saying that, Razy's most classical champion is probably the Anarchy, and he's got it on Blood Covenant, and he knows how to play that quick and got tempo. We saw Sirius pick the Athena last week, and it didn't work out particularly well. That was against Kilson. So he's gone with it again. That's going to be interesting. He's facing a similar challenge in that Razy can play very quick. He can really capitalize upon the Athena when she doesn't have those grapples up and it's a light champion. Once again, it's going to come down to the rail and the positioning. But the other maps, again, I don't think it's too far removed, because he just tries to remove the combat heavy ones in terms of Deep Embrace and Awoken. So that leaves us with Ruins and Molten.
I'm just going to throw this out there, but I kind of feel like we should just disregard the rules, make this an insta-gib, like best of 3, and just see what happens. Rail only, because I think you're right. This is going to really depend on that. But this is, I think, I would say that this is definitely a bit more favorable to Razy overall.
Yeah, it's looking that way at the moment. I'm worried about if Razy, if Sirius gets the lead on Molten Falls and Strog at the very beginning. Obviously, he's banned the Slash, but at least he's got kind of the next best thing, really, because obviously the Anarchy's been removed in the Athena, of course, on Blood Covenant. The Slash has been banned, so that's all the mobility champions pretty much out of the way, apart from that Strog, so it's going to try and put that to good use. And we're back to the Galena and BJ pick, but instead of it being on Molten Falls like the previous series, we'll be going on to Ruins as the final map.
Yeah, that's the only real one I'm looking at in the board here, is that Visor pick as the first pick on Molten. I mean, there's everything else left on the table, and he just takes Visor. So I'm going to be really interested to see, obviously, how he plays that and what his play style is. There's plenty of other options that, in my mind, probably could have been slightly better, but we'll have to see how he wants to play it.
That is a pretty interesting pick. Yeah, that is. I would just suspect he just plays, top middle, almost the entire time. But I have no idea. That'll be good. Map 2. So anyway.
Yeah, because we have seen the BJ pick on Molten Falls quite a few times. It's up from Wenger earlier. We've seen Sirius play it quite a lot as well. And I thought we might have seen it more Molten Falls just for maybe Razy to take that away. But it seems to be that, it's just very interesting, because we all know how good Razy is on Awoken. It doesn't really matter too much about which opponent, but that's why I was a little bit surprised to begin with. I was like, Awoken banned straight away, and that was by him. humanly. So I was just like, okay, that's a little bit of a shock to the system. But I suppose now would be the time, if he did want to practice to play out of his comfort zone, then couldn't think of a better time than any, because we've only got a few weeks left now, and way technically, so to speak. And for him to not be able to get first seed, second seed, it's going to be very difficult for him right now, because he's still got to wait for the top 2 players to drop a few maps. And even then, though, top 8's pretty much set in stone at this stage, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, I'm not going to squabble on and talk too much anyway. I'm going to let you two crack on with this series, and I'll see you in about half an hour.
Great.
Thank you, Lethal.
I actually thought Lethal and I were casting first series, and you were doing. So I must have misunderstood.
I could tell you look really disappointed.
What? No, actually, I'm not at all. I love both you guys. I wasn't. I feel like Razy in a previous interview, aside from talking about the wonderful chicken salad of Texas, was talking a little bit about his preparation for like QuakeCon and getting ready and playing out of his comfort zone a little bit. This is a chance for him to really do that. So.
It's definitely a more unique opponent. It's always a challenge to play someone who just hits as much as Sirius, and when it forces you to rethink a lot of your decisions in these games. And so, I think Razy, you won't find it a surprise, as he'll played him 1,000 times, and I'm sure will relish it. But it definitely makes you second guess a lot of things as well.
Yeah. Well, time is upon us as we got our first of the feature matches. 4 weeks left, I believe, 4 actual play weeks left for this season, and then we will be going on. So these games are incredibly important. You know what else Razy said? He talked about trying to make it through the upper bracket. Remember when he said that? So that ranking is even more important as far as I'm concerned. So, but we're about live. It's Sirius versus Razy as we get started here in our first featured match, kicking things off with the eyes of Razy. He's not going to be able to get that rail and seems to be perfectly okay with that. Has a plan B as he heads on over and delays this mega by quite a bit, which I think is probably pretty smart play here as he prepares for what could be this first battle.
Yeah, already tried to prohibit Sirius from getting that weapon. Going to be the game-breaking weapon that they both need, and you can see how cautious Razy is even being to move out of this choke point. He's saying, if you want to come at me, that's fine, but I'm not exploiting myself until you have made your move. So he does do that. He does delay again. Sirius is actually delaying the heavy, so all things considered, now they are tied up on timings as well.
I think that is a great kind of counterplay to that, assuming that that's exactly what Razy was going to do, and now it seems like it's just completely been negated. Big thing, though, is that there's still no rail, and Razy sees an opportunity to just go ahead and make that rocket jump, head on over, and he's actually put Sirius kind of out of position now. He will see exactly where he's at just outside that teleporter, and then he's going to get mega, so Razy will just drop back, grab himself that heavy, and they will just swap spots here, Dan.
Yeah, nearly very close to Sirius getting some serious damage on Razy, punishing a pickup. Not to be, and they are playing extremely cautious from both sides. You can see the creative angles of Razy here, catching Sirius off guard, and now that's a little bit of an opening for Razy to go and dominate this mid ground. Potentially even get the first frag. There we go.
Oh my God, was that actually max damage buckshot right there? If it wasn't, it was pretty close, but Razy up the stairs. Quick rocket from Sirius. He wants to tie this one up, but knows his chance has come and gone. What a phenomenal frag, and you can really see, oh my God. Oh. From Razy's POV, that was magnetized, and he should be able to clean it up. Sirius does. We're tied back 1-1. Really interesting game so far. I would say that this actually is slower, but partially because that first minute and a half they played around the rail until that first frag came out. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, no. I agree with what Razy was doing right there, but Sirius was so prepared for that. I guess the one thing that Razy didn't factor in is the only weapon that he probably picked up coming around that corner was the shot, and that is it.
Yeah.
But a second one, and we're tied back up, and that's how easily you can give away what would be considered a pretty substantial lead here on Blood
100%.
Covenant. Oh my
And another
God.
one.
The payback is real, Dan. Holy
I mean, I was
moly.
just talking about how Razy had an opportunity to shut Sirius out of the game, and he has been deleted 3 frags in a row by the super shotgun. Wow.
That's kind of nuts. If they're looking for a top 10 plays of the week, they should just put those 4 together and then say these happened within 20 seconds of each other.
Yeah.
That was totally nuts. And Razy's still kind of on. He does hit that rail, but Sirius has an opportunity to really kind of play slow and steady, walk away. He uses the hook for some momentum there. I think he is just going to play the shotgun all the way to the end, which I'm okay with. 4 minutes in, though, we got plenty of time left. But that was a great stop of momentum and comeback by Sirius.
Yeah, I mean, and you talked in the intro about how Sirius has to adjust his game to Razy, and there we go. Holding the choke points with a super shotgun, knowing Razy's going to come flying through is not something we've seen Sirius do an awful lot, and he's done it in 4 frags out of the 5. So, good start from Sirius, and he's hitting his shots as well.
Yeah, I think that he's playing really intelligently, right? I mean, we've seen Sirius kind of evolve as a player over time, and I think there was a time where I really kind of enjoyed watching him play because he's just like, yeah, he's aggressive like I am, like throw the brain out the window and let's just go. But clearly it's not gonna work when you're playing against the best of the best. So you do have to play to them, and I would agree. I think Sirius is absolutely changed his game, capitalize on what he's strong with, but said, where does Razy excel and how can I stop that? So far, so good. 5 minutes left, halfway through, still a lot of time here. Sirius does take a rail on the Mega, saw the inject come out, but Sirius will still eject him from the Mega.
Yeah, we still have to be considerate. It's obviously only a 2-frag game, and before that crazy turnaround, Sirius was scarily close to this game spiraling out of early control when Razy was in dominant position. If he didn't get that super shotgun spawn, he could have been a couple of frags down. So
you're right.
He is still in a precarious position. If he gives up control, Razy could snowball.
Yeah, and he's got to continue to hold on to this intelligent play that he's got going on here. As Sirius just controlling the areas of the map. I think, ooh, the rocket jumped over and LG's come out, but still, Sirius managed to take that one, even though he started that fight at a bit of a disadvantage. Now 6-3, and 3-frag lead is no joke with 4 minutes left to go.
It's not at all. Razy with a very smart push there, catching Sirius off guard, but just unable to execute. The pure aim of Sirius was enough in that circumstance.
Was his inject down?
Now?
No,
Yeah,
was it? What?
Oh, was it? I don't know, but there is a tying up
There it
frag
is.
to bring it. Yep, 2 frags now, and now Sirius has to start again without the right weapons. He's trying to keep the pressure on, but Razy punishing him for the overextension. The only blessing in disguise is those item timings still tied up, so Sirius has that Mega.
Yeah, this is going to be critical moments here now for Razy. You could definitely see his pace and tempo kind of picking up a little bit here. Sees his opponent. Drops a hit with that rocket. And, you know, he is still going to take that fight serious now. Down to 60 points of health. Got to be careful. Razy barreling in with that rail. And will that lead deplete as quickly as it was gained, Dan?
I mean, Sirius is doing a really great job to keep the pressure on off the spawn. If he gives Razy that breathing room, he knows he's going to be punished. So he's learned his lesson from previous plays, and really smart from Sirius here. Now, he's in a little bit of an interesting position for someone that doesn't have the experiences. What do I do now? Do I play defensive? Do I go for more frags? What do I do with 2 minutes to go? And that can really confuse you. So he's got to be careful not to take his foot off the pedal too much and give Razy just play of the map, because this can happen.
Oh my God, what a read. That whole thing, he damaged himself so he could grab the lower level light, and then he knew his opponent was going to go over there after hitting that tri-bolt. Like, that was actually super sick. And Razy, it's a somewhat risky engagement, but it does pay off, and that is not only the tie game, but also taking the lead there. A rail suddenly out of nowhere from Sirius, and Razy does not have this in the bag at all yet. He is in the lead, but this 90 seconds, still a lot could happen.
A lot, but now the pressure is on Sirius. After having that comfortable lead, he finds himself on the back foot, having to find a frag now with just over a minute to go. You could hear Athena coming swinging into the room. Razy's going to back off slowly, holding the angles, and gets out for now. What Razy will do is just play this low ground, play the choke points again, force Sirius in. Doesn't want to get involved in these mid-range, long-range fights. He just wants to take these secure, close-range combat.
Yeah, I mean, still got to be somewhat careful. Razy making all the right decisions here on his movement. And there it is. He's going to secure the pop to the top. Sirius does have the height advantage. LG comes out from Razy. They're going to fight it out. Oh, my God. And he hits the lightning gun to rail combo, and that might be it. Good play, good advance by Sirius.
Oh, that was a huge blast by Razy, but he's still double railable. Is Razy showing face?
Oh my God, yes! That was glorious. I mean, what were you going to do in the last few seconds, right? That was
what
sick.
a game.
That was
what a
nice.
game week.
That was good. Yeah, I mean, look at that first 5 minutes. And, right, the big turning point was Razy, who I think is a part of his own style, right? I just fragged my opponent. There's a limited number of places that he could possibly be. Barrels into that lower area. There's a huge shotgun blast return favor, by the way, from Sirius, and he's able to stack a few frags from there. But Razy really did keep his head in the game. He played smart. He didn't deviate from what he wanted to do. And with the exception of the one fight that took place just by the rail jump pad, I thought Razy had pretty much full control there. That LG battle, Sirius got the best of him, but wasn't able to add any more to the top of that one. So great game. Really excited that it went to where it went, Dan. And if all 3 games are going to be like this, I'm excited.
Well, I mean, how often do you see Razy get caught off guard like that, let alone successive frags back to back? It's normally the other way around. So full credit to Sirius. Now, no idea if that was purely overconfidence from Razy as well, but either way, Sirius did a remarkable job to build out that lead. He was also very close to that game spiraling out of control after the first couple of frags, but brought it back. Now, the big thing here is he just wasn't able to hit anywhere near as much damage as he would normally do, that 37% rail. So Razy keeping him on his toes, forcing him to rush those shots and not giving him the angles. So just shows how close this game was from start to finish. But it was a much better performance from Sirius than we saw against Kilson last week, and it definitely had Razy a little bit rattled as well. So let's bring on game 2 and 3.
Yeah. And now we've got that Molten Falls with the Visor versus Strog. Sirius on the Strog, Razy on the Visor. And we'll get to see what his plan is for this one. Now, I mean, by comparison, I don't know that he's going to be able to take some of the same fights that he had the advantage in Blood Covenant here on Molten Falls. So we'll just have to see how that plays out. One thing is probably for certain, I would suspect that the opening of the match would have them still continuing to fight around that rail. That was a pivotal point. They both respect the hell out of one another as far as that's concerned. But then, once the game gets started, that phase of the game is pretty much over. But we'll see what happens here on Molten Falls.
Yeah, 100%. I am very interested to see if there's a specific reason why Razy first picked this. what the game plan's going to be and just how he's going to use it to counter Sirius. It might just be just to play purely around that ability and just try and not engage Sirius in any real messy fights on the mid ground. Just play your side of the map, play around the ability, and see how it goes. We'll have to see how Rezi wants to play.
We're moments away. So let's see what unfolds here in map number 2. Rezi takes the first one by 2 frags, and now here we are, as we are going to be looking through Rezi once again. He spawns near the heavy, pops over, has not picked it up quite yet. There, Sirius moves in and sneaks a rail out of there. And Rezi is not going to go for that. Nope, he's just going to grab some more LG, then probably head on back. He's not going to want to engage until he gets in there, and there he's got it. And so now, how will this unfold? We got vision popped, sees exactly where his opponent is. But Rezi sitting on top of Mega.
He must know it wasn't picked up because Sirius was at the rails so early.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a just-in-case spot check?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Either way, he gets out of dodge without taking any damage, as does Sirius, trading items once again. They're more or less on the same timing, so nobody quite yet can take the map away.
And quiet in these halls, as Rezi is definitely in trap mode, Dan. He wants to just set up something. There, a rocket comes in. He doesn't react. A second one. He sneaks on in and huge LG opening damage and follows up with the peeker, but the peeker goes down quickly. Oh, Rezi almost catching the other end of that rail, but we'll head on over. Knows exactly where his opponent is. Nice rail out of the vision. And he's going to try to finish it up, but great. Oh, my gosh. Took a big risk there, and Sirius was ready for it. And he takes frag number 1. Nicely played.
Really nicely played. Considering Rezi got the jump, the retaliation was there from Sirius, and this is why he's scary. He could just turn him away on his head, but the rockets up on the jump pad were the deciding factor in that fight. Did so much damage, but very much on the back foot now. Rezi's going to have to come and push on in. He's going to take a lot of damage for his troubles. Nearly even died. That
was way more damage than he should have taken right there, and Sirius is going to go down a second time, despite the fact that Rezi kind of ate a lot more than I think he should have there in the securing of that frag. Vision popped once again. Easy shots here with another rail. Sirius is very, very low. A second time. Mega is almost up, but there's not much that Sirius can do. It still gets grabbed by Rezi. And still close game, Dan. But really interesting how this is unfolding.
Yeah, I feel Rezi's being slightly careless in some of his movements around the map. We've seen him go a couple of times up that big jump pad, knowing Sirius is in the vicinity, so it's just free damage. But that's an amazing drop. He gets the exchange.
Yeah, immediately see vision popped, so he knows exactly where he's at. It sets him up for Mega. Oh man, anticipates him going for that light and some rockets. But dude, Dan, I'm like really surprised that some of these fights are as close as they are. Like, and even when Sirius might be on the kind of the receiving end, he's doing an enormous amount of damage to Rezi.
Yeah, he is, and this is why it's as close as it is so far. Even getting another frag, and this is what Sirius just wasn't doing in kind of the initial weeks in the league, is just having that constant presence on items, and it's paying dividends now because it's keeping Rezi in check. He used to just want to play around the angles and just out-aim throughout the map, but this presence on the items and good timing from Sirius is why this map is so close.
Yep, still up by 1. Uh-oh. Could be bad situation here. Another great rail on the open. But got to be careful. Sirius has that LG out, and Rezi going to back off just a little bit. Like you said, trying to play that angle. Beautiful. Lovely. Snap rail. Sirius picks up that Mega, but Rezi now, what was that mid-ranged game in game number 1, is now relying on his ability to fight long distance here. Peeker comes out, easily dispatched. this little, oh my gosh.
Nice, yeah.
I mean, it's a totally different, he's playing completely different than he did from game one, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that was a little bit reckless from Sirius. He should have known that he was not going to be able to get them. Still did a huge amount of damage, but giving up frags now is going to be costly to come back on this particular map.
Oh,
how?
It was a good juke, I think. You know, you looked where that rocket for Razy went, and Sirius went the other way, and then he hits those rails, and that's what you got to be, you know, you got to be worried about. If you are not clearly winning some of those battles, like that one, there were some good rocket bounces there, but Sirius is always on top of his game, even when he might be, again, on the losing side of a fight. So not that time though, as he's just one frag away from potentially tying this back up, and all that effort here from Razy may be lost.
Mm-hmm. Sirius has done an amazing job to combat himself back into this, and every time Razy tries to make one of these pushes, Sirius is punishing him. And he's doing it as well with pretty much half the item suite. Razy's had a much better control throughout this map.
You're right. It's actually kind of impressive. So let's see what Sirius can do to try to bring this to his place as he jumps into the room with LG on him. It's like they switched roles for a second there.
Yeah.
But now Razy back up with one frag.
Yeah, I think an area Sirius needs to improve on though is just his damage efficiency, like what we saw from Venga earlier. Just the way he needs to be able to damage his opponent in and around the map, not in these all-out engagements, because we know he can win those, but if his opponent is weaker, it makes his life a lot easier.
You're right. Yeah, I think that is a great point, because he's not underperforming in the fights themselves, but those could be clear winnable fights if he was hitting some of those other rails that Razy was clearly winning to kind of bring this one back in his favor now. Sirius still looked like he wanted to maybe try to fight for that Mega, but yeah, Razy won't let him do it.
No, and he's in a position now where all he can do is try and hit one or two rails with unreturned damage, because Razy has this map control. There's a big split between the items. Sirius, once again, he's in position to punish the exit, which is where he needs to be. But Razy's going to be more cautious and take the long way around.
Razy knows. He knew. He 100% knew that was what the play needed to be. And I think, right, that is... aside, putting aim aside, putting kind of strategy of battles aside, that map awareness, knowing exactly what you have control of, what your opponent does it, and where they probably will be, right? That is championship play for sure.
Yeah. On the other side, Sirius is doing the right thing. Once you've missed out on the major items and not done any damage, there's no point in contesting, because their stack can't get any bigger.
Right.
So you should put yourself in any sort of vulnerable position. You should make sure you get up to your base stack and then take the high ground. So he's done a good job to dodge out, and he's going to win himself a Mega. So perfect timing from Sirius. He's still in this game, but he's now getting bounced around.
Oh, yeah, went back in. Maybe should have just grabbed Mega on the exit, but Razy was ready for it. And that was the one disadvantage. Like, yeah, Sirius has an opportunity, but Razy's stack looked good, right? He could give that one up and just take the battle. Oh no.
The tilt frag.
Oh no. Oh no.
That is the yeah.
Oh. Oh man, it hurts. Like right like here. I'm pointing to where my heart is. You know, carved out and eaten for dinner. That was pretty. And you know, it is Razy's like signature move. When he's like, I've won this game, it's usually some sort of gauntlet frag to kind of let them know, like, you just stop right now.
Yeah.
The Razy special is what someone in chat called it. The Razy special.
Number 45. And this game looks a lot worse than it obviously was. It was very close. We're at 1 frag game until the big frag over by Mega to make it 9-7. And I really enjoyed the way in which Sirius was playing. And in hindsight, actually, the Visor was played very well as well, because Razy made sure he dominated all of the vials on the map. So he had so much uptime. It made his life actually infinitely easier. So
yeah, I think you really nailed it on terms of like what could have changed the flow or the momentum for Sirius, and I think it is that non-direct battle damage that you talked about a little bit. You could clearly go through and mark several times where Razy was doing exactly that, which then helped him win those fights. His positioning was really great. It's like Sirius has the aim to be able to do that. Maybe it is just a part of the control, a part of the just overall map awareness. I thought those first 5 minutes, once again, were really fantastic. I have to imagine that even Razy is kind of got sweaty palms a little bit from just how well Sirius is kind of handling some of that. But once Razy got his hooks in him.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's the story of this game. I was really impressed by the way in which Sirius was constantly pressuring these items. It was just not a feature of his game 8-12 weeks ago. But the way in which he always had a presence on the map, in spite of Razy's control, Razy had doubled the items. If he just had that additional component of being able to keep his opponent's stack in check without committing his body to it as well, he would be in a much better position to take more frags than he did, and potentially even turn the game on his head. And so it's definitely a case of he's matured a lot, and there's still these areas that he can work on to make him even scarier. But these are the areas now that really separate what is a champion from just a great player.
Right. Yeah, I mean, when you look at it from it could have just been no champions at all, right? Like, I don't feel like Peaker played much of a key role in that match at all. Whereas Vision was huge.
No, Peaker didn't, but the crouch sliding definitely did. Sirius used that very well. Yeah.
Of course, but it still didn't win him the game.
No, it didn't. It didn't. No, but I also struggled to see what else he could have picked as a game-changing champion. He got outplayed in instances there, in spite of all the great work he did. So
clearly, the answer is scale, right? It just would have been a funnier match, I think.
I just didn't want to set you off. I got scolded by John enough. No, seriously. Scale. I mean, did you watch the scale earlier?
I
Seriously?
didn't get. That's when I actually went up to get ready. How?
Of course.
How was it? Yeah.
I think it was like 20-something to 1. He won.
Scale 1.
Yeah.
Well, needed some work on that win rate. So good for you, I suppose. That's.
But I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Sirius play together. But no, I mean, even though he lost, that was still a very good performance for Sirius.
Yeah, and both these maps have. We'll have to see what happens here on Ruins. Is Razy now full, cyborg mode? He's just going to bring it all. I do think Sirius is at least. I like Galena on this map, but Razy's aim looks phenomenal. Using dual wield to take a major item or to regain control, or maybe just to bully, highly possible here on our final map, Ruins. But Razy takes the series 2-0, but we're going to play map number 3, and this does help Razy and his rankings as he does head closer to Twitch or QuakeCon. Wow. It's like 7 years of habit. Sorry.
It's not the first time I've had it. It makes me laugh. No, I think the really interesting thing is the way in which Sirius is now forced to play also brings his percentages into normal human territory as well, as he's not given these free angles, he's not being able to punish his opponents. He looks mortal with regards to aim, but he's still contesting as well.
Let me ask you, Dan, like as we get started here in this match, if Sirius played like as well as he's played versus Razy against other top contenders in the QPL, right? Like how do you think he measures up against the rest of the talent right now? He clearly has improved a lot over the course of the season.
I think he's solidly top 6 to 8. He can still take maps off and even beat top 4, but I think he can definitely get a top 6 ranking if he plays his absolute best.
Yeah. Well, I even remember at last year's finals, he was pretty confident, and I don't think he necessarily gets nerves overall. It's mostly just controlling what happens in the game, but it'll be interesting to see as we're getting closer to those finals.
Because what we haven't seen this series is Sirius in control as well. He's been playing from behind, which is the hardest thing to do. As I said, that he drops into double LGs, but still hits the rail.
Wow.
But yeah, seeing him from in front, and we've seen it time and again, like these players who, anyone in the QPL can win a series if they get good control. They become very, very hard to beat. It's how do you play from behind? How do you play under pressure? And
yeah.
That's what we've seen in this series. He's been coping, but not successful.
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me right now? Oh my God, how? That's unreal. Oh, good opportunity though. LG catches them in the air. Not enough to chase on that, but heavy backup. Razy gonna go at it yet again. Wow, that literally went through the stone right there. Rail was supposed to, or that stone was supposed to stop that one, but yeah. 0-0 still 2 minutes into this game.
How is the question? We've seen so many close calls. Once again, Sirius, though, is out of control here. Going to be fighting for this heavy. Razy knows when it is, and Razy's got the stack to bully his opponent off. He even pops the dual wheel just to absolutely make sure there is no contest there. And Sirius is actually caught up above. Huge rocket coming out, but he can't connect with the rail. He's really vulnerable. Must be a question of time.
God. Again, Sirius's ability to deal damage in some of these fights is really just impressive.
We need an eye roll counter for Razy right now, because every time Sirius pulls up one of these.
Ooh. All right, yeah, I wouldn't mess with that man's rockets. I've seen Sirius hit, I think, 2 mid-airs so far in this. Wow, Razy just decided to go in for it. We're going to have that insta-get battle that we asked for, and Sirius is the winner. Now up 3-1. Here you go, Dan. Here's the opportunity. In control. Especially if there's a fight or contesting over this mega. Nope, not going to happen. Okay, maybe not like in full control, but
yeah, he needs timings. He's got timing on the heavy at least.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna try here.
This is fine for Galena. He's got 2 totems up. One will be taken out if there is a fight, but he's got 2 totems up. And as a Galena, you don't really care about the Mega if you can get that overstack. Obviously, you want to punish it, and he's trying to get that timing now. Razy is very wary. He's picked it up. Sirius knows already there to punish it. There goes the Mega. And once again, Razy hits a lovely rail. He's still sticking around, but Sirius got the read.
Yeah, now we've got a little bit of control here. And a great stack. So 2 frags up, 6 minutes left to go. I feel like Razy's just thinking about what trap do I have here. 3 great rockets for frag number 4. And Sirius is gonna get an opportunity here to possibly make it 5 up the jump pad. Super shotgun's out, but oh no.
Oh, of course he gets that spawn. Of course he gets that spawn. All right. Lucky boy, buddy.
Wow.
Pulls it off.
Wow. I mean, isn't Quake just a little bit of luck?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh man. No, that was like the best spot I think he could have possibly got in that exact situation. So Rolled the dice and exactly what he needed, but still down 3 frags.
He is. Sirius trying to defend this, but Razy's gone the long way around. He's got the angle and he hits the shot perfect. Nullifies that pickup. He won't be able to get across to the Mega, but as long as he can punish it, which he can, Razy's ready for the angle. He's done his job. He's lost his Totem Fortress, so that's a bit painful as well.
Wow. Chat disagrees about the luck comment, but my thought is that every little burst of damage does a roll for a crit hit in future Quake games, and then we'll just add luck to a little bit in there.
I love that thinking.
Are you being serious or?
No, I'm actually being serious.
There you go. Let's do it.
Oh.
Let's do it. All right, well, Razy's still got to figure out how exactly am I going to win this. I mean, he does need the map win to continue to push his way up those rankings. So 4 minutes ticking down. They're going to be a pretty fast 4 minutes. Oh, jumping up. Sirius is, they're waiting for him. Razy just hightails it out of there. He needs an opening.
He does. Sirius is cutting off all the angles and connecting with his shots as well. Hitting over a 60% rail at the moment. But he doesn't know Razy's already waiting very early down below. Luckily, he doesn't drop into the room. That was a interesting totem as well, but he's going to catch Razy here. The double rockets come out. He gets blown and no!
Wow.
1 health.
Wow. He's got to be careful, though. That's exactly what situation where I think Sirius excels at. Kanui was going to come out of that teleporter. A great read. And that could be an opportunity here. Suddenly what looked like a long climb, now just 1 frag away. I wasn't expecting that.
No, nor was I. And I think Sirius misunderstood what Razy was up to. He's got his overstack up now, so that's a little bit of a positive, but he hasn't got rockets, so he's obviously very vulnerable if Razy finds a way to set a trap.
Well, Razy's time for trapping is slowing down. He knows exactly where his opponent is, though. He's got him in a good spot. Ooh, opens up with the rail. A second. Is he going to make it a third? Nope. LG comes out. They're going to battle it out. Ooh, put himself in the back corner. Not great, but falls at the rail. 7 points of health. And we're
1,
tied.
2, and 7.
But Razy's got to be careful.
My lord. Sirius is there, though. Razy is definitely not in a position to take this. Sirius has such a good stack.
Yeah, Razy's got to get out of there. Just kind of actually backtracks a little bit, give Sirius the indication or the idea that maybe he went the other way. And I love when Razy plays this way.
Look how paranoid Sirius is as well.
Yeah.
Like he just walked into the room spamming every corner that exists. He's now running around the map doing the same, but he's going to run into Razy through the TP, and he actually goes through the... Have to take this fight. He's got the overstack. Razy's going to push on out. Actually hits the exit rail as well, and that's going to win in the Mega Sirius. Why are you there, my friend?
Oh my gosh.
That is literally a symptom of having too good aim. You think I can win this fight when you have no right to be there.
And then you just move in. Well, 1 minute. Razy's has the lead after being relatively down for most of the game. I'm not sure I totally agree with that last engagement, but yep, here we go. 40 seconds remaining for Sirius to try to bring something together. I don't know if it's going to happen, Dan.
I mean, he's going to miss out on this heavy now as well. Razy's got timing. Oh, he's backed off it, though. Sirius won't know that unless he guesses right, but it's just... Razy is literally just waiting in the hallway. And he would have had the pickup now, but he's just not going to move. And... yeah, there's no way. GG.
GG. Another pretty close game as GGs are exchanged. And if there's one thing that's clear coming out of this one, it's that Razy's looking pretty good for the championship. And it's that Sirius is looking pretty good. Like, I would agree with you. Top 6-8, certainly a possibility. Let's bring Lethal back in and see what he thinks.
I'm just gonna say pretty much the same, so to speak. Sirius did look pretty damn good. We saw 2 very close maps. The second one was technically close, but of course the Gauntlet probably threw a bit of a tilt factor, so to speak. But
yeah, someone in
very
chat said that the Gauntlet has a passive which just destroys you mentally, and I'm like, it's kind of true. It is kind of true. It's an undocumented feature. Yeah.
Oh, so it's a passive that ruins your mental. I'll remember that in future
Yeah.
when I try and use the Gauntlet and just completely fluff out.
Yeah, because it goes
massively.
the other way, right? You think you're going to hot shot it, and you pull your Gauntlet out, and then someone just owns you. Like, it can work against you, I'm sure.
That wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if it happened in that second map as well. But yeah, you know, technically all 3 maps were close. The second one wasn't as close, just only really towards the very, very end. But it does prove that Sirius, I do agree with you guys, that, you know, looking to be in form for like at least maybe top 12, top 8 if we head into the Quake World Championships. But he is knocking on the door to maybe push a little bit further than that. So we'll have to see how things pan out over the next few weeks. But of course, you get that 2 or 3 weeks segment in terms of week 18 and then going to the Quake World Championships, where all of a sudden everyone just turns into like beast mode. They just put on the full practice regimen and they just turn out to be completely different from what we've seen in the Pro League. I think me and Dan spoke about that previously with Chain and Kron, and I'm sure we'll see plenty of others do the exact same thing, because there's always upset central and some crazy stuff here. But that's the scoreline for you guys at home: 9-7, 6-5 in maps 1 and 2. It was very close in that second map, but of course, due to the last few minutes with the Gauntlet, Sirius was just like, yeah, I've had enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second game was you know, an 8-6 game in reality beyond that. So they were all incredibly close. Once again, Sirius pushing a top 3 player to the absolute wire. And on that last map, the reverse happened. You know, he took that lead. He didn't get the full control, but then he just went quite passive. Didn't really know how to push his advantage too much. And that gave Razy too much breathing room. So, you know, there's still so many areas Sirius can learn on how to play at different stages of the game. And when he does, these close maps will start going in his favor.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree, and I think other players will absolutely take note as everyone is watching everyone, because at the end of the day, as many have said right here during QPL, is that you're going to eventually have to play and beat everyone if you want to wear that belt, right? So no doubt about it, really great performance coming out from Sirius. I think for Razy, it's sort of what we expected, but I do walk away from this match a little, you know, probably more impressed overall with Sirius, just because since coming into the league, he really has kind of come into his own. I'm not sure where that would put him, if he's still like in the 11, 12, but we'll have to see what happens here in the final weeks. He's still got a couple of pretty tough opponents ahead.
Yeah, the bloke is still knocking on the door for top 8. He's actually got 1 or 2 matches left in hand, as well as Nosfers, so there will probably be catching up to Avik at this point. Avik's currently 8th, but he's like already played 12 matches, and Nosfer and Sirius has already played 10, so he's like, I'm sure Avik is keeping an eagle eye on the scoreboard and just to see exactly what's going on in terms of who's been taking how many maps and what series and whatnot. But speaking of series, though, we've still got 1 more match left to go. We've still got Kilson versus Zeneku, our final matchup of the evening. So, guys, make sure you don't go anywhere, as we're back in just a few moments. We're back right here with one more match left to go between the likes of Kilson and Zeneku, and this should be a spicy affair in itself. These two have been practicing against each other quite a lot in the past. I'm not too sure how much they've been doing in terms of scrimming against each other in terms of recent days, and this should be an absolute slugfest, as Kilson's only dropped one series throughout the entirety of this competition, and I believe Zeneku's now going 8-3 in terms of the series scoreline here. But starting off with Kilson, he's been continuing what he's doing best. He's still in that top 4, looking to hold on to that top 4 prime position in terms of seeding going to the Quake World Championships. But he's been looking extremely good so far in terms of his recent form.
Yeah.
I mean, he has. Yeah, I was going to say he has, but he also hasn't been the invincible Kilson that we saw last year, right? So, and I think he's the first to admit he's not on 100% Kilson power, but it doesn't matter. He's still the champion for a reason. He's still incredibly consistent for a reason. And, you know, the 3-0 loss to Rapper could have gone either way again, but it is Rapper who's looking entirely on form. So Kilson, still the one to beat that everyone looks at, and the one you would expect to win in pretty much any series.
Yeah, I mean, coming off of last season, right? The individual to beat. I don't know what Dan's definition of invincible is. Yeah, he lost to Rafa, but I still think that Kilson is looking pretty beastly. But to Dan's point, not perfection by any means. Zeneku, player, and we'll see his record here in just a moment, but a player who has continued to improve throughout this season, right? He's talked a little bit about it on some victory interviews, has clearly shown a little bit in his play, not necessarily in a, I'm clearly, right, as Dan would say, invincible, not even close, but building his way up there, big losses versus Razy and versus Nosfa, and then, of course, Wenger, but worthy opponents, right? And I think this is going to be another worthy opponent sitting in front of Zeneku, and it's up to him to figure out, right, what he's going to be going with into the finals.
I mean, I'll be honest, this might even sound bad, but Zenecu's like an enigma for me, because when does he stop becoming somebody who's getting better and actually start becoming one of the best? It's just really interesting. He just continues to go under the radar in spite of all that he's achieved and continues to achieve. And it's like we're watching his career of him climbing a mountain, just very slow progression, getting better and better. But we still consider him the underdog, even though he's not.
Dan, did you ever play Ultima Online, Dan?
No, I'm
okay.
not
Well,
50.
I just, you know, like you wow. You know, you built these skills up to 100, right? And you'd make it all the way to 99. And then to get from 99 to 100 took as much effort as getting from 0 to 99.
Right,
and I feel like that's exactly where Zeneku is at, right? He's got everything that he needs. He is clearly able to take games here and there, but that like last 1 point to be like a Kilson, like a Rafa, like a Wenger, like that is the hardest climb. And I think for some players, they might do it a little bit faster, and for others, maybe not so much. But that's kind of how I look at it. So I don't blame him for that. He's on the hardest part of that journey.
The other interesting thing I think about Zeneku is I almost see him like a bit of a chameleon in Quake. I can't put my finger on what his play style really is. He just seems to evolve throughout sets and against opponents, and just does the fundamentals and makes the right decisions. Like, he doesn't have amazing aim, he's got solid aim, his mechanics are all very good, his timing is always really, it's just good at everything. And it just puts him in this really weird position where he almost gets overlooked in a lot of these sets because of that, I think. Whereas you look at like the Kilsons, the Siriuses, the Wengers, they've all got standout defensive qualities. With Zeneku, just this rounded chameleon.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of factors of Zeneku just overall. It's a couple of years ago, he was trying to figure out the style of play he would like to adapt to feel comfortable with, to give that level of consistency. And then last year, he was kind of in a weird pedestal where he would not be able to close out some of the frags. He would be way too passive, or he would hesitate a little bit too more. And he's trying to close out more and more as we I can't use your analogy because I've never played the damn game before, but I'm just going to go by exactly what he just said anyway and go by that. But I completely agree in terms of what you're saying. It's just that skill ceiling and that tier, which he's just been trying to smash through, but he's just literally knocking on the door a little bit here and there, but hasn't actually broke through as of yet. But let's go through the picks and bans anyway to see exactly how Kilson and Zen is going to go through this matchup anyway, because I think it's going to tell the tale a little bit. And I do feel like Zeneku does have a decent chance. And I think, even though I did say he was extremely good at the beginning in terms of how Kilson's been playing, I think what Dan's actually said has been quite correct as well. He hasn't been the completely unpunishable. It's been like bleeding a little bit here and there. He has dropped a few maps against some of the players, which is why he's currently in fourth. Like, yeah, sure, don't get me wrong. He's won 10 series and only lost one so far now against Rafa, and that was quite brutal. But then again, he has been losing the odd map from time to time, which is why he's in the position he's currently in. So it seems we've got Runes and Veil banned off the get-go. Not too surprised about the Veil at all in the slightest. It's kind of been Kilson's go-to ban. We are going to have the Anarchy versus Ranger matchup, so looks like we could be seeing the Strog instead over on Deep Embrace with that visor ban as well. And you can see the Nyx has been banned straight away by Zeneku because he knows how good he can be with that Nyx, not just on Awoken, but of course other maps as well. And just to finish things off, and of course we do have those slide champions still available due to the fact that on Corrupted Keep and Deep Embrace, yes, short Slash can be very good, and Athena can also be very good on Deep Embrace as well. Slash can be good on both, but it's very dicey and can be very, very risky, and normally would see them more in the best of 5 or maybe in the best of 3 setting, but taking a huge amount of risk. So it's good to see those two champions just to finish up the day here on Blood Covenant.
Yeah, I think the Kelson's gone aggressive. He's clearly feeling himself. The Anarchy pick on Corrupted Keep is generally all or nothing. You want to be setting the tempo with that and being in control. Otherwise, you can get punished quickly if you do mess up on that. And Ranger is a really nice pick because obviously one of the challenges against the Anarchy is just sometimes catching your opponent. Anarchy can play that keep away game, but you have that orb, you have the passive if you want to play the map quickly, and just explode the Anarchy. So that's going to be super interesting. The Doom pick is just a staple. I want to play slow. I want to control that mid ground. And I've seen Zeneku, particularly on his stream, he uses the Berserk really well, actually, to navigate the map and really play a fast tempo when he wants to. And then on Blood Covenant, I think that Slash pick really puts him in a corner. So the Athena is just to play the verticality, and he's going to have to play quite passive and defensive, I feel.
Yeah, agree with all of that. And we've seen Zeneku on Doom a couple times the last few weeks, and definitely I would classify exactly how he plays as how you described. So going to be still a tough one, I think, here for Zeneku. But to your point there on map 1 with the Anarchy pick, like that'd be rough. I think that's going to determine whether or not this is a 2-1 or potentially a 3-0, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, certainly will do. We've already had 2 Maestro players win it in the bag, and let's see if we can make it 3 for 3. It's going to be quite tough. But before I let you go, Dan, we need a prediction from you, mate. Go on, what do you think?
Yeah, Dan. Come on. You're taking too long to think about this.
Put your thinking cap on.
I'm going to make you squirm, boys. 2-1 to Kilson.
2-1 to Kilson. Okay, that's what do you think?
And you think that map 1? You think that map 1 is?
I think that map 1, yeah.
Yeah, I'd echo that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say the same because it looks cool. Or I could be even cooler and say a 3-0, but I don't really know. I think that one's gonna be a bit of a doozy bet. I'm still going with a 2-1 as well. But Dan, we'll see you in a little bit. I know I've been annoying you for the whole day, so I'm gonna give you a half an hour break before I annoy you again. So I'll let you crack on in a little bit. Go get yourself a brew or something.
I will. Thank you, boys.
That's all right, mate. No worries. But I'm here to annoy you now, Wheat. So
that's all good.
It's all good.
Let's annoy. Let's annoy together.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see how much we can get extremely annoyed by the end of this series. I'm sure it's going to be an absolute cracker. I'm not sure what I'm looking forward to most. But yeah, this first matchup is going to be interesting. We normally see the Ranger versus a strong pick anyway on Cut to Keep. It's kind of been the meta for, not Neons, but for months and months so far. And the fact that the Anarchy's been picked straight outright, it's going to be a little bit of a doozy to see how the things are going to go this time around, because the Anarchy can be pretty damn difficult on Cut to Keep depending on who you're playing against.
Yeah, I think that'll be tough. Do you know that every time Dan leaves, he like puts down his headphones and they go right into his microphone, and then you could just hear it, and then I have to like mute him within the anyway. Just don't let me forget to unmute Dan. So no, to your point, I'll tell you what, we've been seeing like a new era of Ranger orbs on Corrupted Keep, I feel. And that alone is kind of the big thing. I think Dan nailed it, is that if you're going to be playing Anarchy on this map, you've kind of got to be all in. You got to be feeling yourself. You got to know that like that advantage won't necessarily prevent you from winning the game. Still a tall order against a lot of players in the QPL, but if anyone I think can make that, it is, I would say, Kilson deserves and definitely has shown before that he can. So we'll have to see if that will come into play, or if he'll just be able to bring the Kilson that those know and love to this game here, and we are officially live.
Absolutely. We know that Zen can achieve a tall order if he can. He defeated Rafa once upon a time a few weeks back, so there's no reason why he can't do it this time around either with his start from Zen's perspective. Already a good bit of Tribot damage with the 44. That's for 30 seconds in. Of course, timing's almost in sync as Zen's actually rotated all the way back around for the Mega instead. And we'll be picking up the light shortly here, and we're going to see how Kilson's going to dive on in. And of course, both of them still have their inject and their orb. Ooh. They do find each other and just playing it very patiently here.
Yeah. Wow, Zeniku's tribal. I was saying, like, I was really interested in kind of the weapon selection that Zeniku's going for here, but so far, it's worked out pretty well for him. He's done quite a bit of tribal damage. He has a good idea where his opponent is, but Kilson playing that one smart. Just holding back on the side, trying to get some sort of cue on where his opponent is. Zeniku just drops back, grabs that Mega, but then Kilson's right there to try to push him back from behind the statue. It's a battle of the tribals, but Zeniku and some big shots right there. Gonna try to orb in and manages to turn that into a shotgun kill to pick up first frag. Nicely done. I thought it was gonna be a disaster missing the orb, but it was really about the positioning and then quick reaction on the shotgun.
Oh, actually called me a little bit as well with the LG as he was rotating back around. He knew couldn't overstay his welcome for that heavy. He's going to tackle him again a little bit more. Got him so weak. We've gone from this methodical approach, dissecting the map, to now just going back and forth. Shotgun comes out and Zen's looking extremely strong to start with. And he's the kind of player where he's a very humble player, but also at the same time, in terms of his mindset, keeps a level-headed game here, and if he keeps up with his consistency, we could be seeing something entirely different here. The LG coming out once again. Heavy's up now. Mega's up in a couple of seconds. Both players going for it, but Kilson does get cleaned up. He won't make it for the Mega, but he may be able to secure a full frag with the weapons in his arsenal that he has, but it's just a little bit too late now.
It wasn't the cleanest frag, and I mean, he had a lot of opportunity to try to take him down, but that doesn't matter. It's just getting the frag is what matters there. Putting your opponent down by 3 in the first 2.5 minutes, pretty solid start here for Zeniku. And I like how he's playing. I like how he's keeping Kilson on his toes. And so far, I think his orbs have been really spot on. He got an LG battle down by the Mega orb up to escape. His opponent is going to chase, and unfortunately did not have enough LG, I think, to commit to that battle, so just backed off. But now in a rough spot, gets hit with a rocket as he lands some shotgun of his own. And how is he alive? Great movement there and decision-making by Zeniku to hold on to that 3-0 lead.
Certainly was, especially with that rocket jump as well from Kilson. I thought that was going to basically end it and get that first frag, but just wasn't to be, as they're now just keeping hold of that choke point and seeing if there's an opportunity to get some damage with those defensive rockets in. But I must say, Zen's LG has been a little bit shaky. His track has not been as good as you would like it to be, but look at the direct with the double shotgun shots as well straight after. That was unreal. Like,
yeah, I mean, I'm ultra impressed with how Zeniku has approached this game. He he looks like he wanted to play those mid-level fights. He has been committed to using this tri-bolt, and this is something that, you know, Dan was talking about with Sirius, is that his ability to do damage outside of the fights is really strong right now, and that's helping him to potentially win those big fights, and why he's sitting on a 4-0 lead right now. So those tri-bolt hits, some of that damage he's been doing LG-wise, it has been really, really great. Setting up another trap there, pushes opponent into the corner, a direct rocket, but still picks up that light. Can't really chase that one down. In fact, it's Kilson who's getting a little bit aggressive here. Got some tri-bolt, but oh, nice. Kilson finally brings it back.
Yeah, you can see the heavy was still up for another 5-6 seconds at the time of when he was taken down, so it would have been very difficult for him to try and contest that heavy straight after. But Zenecu's been playing extremely well so far. Quite conservative, more reactionary, but he's making sort of probability in terms of percentage is always going to be in his favor in every engagement so far. Good rocket there, backing off with the inject from Kilson. Is now looking to see where he's going to go, but it's gone up to the LG. Could be trapped here, but the tri-bolt damage coming out from Zen. I need to have a quick look so far, but LG comes up between the two. The orb is going to come out on top for Zen there. And even he's taken a fair bit of damage, that heavy's going to give him a ton of leeway as he almost trapped him into that red room. But now he's stuck around the LG area and he hasn't got the stack to work with. He'll continue to do a fair amount of damage. Picks up the Mega in the meantime and could clean him up with his heavy machine gun if he managed to, and he does. 6-1 now, 5.5 minutes in it, wait.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive play once again from Zenecu. Making a lot of the right decisions. That was a beautiful orb. Oh, yikes, that was rough, as he could pick up frag number 8 here. We see inject. He's going to rocket jump through that teleporter for the heavy. And Zenecu's making all the right decisions, but I think that, you know, him on the Ranger right now is big separator of the two. How do you fight against that as an anarchy? I don't know. And now I feel like Kilson might be getting to that danger zone where, well, I just really need to try to gain some ground, some control. 8 frags is enormous. Like, I almost did not expect it to be. I thought if there was a victory from Zenecu here, we still had a very close game, a back and forth, but this is absolute Zenecu domination right now.
I kind of feel like when people switch to like a reactionary kind of style and crop to keep, Kilson seems to really struggle. We saw it against Rafa previously, not too long ago, and we're seeing it against Zen now. Good rockets coming out 11-1. I wouldn't even fall for. I assume this could be a low fragging game, but it'll be extremely close in terms of the scoreline. But Zen's just making it look easy. But it's like I said before, in terms of Zenecu's mental state, he doesn't really blow his lid off or get tilted too easily. And normally he gets the first couple of frags, then when he frustrates his opponent, it's going to obviously be massively in his favor, because he's still keeping quite cool, calm, and collected, working to his. My goodness, working in all the fights in his favor, and is just continuing with this 12-1 wait.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to be said. I haven't been keeping count, but almost every single time that orb has been up, it's resulted in a frag of some sort, right? Not every one, but a really high percentage right now. And so Zenecu is, doing his best to play against Kilson, but I think more importantly, really playing to his own champ the way that he needed to on this map. I mean, with when you're sitting there with 2 minutes left on the clock, you're down by 11, there's not much. We see some typing happening, which is probably an indicator that don't feel like I can bring this one back. And what a mighty victory for Zenecu.
Yeah, I completely understand that. 12-1, I'm just looking at damage as well. 1,267 more damage, and in terms of item pickups, it was 21 for Zen at the time, 11 for Kilson. It was just really tough, and you can see that Zen, majority of the time, especially with some of these frags, he was setting up these traps, and the traps he was creating would be successful, and he would have so much stack left over, and he could just bring it on to the next fight or pin him on spawn straight afterwards. We didn't see him pin him on spawn too much, but he would at least had the information required in order to just go, right, it's bare, I know what to do, I've got my plan of action. So it wasn't really much creativity, it's just more creating these traps consistently. And let's be honest, still weak. Like, once you've fallen for 1, 2, 5 traps, you just think, for God's sake, right, I've had enough now. And I think Kilson is literally just standing in those hourglasses,
You've got to, like, then take that risk, and it's either going to work out and maybe you climb back, or it's not. You know, I don't discredit or have any issue with kind of the early stop a couple minutes in. That was going to be unwinnable at that point. But I do think at the point that we saw Kilson kind of going in, he was just looking for a chance. Did I do enough damage? Can I get this frag? Can I start to bring this back? Sometimes it doesn't work that way in Quake, but the big now question and thoughts are this momentum that, right, I think Zeniku takes out of this game and carries into game 2, where Kilson just needs an absolute reset. So we're going into Deep Embrace next. We're going to have, right, more, a little bit more chaos happening, but Kilson on the Strog and Zeniku on the Doom. Kind of some movements on both sides, but will Kilson feel more comfortable? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that's going to be my question as well, and how much did they use the verticality of that map, see how much they could do in terms of damage and unreturned damage with that atomic control as well, and how they're going to try and pursue some of these items. It's not a match that we normally witness with the Strog and the Doom. We've seen it in quite a bit for here and there on Deep Embrace. The Strog is in from time to time as well, but we've seen them often go up against each other in this kind of format as well. But I was expecting just a lot more. I'm not too sure why I was expecting a lot more. I think it's because with how Zen plays, normally on Cut to keep it, we keep it like a little bit of a low fragging game and then play to his advantages. But I think the problem was that Kilson was pushing in so often, trying to make something happen after a period of time here and there, but it was just feeding some of his frags, which is a little bit unfortunate. And having the shotgun out every single time and hitting 180, 90, like for the majority of it, just makes matters worse. And it's a real kick in the teeth. But Zen read him very well as well. Like, that was a good example of that last clip of him catching him as he was going for that heavy, where he could have easily let him go for that and then recover after picking up the heavy. And as you can see, as I've rightly mentioned, 1,267 more damage and 27 items. I think it was a little bit less than that. I think it was just about 22, 23 at the time, but it don't matter. It don't matter. The score's going to stay the same anyway. Sure. It was still 12-1. But with Deep Embrace, I'm interested to see how this is going to pan out, because obviously with a rail being a big factor, Kilson being Railson, of course, we'll have to see what he can do to try and bring this back. And it'll be an interesting one, because Zen is the only person, the only player who's actually taken down Rafa in this league so far. And it's been a bit of a rock, paper, scissors kind of situation with everyone just kind of taking out everyone in those kind of series scorelines. But I am looking forward to that last matchup between Slashers and Athena. Love a good, spicy, fast matchup here a week going into the final one. But Deep Embrace with the Doom and the Strock, it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. I would give the edge to Kilson with that PK, especially to help himself massively with the feed of information and to get some of that damage done. And with his rail to boot, it's going to be quite a difficult task for Zen. But the mobility is going to be quite helpful for Zen in a lot of ways as well. So we'll have to see how this pans out and to see if he gives Kilson his second series loss of the season.
Yeah, I mean, coming off of that game 1, the interesting thing about the second map being Deep Embrace is that you typically don't see slow play to start it off, right? So, I mean, kind of going from the chaos of game 1 really issued by Zeniku on Corrupted Keep, and now right into Deep Embrace. There's not really much room to slow down. Not to say that we haven't seen slow play at the beginning of Deep Embrace, but if I was Zeniku, the adrenaline's kind of flowing right now. Wanting to keep that pace, really ride with that momentum. I kind of give him a little bit of favor going into this one, right? So the opening 2 minutes, I think, will be incredibly important for Kilson, and sort of like trying to slow that down and set his own pace. You know, the other thing I just got to say, like, checking in a few weeks ago, Zeniku was playing on default skins. We made predictions based off of the skins that the players were using. Zeniku went to Twitter and said, I'm going to work on my skin game.
You need to sort your life out. It's all about the skins, mate. Like, you know, if you're not using your default skins, what are you doing? Like, it's awful. So anyway, unbelievable.
It's like Zeniku changes skins up and goes 112 versus Kilson.
I'm seeing I'm seeing a pattern here. Maybe we shouldn't really talk about the strategies of these maps and what we could see. It's just all about the skins, isn't it? So it's just smashing through all these battle
Sometimes you just
passes
don't know how to make predictions, Lethal, and so you just got to make it a fashion show. And in this case, Zeneku right now is winning the fashion show. He came dressed to the nines. Let's go. Game 2.
Yeah, he's looking pretty groovy on the server now, isn't he? So that's probably why he is winning 12-1, and he's probably going to take this one. This one
We'll
as
see.
well.
We'll see.
But going on to deeper praise, I think it is going to benefit more for Kills in this matchup. There's a lot more traps and choke points you can create on Corrupted Keep. You've seen how closed off it's in many areas, but of course the scale in terms of size of the map is pretty much similar. We've got the rail in play, but also it's going to be a lot more open, so it's going to be more difficult for Zen to actually be able to behave how he behaved in that last matchup. But it's like I said, with the skin game, it could be everything we're saying right now in terms of predictions and what we're to expect could be completely out the window.
It could be. And I kind of want to see Railson sort of come out and say, nope, I need to keep my spot where I'm at. These are important weeks. I'd love Zeneku to just give him one hell of a game. And we're going to be starting through Zeneku's eyes. He's going to spawn. I mean, I think that's the spawn he wanted. RL, Heavy, and Rock and Rail. That is where he wants to be to start. Now, Kilson has to get his hands on that rail. Already seeing a Rocket Rail combo. Nice tri-bolt from Kilson. But how is this first frag going to play out?
Yeah, this is going to be the next question, isn't it? Some good damage from Zen, but retaliation from Kilson was almost as good. He's picked up the Mega. Heavy's up. The info he needs. I think he's just waiting to see how much he can delay this fall. But the problem is Kilson's in position to hear that Heavy pick up anyway. Oh, no! No!
Oh, my God.
I could say now, Zen must have been sweating on that one pillar, that one spot, because I didn't know that bit even existed. But the fact, if he survived that, Kilson would have a great stack to work with, and then he wouldn't have had of course, Zen would have had the weapons in his arsenal straight afterwards, so he could have made it back-to-back frags. That was absolutely, I'll just chuck it in the top 10 anyway. Go on.
Lethal, when you almost die like that, do you think your actual life flashes before your eyes, or like your Quake life?
Nah, my actual life.
Your
I feel
actual
like
life.
I am
That
one
was-
with the character,
yeah.
and I'm just, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm screwed.
Yeah. A great rail. Oh my God, into the LG and another rail. Kilson super low, and despite the fact that we do not have a frag yet, I would still say the chaos that we talked about is present here. Zeneku gonna bust that berserk out yet again. Oh, wow. Wow. First frag gonna go to Zeneku. Another rail. And Zeneku is just, he's playing to win, man. Nice.
Yeah, his damage distribution has just been ridiculous. He's been at such a disadvantage, but somehow been able to make it work and taking a leaf out of Rafa's book in some ways with a shoddy as well. We've seen a lot of shoddy action today, funny enough.
Yeah,
and
we
hitting
have.
that first rail from Kilson, hitting the second. Gordon Miles will make it free at this point. No, he's
Like,
not going to be able
this
to
weapon's
have the ankle.
good. It is. It is. It has been for many years. Oh, and great direct Zeneku. Oh, double down on that one, and Kilson now up by 1 as he sneaks a rocket through that crack in the bridge.
I love how Zen was just casually jogging past, just expecting or assuming Kilson was just chilling, waiting for this Heavy to pick up rather than shooting underneath, and he pulls Van off with such a huge gap within that woodwork. Unbelievable. As Kilson's still on the aggression here. As Zen did have a tiny bit of a bigger stack, but not anymore as Kilson picking up that last light. Heavy has been picked up, and Zen crucial rail. Looking for another. Both players have had some incredible rails, some clutch rails as well. 77% for Kilson and 50% for Zen. But I feel like Zen rails have been a bit more important, but it comes in with the LG. But even picking up that Mega's not going to help in any way, shape, or form, apart from distributing a bit more damage. And then we're all tied up here, wait.
Yeah, big frag for Zeneku as far as I'm concerned. I was actually just about to say, you know, if Kilson were to make this 3-1, like, how would he change his game a little bit? But now we're tied back up 2-2. Players still taking this one in what I would consider a somewhat slow pace here for Deep Embrace, despite the fact that we're seeing a lot of shots and a lot of hits. Seneca with 2 rails. He half jumps, fakes up the jump pad. Oh my gosh, even gets caught. And there is going to be a trade, but Seneca immediately with that berserk and trying to get into position. Didn't really get much out of that. But that was probably the best case scenario in that situation with the reset to 2 frags. Seneca on top of Mega. I think the unfortunate part about those was just the rails that Seneca hit prior to that. But the back and forth continues.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better trade, could you, at that point? As Kilson hitting that first rail, but Zen needs this heavy to stay alive a little bit longer. Coming out with the LG, but they're both so weak at this point. But Kilson had the read, expected him to make that flank. But at least he's back up to 62. But look at this, just charging with that machine gun. Still knows he's a bit weak, but remember, Kilson has that peak, but way too close and personal to be able to use it at this point. Heavy's up in 10. We'll have to see if Zen can predict what Kilson's up to in terms of his next goal mark. But hits the first rail, expect him to go past through, but Zen's going to get this heavy and isn't able to challenge it or contest it that well, which is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah. He's holding on to his peaker. He didn't want to pop to try to take that. It would have been tough anyway. And Zeneku does get a little bit of breathing room with that heavy. Still down by 1. And Kilson is not really been able to commit to kind of owning a portion of the map. Like, he's stayed very mobile. Rockets exchange from atop and below. Kilson eats a rail, very, very low. He stays for the second rail. Peaker comes out, but Zeneku threw the murder hole at the LG, and we're tied again.
It's madness, isn't it? It's been very back and forth. I think Kilson knew he was going to get cleaned up anyway with the mobility that Zen has, so he's just like, okay, let's try and fit in another rail to see what we can do. Using that berserk, still charging him with the LG. And the accuracy from Zen has been so good this matchup alone. Picks up the heavy, got a massive stack. And Kilson now looking to see what he could do in a moment. Hasn't really got an LG in hand either, and he's running out of rocket ammo, trying to catch you with the rail, but he's actually retaliated with a rail of his own, and has still got 3 minutes and 40 left on the clock. Mega is up, using that peak. It gets a fair amount of damage out of it, mind you, and hits him with the mid-air rail and picks up the Mega straight afterwards.
That is nuts. That was so good. I'm still surprised that Zeneku is actually able to sneak up behind Kilson prior to that. And look at this. Look at this momentum that Zeneku has brought from game 1 into game 2. Kilson really having some difficulty asking himself, what is different? What am I doing wrong? Peaker really has not been much help. Zeneku now up by 3 as he just continues to dominate Deep Embrace here. Another pair of rails.
Yeah, 2 for 2, 60% for Kilson, but now 59 for Zen, and he's been railed again. He's going to try and get the trade if he can. Oh, doesn't even need the trade. Still manages to stay alive with about 10 HP, and then hits him with that first shot. So crucial. 2 for 2. After that, going up on the jump pad at 2.5 minutes left, and Zen is just looking phenomenal at the moment.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. It's so impressive. Now we do have Zeneku very, very low, but once again, like, really using the full kit of Doom in a way that I don't think I've seen other players really use. A lot of times your Doom is like, okay, here's my little bit of mobility, but a lot of times your special ability just kind of stays off cooldown. And Zeneku is the exact opposite here. It's a part of what his strategy and what he's bringing to the table. And Kilson's just really having a hard time, despite the fact that he is doing the damage, he's putting the hurt on, but even in this situation, can't really do much. Being in rail, ooh. Dang. And Kilson has 90 seconds to try to find 5 frags. I don't know if he can.
I don't know if you can at the moment. We've seen some crazy things before, but it's not available anymore, so it's just wasted a little bit more time. And Zen, this is important for him. Even if he gets taken down here, just wasting the odd 5, 7, 10 seconds, it's going to add up eventually. And saying that, though, he's actually managed to get away. Oh, all that damage as well, and just cleans him up with a shot. He knows that he's going to spawn. And that TP isn't going to go for that rail, but look at at least burn that heavy, which he has done. Maybe get cleaned up here, considering what we've just seen so far. He has the Pika, hits that first rail, gone straight for the Mega, steals it away. And look at this, though. Kilson is on the hunt, and he's just literally knows that it's just all-out aggression here if he wants to try and bring us back.
Unbelievable. I mean, I'm just so impressed with how Zenecu has approached this game. And Kilson just has not really been able to bring what we normally see from him out to play. There's still 3 frags that separate these two, and what else? Like Kilson missing a rocket jump there in the final 10 seconds. That's a series win for Zenecu.
That is a series win, and I said it before that he's defeated Rafa once a few weeks ago, and there's a topple to a couple of other players, and it looks like Kilson's going to be added to the list here. So 2-0 in favour of Zen here in this series. I don't know if there's any predictions. I don't think there are, but I think after today, I don't think anyone wants to make any predictions. So we've done you a favour, chat. So it's all right. You can thank us later. But yeah, my goodness, this version of Zen we've seen today. More of that, please.
Canavel Kills said, man, Dan and all the commentators would go broke if they had their money where their mouth is with the prediction. LOL. That's why I don't gamble.
Same.
Done. But if they were virtual points, if they were my Quake points, you're right. That might have actually happened. I think that Zenecu, most would say, has surprised us in these 2 games, except for those super hardcore loyalists that are like, nope, you're all idiots. You should have known that this was going to be the result. But when you look at Kilson on paper, how he's performed this season, we've talked about like that final skill point that Zenecu has been grinding to try to, reach championship level. And I got to ask myself, maybe this is a question for Dan, but after this, would you say that Zenecu is there, right? Would you say that he has reached Grandmaster, taking out 2 incredible players this season now?
Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Like, there was always one particular thing lacking in each game. It always used to be something different, but now he's got all the pieces to the puzzle, and he's got his aim skill to back that up. Like, it's incredible, like, the difference we've seen so far. And it does mean that I believe Maestro are now 3 for 3 today, so that's absolutely incredible stuff from them. But I didn't expect it to occur so early. Like, the fact we've got 12-1 on the first map, 9-5 on Deep Embrace, and I'm loving this last one between the Slash and the Athena. But to make it a 3-0, why not? But do you know what I'm always questioning myself with? It's the fact that how would have things turned if Zen actually fell off at the very beginning? Of that second map, I almost forgot, actually.
Yeah, there's an alternate universe where Zenecu's desk is broken, and like it just didn't work out for him. But that is not this universe that we are in right now, Lethal. That was, we still have another game, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
But that was such an impressive victory overall. What we saw in game 1, really solid. Like the orb usage, phenomenal. What we saw in game 2 is going to have a lot of people considering whether or not they should be trying out Doom on Deep Embrace, and maybe even right. And now we go on to Blood Covenant, where we've got Kilson on a Slash and Zenecu on the Athena. So we're in a situation where I feel like, based off of champs, this probably is a game that should go Kilson's way. If Zenecu still manages to take this one and makes the series a 3-0 sweep, I think his stock just went up for QuakeCon for sure.
Yeah, it certainly will do. And his seed will obviously go up as well, considering the position he's in right now. If he managed to topple with a 3-0, of course, we know that Athena's can abuse the verticality so much with her hooks, and we know the Slash with the speed and mobility. Of course, neither player wants to give any kind of early lead advantage, so it wouldn't be
Yeah.
too much of a surprise if we played it slow once again. It was a slow start in the last one, but of course things escalated quite quickly as we panned out. We know it's in Killson's nature not to really chill and sit on the back foot and play the patient game. We know that he likes to be the one to create those opportunities rather than wait for the opportunities to come for him. But we are going to start again with our last map of the day from Zen's perspective, and we're going to see exactly how things are going to go and see if it goes 3-0 or if Killson can scrape by with this last map victory.
Yeah, I'm really curious as we've got a speedy battle ahead of us here. And having seen Killson there, Zeneku immediately recognizes an opportunity to hook on over and grab that rail. And his rail has been mighty this entire series. So I like that. I like that decision, and clearly needed. Now heading on over to the heavy, knows that it's up. He went ahead and let that mega stay up for a little bit longer and delayed it. And we've got a nice solid 10 or 11 seconds between the two.
Zen now just biding his time, just looking around for the angles. Let's have that top bridge control. Knows that Killson still just lurking around the area, picks up the heavy, but you can see Killson was also trying to, not of course contest it, but do some damage whilst picking up that mega at the exact same time. But Zen is very eager to try and clean this up. He still could, really. He's got a slight stack lead, but... And I love this from Zen as well, the fact that he's not hesitating anymore, very confident with all the decisions he's going to make, and just flat out tries to not just assess the situation, but just go straight in, and isn't available anymore after picking up that bubble, but will pick up this next heavy. Does have time to go for this mega, or at least deal some damage or contest it in some way.
Yikes.
Oh, that is
whoa,
rough.
whoa. I love what you said about a lack of hesitation. Now, that lack of hesitation could also get you into situations like that where suddenly you're in the middle of a trail, you find yourself having to rearm and stack back up, and then there's a shotgun waiting. So Killson is going to pick up that first frag, but not without some pretty great control from Zeneku coming off of the beginning of this game. 2.5 minutes into this one, and still very, very low scoring. You know, Killson, very, very well-deserved and earned frag, but still needs to be careful based off of how Zeneku is approaching this one.
Certainly does. There's 55% rail accuracy for Zen so far. Just needs to continue to keep that up and hit hard onto that slash. Oh my God, the damage from that last tri-bolt. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, he's going to go straight forward here to try and equalise the scoreline. I don't know if he expects him to come so quickly off the mark. Great stuff there from Zen. And now he's looking to try and get a spawn frag if he can. He is down below. He's got the position, he's got the weapons in his arsenal, but he's also trying to make sure he can get the mega at the same time. He just barely gets away. You can see there, heavy's up in the next 10 seconds as Killson still manages to continue with this lead. He could have made it free, but just one of those situations, sadly. Doesn't get to the heavy in time, but Zen's trying to keep him back with a lot of damage with the LG.
I didn't think Zeneku was going to be able to get to that heavy and contest, but that was nicely done. Killson now sitting on that mega. 2 frag lead. It's a comfortable lead, but can't get out the drinks and the beach towels quite yet. Need to stay on top of this one as much as it possibly can. Heavy's going to be back up yet again. Killson at least trying to find a position, maybe get an exit frag there. Finds him down below. Great rail as Zeneku strafes through the room. And 6 minutes left on this clock. Things have slowed down just a little bit, Lethal.
Certainly that's done, just playing it patiently at the moment. Heavy's up in 5. You see TP's back through, he's going back around once again. Knows that Meg's not going to be up for a while, so trying to get some chip damage in the meantime whilst Zen has this huge stack. A little bit of damage with the tri-bolt, but not enough to continue the contention of this mega, but at least he'll have another position to try and grasp from, but that rail's not going to do him any favors. Kills him, backs away. Still, they're just biding his time and just using that speed and agility to keep his distance, but Zen's all for it to push on forward with that LG, but he tackles so much damage, and Zen with that rail. And I know I said 2-1 earlier, but now it is finally 2-1 for Kilson, as Zen now a tiny bit of a stack lead as we're only at the halfway stage of this matchup.
I'm actually really surprised. I thought for sure, based off of the angles, that Kilson was going to get that rail. The only good thing that came from that frag for Kilson is the fact that he got to get his rail right off the spawn. But now Zeniku clawing his way back. Kilson's been playing this one beautifully. LG battle there on the bridge. Big rail from Kilson and the pickup of the heavy. And I really like how this game has been unfolding. The shotgun battle down to 6 points of health. Both players super low. Lethal, who...
And the light wasn't there either.
No. No, but...
It's okay, no. He's picked up the other one anyway, hasn't he? So now at a 4-minute point, but Zen has been very aggressive at this one bit. His LG's been like just a little bit on his top bit, but still managed to take that last bout. I was a little bit worried because sometimes his tracking's been really, really good, and then on a very rare occasion it was a little bit off, but that time rounds, it's going to be okay. Zen's still having a lurk around to find him, does find him, using the hook to try and get away from those couple of rockets who trapped in a pretty hard place. Now has to lead up 3-2. Heavy's up in 10 seconds. Zen's got more than enough time to go for this. As you can see, going straight through the trail as well. Hits the rail, going to try and go for a little bit more if he can with that risk. Not going to happen, but he's going to get this heavyweight, and I worry for Kilson now.
Yeah, I do too, right? I mean, only down by 1, that's really... But Kilson just has no stack. He's playing from behind in this particular situation. Mega is up, and he needs it badly. And he's, you know, running and trying to find anything that he can, but Zeniku just has solid control and a huge rocket. All he had to do was hunt and track him down. That's exactly what he did. And Zeniku, 2 frags up over Kilson and looking for a possible 3-0 victory over him.
He really is. Mega's up in the next few seconds as well. Speaking of items, though, once he's picked this up, it will be 19 items for Zen and only 9 for Kilson so far. It's been really troublesome as well as picking up these items. He's making full use of the items as well and just trying to punish him everywhere he can. Does manage to get away, but the question is how long for, as Zen's been very, very patient. Just let him overthink the situation a little bit, as Heavy's going to be up in the next couple of seconds. But mind you, it's only 2 frags down, as Kilson just needs to have an extremely good patient, but at least fulfilling game in terms of this return damage in the chip. But with a couple of his missed rails, it's not helping himself out at all in the slightest. He's going to be on the chase again. He's got such a big stack in comparison. He's going to make it 5. Heavy's up in 10, and Zen's looking very good and on the brink of a 3-0 series scoreline.
Wow, that was such a solid play on the fall. The hook to get on the same level, follow up with the frag. Still 2 minutes left, and there's no comfort for either of these players right now. As Kilson coming up the middle is going to try to get it at the top, has the opportunity here, but the hook up, the rocket jump for the chase, misses the rail. That could have been huge. Try sends a couple rockets over, still manages to land that rail, and there's 90 seconds left for Kilson to try to bring this back off the spawn. Does land another rail, and a huge shotgun blast, and suddenly Kilson is not gonna let this finish 3-0 for Zen.
This is ridiculous, and the machine gun battle comes up. Mega's been up for a while now, but he actually risks going for it, but he actually managed to get it in the end. Machine gun comes out. It's going to be successful with the heavy machine gun. 1 minute left. He has the light to kind of recover a little bit from, but still doing a lot of damage here. Kilson can't really do too much. He just got to stand the machine gun here because of with the shotgun cleans him up with the LG. Left on 37 HP, recovers. Heavy's going to be up 45 seconds left, and it's gone from one complete turn to the other.
Oh my God, the up the jump pad, grapple down to Mega during an LG battle. 30 seconds left. There was a slight pause there by Kilson. Maybe the calculations in his head said, I can't, there's not much I can do. I can't chase these hooks. And with 20 seconds remaining, Zeniku has defeated his second god of the season. He has done so in a convincing fashion. GGs are called, and we're going to see Zeniku put down a big boot on this one and make an incredible statement in week 14 of QPL. Unbelievable. I'm so impressed.
That was so risky going off that mega jump pad, though, and gets away with it. I honestly thought that was going to be potentially one of the final frags going into it. That was absolute madness, but we're going to have to get Dan back in and to see what he thinks, because that was absolutely ridiculous. I'm sure none of us would have predicted it until the 3-0 scoreline, but could potentially be one of the upsets of the season just because of the scoreline from what we witnessed.
Boys, you got lucky to cast that game. That was...
I forgot to unmute ZSX. I get it. All right, sorry. There we go.
It's all right. Don't worry about me.
That's some valuable information there, we.
I mean, I asked the question before the game of when does Zen become, you know, a great player in our eyes from somebody who is just the most improved, and I think that was it. I mean, in the past, he's obviously beaten these type of players before, but the difference, and I think used the word weak, was it was convincing. The difference for me, this was front foot gaming every single game. I think in the past, I've normally seen him beat players of this caliber through counterpunching, you know, a cheeky uppercut, and he'll sneak out a victory and play quite methodical. But this was, he took every single map to Kilson, and he went toe-to-toe with Kilson. And I saw somebody laughing in the chat when we said that he had good mechanical skill, and I think he showed it here today. He bullied Kilson on every single one of these maps. It was really impressive, and he should be everyone's underdog going into QuakeCon to win it.
Yeah,
100%. You know, that is like such a remarkable scoreline here for a matchup versus Kilson. And you know, it's tough to be at the top, right? Everyone has incredible expectations of you. I think people have been following along with Zeniku's story over the past couple seasons, and this is, you know, a big chapter that we've just gone through. Now, how does the story end? You know, we won't know for a few more weeks when we get to QuakeCon, but I agree with you, ZSX. Like, I think that and this has been an ongoing storyline over the last, like, in the second half of the season, is that, look at the caliber of players that we got. Can anyone actually predict who is going to come out on top at QuakeCon? And the answer is like, no. It's impossible. But that means that we're going to have one of the most explosive finals that we've probably had the last couple of years, because there's so much uncertainty around who could possibly take it all.
I find it quite funny because for anyone who maybe hasn't watched this series, they're going to go to the results page and they're going to think the admins actually got it wrong and probably thought the scoreline is actually flipped and should be in Kilson's favour, and they're probably never going to believe us when we actually see that. Because for our eyes, like if someone said to me this happened, I'll be like, oh, the admin must have like flipped the scores around or got it completely wrong entirely. But yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. And this is like a perfect end as well in terms of what to expect, because it's just another player just being not just more than a diamond in the rough, but having the potential to, you know, make it extremely far in the Quake World Championships as well. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But final thoughts from you two boys before we head into the unknown.
Madness. And there's only 4 more game weeks to go before we get to see it all live. So I can't wait.
Yep. Really exciting. Good luck to all of the final Challenger players. I think there's still one more qualifier, or are they done? One more, right?
We still have a couple more left. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We've still got 2 more left to go. We've still got the South American qualifiers, which is going to be quite soon, and we also got the North American qualifiers as well. So make sure you guys, well, not just stay tuned or keep a tune in for that, but of course, if you guys want to get involved, of course, head over to quake.pglesports.com and head over there to get yourselves involved if you want to try and compete. But apart from that, though, that's it for now from all of us here. Thanks to Dan, thanks to Wheat, as always. Love bugging them any chance I get. And not only that, though, thanks to the production at PGL, and of course Bethesda, and you guys in chat and everyone at home watching. So for now, that's going to be it for this week, and we'll see you guys very soon.
Peace. there.